Welcome to day 2 of the Global PropTech Summit, One World, One Realty. After an enthralling day 1 of the summit, we hope you're all geared up for day 2. Today, the theme of the summit is PropTech for Urbanization. I would now like to invite Mr. Jose Jacob, Director of the India Advantage Summit, to set the agenda for day 2. Mr. Jacob, the stage is yours.
Greetings and welcome to day 2 of the One World, One Realty Summit. In day 1, we saw an excellent set of speakers and some amazing keynote speeches. I think all of this has made it clear that yes, we can build a sustainable future together. And as we enter day 2, I would like to welcome those who have joined us for the first time on day 2 and those who have come back, who were with us yesterday in day 1. Truly, together we can all be champions for the climate. And as we enter into day 2, there are some wonderful sessions lined up and excellent panel discussions. We also feature some amazing startups that are disrupting spaces and creating platforms, especially for the real estate and construction industry. Stay tuned and listen to every speaker, and then connect with us on our social media channels, and let's see how we can together engage to create a better and a sustainable world for tomorrow. I would like to also say to all our digital audience that all this content that you have seen over yesterday and that you are about to witness today will be available on the social media channels of the One World, One Realty platform and of TIS Summit. And so you can share this information, news, and new insights that you have learned at this summit so that you can also do your part and your bit to build a sustainable future. With these few words, let's now get into day 2 and the final day of the One World, One Realty Summit. It would not be right if I didn't thank all the wonderful speakers for giving us their time and giving us their voice at this critical juncture where we have to together build a better future. Thank you, wonderful speakers. Thank you, sponsors, HDFC Capital and Brigade Leap. Thank you, all the ecosystem partners. Without you, we couldn't have brought this together in such a short time. With these few words, I wish you a wonderful viewing experience as we enter into day 2 of the One World, One Realty Summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jacob. Yesterday, we heard our speakers talk about how, with the help of PropTech, real estate companies can not only save cost and become more efficient, but also contribute towards a more sustainable tomorrow. It's my privilege to invite Mr. M.R. Jaishankar, Chairman and Managing Director of the Brigade Group, to talk about PropTech for efficient planning and urban development. His commitment to quality and passion for innovation has seen Brigade Group grow from a single building, small-scale private enterprise to a diverse, multi-domain company, spreading its wings into all verticals of real estate. Under his leadership, Brigade Group has scaled new heights, and this has been recognized by many awards Brigade Group has received over the years. Mr. Jaishankar, the stage is yours.
Greetings from Brigade Group to all the participants. Thank you TIS Summit for organizing such a well thought through summit which has really been insightful to me and I am sure to the thousands of participants from across the world. I wish this summit would have been conducted physically, but due to unfortunate reasons of COVID, we have to meet like this. But thanks to technology, at least we are able to have such a wonderful gathering from across the world. I would also like to thank the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, Dr. Ashok Narayan, for taking time out from a really hectic schedule to share his thoughts. While yesterday's sessions focused on sustainability, today's session focuses on an equally important aspect, use of technology for efficient urban planning and development. While we have eminent speakers and sessions on urban planning and development, I thought it would be a good idea for me to share how in the Brigade Group we have used technology over the years beyond the obvious ERP and CRM solutions to actually increase our own efficiency, productivity, cost rationalization, as also work towards improving customer satisfaction. Let me share a few anecdotes from my own experience. In 2006, we launched Brigade Gateway, South India's first fully integrated multi-use gated community of 8 million square feet. Experts told me I was making a mistake, but my gut and instinct, which we entrepreneurs always rely on, told me it was a risk worth taking. Today, there are several great data analytics companies in our country that will help us using trends and predictive mapping that validate our decisions. At Brigade REAP, you know Brigade REAP stands for Real Estate Accelerator Program. We have three such companies: Props AMC, CRE Metrics, and Reomnify, which we at Brigade use. A small example of how technology has evolved to help us take decisions. It has helped our professional team to take decisions with a greater accuracy. At Brigade Gateway, we designed a commercial building, a retail mall, a residential apartments, a five-star hotel, a school, a hospital, and even a club, each a unique design by itself with its own challenges. The design process took 12 months or so, and the construction work took another 5 years. To get inspired, my team and I traveled to different countries: Singapore, Hong Kong, Tokyo, and Dubai, primarily to understand the pros and cons of mixed use development and processes, and came back richer with knowledge. Today, the internet and Google search brings all knowledge on our mobile phones. In addition to global consulting and knowledge leaders like BCG, who share learnings from across the globe digitally. This seems simple thing which we take for granted, but believe me when I tell you this in itself is invaluable. I am looking forward to hearing Neetu from BCG share her learnings in the later half of the summit. On another front, for a real estate and construction company, almost 95% of our workforce are on site. All progress was mapped from people physically transferring information from the project site to the head office using what is called in traditional terms Pavati or the paper slip method to identify both progress as also to report snags. This by itself, though useful, was both time consuming and inaccurate. Today, with the mobile phone in almost every Indian hand, using the camera of the phone, availability of the internet across our country, and through the use of AI, we can get instantaneous information from the site, as also the snags that need addressing, and more importantly, to avoid the cascading delays that can happen if unattended to. Our project heads get this report in near real time. Again, Brigade REAP mentored startup called QuickSpec helped us address this. This application has helped us to save both time and money and work towards ensuring that projects are on track. We are saving at least 25% time in quality audits and rework in few cases. On the construction front itself, most of the work used to happen on site by outsourced contracting companies and heavy equipment being rented. While there were tight SLAs and we used to monitor progress, it was all based on physical observations and the paper method. Today, we are evaluating companies that are using drones and video analytic tools to map progress in real time. Technology has brought in a lot of near real time intelligence and transparency into almost every aspect of our business. Another interesting part of our business was that it was an extremely fragmented business. While our teams oversaw all of it, the design and architecture was outsourced. Materials was from third party companies. Labor contracting was another large part of the implementation process that was also outsourced. Machines were also outsourced. Even landscaping to some extent. So we were trying to build what today's investors call an asset light business model. But in 2017 came a company, Katera, that works within every commercial construction marketplace using an integrated project delivery system to align with the chosen contracting method. I see Nicholas Braithwaite, who was the CTO of Katera, speaking shortly, and I'm keen to know they executed this innovative principle in an industry that for decades has not re engineered itself. At Brigade, our ethos and core values is called QC First, standing for quality and customer centricity with a philosophy focused on fairness, innovation, social responsibility, and trust. On the innovation front, while we are innovating on our core business, we realized that we needed to do something to ensure that we accelerate the pace of adoption of technology, not just by us, but by the real estate industry at large. I must thank Nirupa for setting up Brigade REAP that has spearheaded this initiative with close to 50 very promising PropTech startups that are addressing critical issues ranging from alternate materials to water and waste management and also to sustainable planning, design, planning to data analytics to air quality and radiation management, of also that of energy, security, legal tech to even filling potholes and so much more. My heartfelt thanks to the support and encouragement of people at this summit, my friends from the real estate and construction sector, investors, and my many congratulations to every startup in our country and from across the world who are addressing and solving real issues. A suggestion to the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka: the next decade must be focused on PropTech. Enough has been said about EdTech, FinTech, HealthTech, and government support by way of encouraging startups to participate in the tender process, which is now completely digital, as also setting up a separate PropTech vertical in Karnataka's very successful startup initiative. Elevate 100 program will go a long way to ensure both government and private sector support to a very nascent startup vertical that is now coming of age. To sum up, I would like to add that I strongly believe that every real estate and construction company across the world has no choice but to re engineer itself and adopt technology at a far more rapid pace. In India, our industry invests least amount in technology. A report I read put the number at less than 1% of turnover, whereas the cross industry average is 3.3% and more. Labor productivity in our industry is extremely low, and I believe that with reskilling our workforce, using reskilling platforms, and a large degree of automation, we can get as efficient, if not better, than the automotive industries, where I see many similarities. If we put our minds together and we work as one, I can confidently say that we can mitigate the challenges to both the environment as also help enhance efficiency of our industry. Thank you once again for having me share my thoughts, and I wish you another day of great insights and learnings. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Jaishankar, for an insightful session about how PropTech can catalyze efficiencies in the industry and urban development. According to a NASSCOM report, India is the third biggest startup hub in the world. Bangalore is one of the fastest growing tech startup hubs with home to 25% of the startups in the country. India provides one of the most vibrant ecosystems in the world to nurture innovation. The role of government in building this cannot be undervalued. Real estate and construction industry is the second largest employment provider in the country and will generate 15 million jobs by 2022. Bringing innovation in such an important sector will not only benefit the industry but the nation as a whole. I would now request Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, Dr. C.N. Ashwath Narayan, to share with us how PropTech will play a role in urban planning and development. Dr. C.N. Ashwath Narayan is the 10th Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka and the current Minister of Higher Education, Information Technology, Biotechnology and Science and Technology, Skill Development, Entrepreneurship and Livelihood in the Government of Karnataka. He has implemented numerous schemes at a state level, many of which are directed towards sustainability issues like waste management. Under his leadership and guidance, we are optimistic that Karnataka will become a gateway for technology even in the real estate sector.
Good morning to all the attendees, and I hope that you are all staying safe and healthy during these difficult times. I would like to congratulate Brigade REAP and HDFC Capital for organizing this summit, Property Tech or PropTech. For sustainable development is an important topic to discuss, and given the current and expected urbanization in India. Advancement in digital technologies continues to have a huge impact on the world around us. Today, connected customers behave digitally, respond to social media trends, and take part in online conversation across the vast interconnected global community. The changes we are seeing in the market are quite dramatic. It is extremely important for all the stakeholders of the ecosystem to adapt digitalization and appropriate technologies. In an effort to make the best use of different emerging technologies that are available, business and government leaders must come up with a framework for their appropriate adoption. Mobile internet, automation, the Internet of Things, cloud computing, advanced genomics, renewable energy, to name a few, are some of the areas of innovation and technology that need to be adapted to bring about some changes in the ways of traditional system of functioning. Karnataka has experienced a radical transformation in the terms of economic and social development due to a significant progress in infrastructure, power, road, water, and the state's overall ecosystem and investor-friendly approach. Karnataka, with its inherent strength and industry-friendly progressive policy, has been able to garner a share of 30% market size and is planning its policy framework to garner 50% market share of the digital engineering, innovation economy. Segments like clean tech, green tech, electric vehicles, construction, waste management, among others, offer significant opportunities for growth. The government has always laid immense focus on e-governance and has strived to be an early adopter of digital technologies to improve the public service delivery. In 2008, Karnataka Knowledge Commission, under the chairmanship of Dr. K. Kasturirangan, was set up to study and recommend application of new technologies for governance. Karnataka was amongst the first states in the country to have a robust and a transparent e-procurement portal, and we remain amongst the leaders to ensure that public procurement is transparent, competitive, and cost-effective through the use of this portal. Khajane, the Treasury Department's online treasury system, has digitalized the management of accounts and remittance submitted to the government. They also consider the payments made on the behalf of Karnataka government. The application deals with payments, receipts, stamps, pension, deposits, etc. The major benefit of the project is instantaneous reconciliation of government accounts. Kaveri, Karnataka Valuation and E-Registration Project aims to digitalize more than 200 sub-registers in the state, enabling property registration within 30 minutes of document submission from the present 45-day time period. To provide services to citizens with a stipulated time and in the most effective manner possible, Karnataka Sakal Services Act was passed in 2011. The Sakal program is backed by a comprehensive information technology network developed by the National Informatics Center NIC to provide solutions and services and to monitor the services. Bangalore One, the online portal where the bills for government utilities such as water supply and power distribution could be paid, has enabled citizens to access the portal to check status, pay bills and get information. Taking technology to the doors of all the Bangalore citizens is the aim of this project. When we say technology and innovation, startups invariably are a huge contributor to the network. Bengaluru is the Silicon Valley and startup capital of India. Karnataka has maintained its leadership position in India and globally in the terms of innovation, startups and technology ecosystem. Bengaluru startup ecosystem has seen the launch of 11,000 plus startups and has managed to attract a total venture capital inflow worth 28 billion US dollar between 2014 and 2020, the highest in India. Karnataka is the only Indian city to feature regularly in the global startup ecosystem ranking reports and is a home to 20 unicorns. The startup ecosystem of Karnataka has been a series of success stories, and today there are more than 75 startup incubators plus accelerators in the state. We are also a growing property tech startup ecosystem out of the over 13,000 startups in the sector in the country, out of which 1,000 plus are from Karnataka. JLL, the global real estate and investment management company based in the US, has set up its global center of expertise, center of excellence in Bengaluru for technology, data and information management. In 2018, the COE brings together state-of-art facility focusing on harnessing emerging technologies for developing new solutions for its clients around the world. The center, which has 170 employees and technology experts, will provide a single data engineering and support platform to its clients globally. The COVID-19 pandemic has changed the way we pursue all aspects of life. It has made many adverse effects, but it has also seen an increase in the adoption of digital platforms worldwide. Many sectors such as governance, retail, banking and finance, education and healthcare have seen unprecedented and rapid digitalization. Government of Karnataka has been working with all industry and academic partners to ensure this transition from physical to digital is as smooth as possible, and will continue to render support wherever solicited. Real estate industry was amongst the hardest hit in the initial phase of the pandemic, as the business largely relied on the physical presence and human contact throughout the life cycle. Land identification, construction, procurement, interior design, and sale to customers are the buyers. Faced with the COVID-19 crisis, millions of organizations had to pivot their workforce to work from home. For some, it was an easy transition. They had been investing in a flexible working culture and enabling technology for many years. For others, the task was more daunting. Either way, the global work from home experiment has begun. The very concept of space has changed dramatically over the last 1 year, with many companies adapting permanent work from home. Technology employees moving back to their homes in smaller cities, and people in big cities looking at home as an extended workspace. The sector was forced to understand and accelerate adoption of concepts such as smart buildings, intelligent automation, contactless access, digital twins, etc. This has led to both large tech companies such as Samsung, Microsoft, as well as startups to focus on this sector. Property tech investments in India surged to US $551 million in 2020, despite the global uncertainty amid COVID-19 pandemic, a record year for investments compared to 2019. There are several advantages of using property tech to enhance the urban ecosystem. It could help find the best pieces of available land faster. It could streamline the creation and distribution of property plans. It could help city planners see where hidden needs exist among the others. The role of government is extremely important in technology adoption in urban planning, city development, and incubating the entire property tech ecosystem. Globally, city planners in places ranging from Germany to Singapore already using ideas like virtual reality, 3D geodata, and big data analysis to improve city planning. In the year 2000, the Bhumi project was launched by the government of Karnataka to build a land records management system. The project has been a major success and has facilitated easy maintenance and prompt updating of land records, made land records tamper-proof, and helped utilize data for planning and development programs. The Karnataka GIS, set up by Karnataka State Remote Sensing Application Center, was amongst the first initiatives in the country to use GIS layer for urban planning, housing, water resource management, and infrastructure development. The Dishank app developed on this platform maps land survey numbers with GPS location and is very easy to use for any citizen. IoT sensors find one of their biggest use cases in smart cities and are helping the property tech movement thrive. People can provide feedback about the things they frequently notice, such as persistent traffic jams in a specific part of a city, or the fact that a section of a community that walkers often use doesn't have enough streetlights. In the Dutch, for example, IoT sensors gather data about which streets individuals travel on most often, how they use the public transit system, and how fast they move. Many smaller cities in Karnataka are undertaking GIS-based master planning under the Government of India initiative Amrit scheme. There is a huge potential to use property tech for the management of power in the cities, interacting with the grid to bring it into wider context to realize the objective of India's national smart grid mission, which envisages extending benefits to customers of digitalization with seamless integration to ensure reliable supply of electricity. Karnataka has been making efforts in areas like grid modernization, smart metering, promoting electric vehicles and energy storage, enhancing capacity in renewable energy and developing microgrids. Karnataka Electricity Regulation Commission Regulations 2015 aims to integrate all smart grid technologies. Karnataka is home to 7 smart cities under the Smart Cities mission. These cities have been pioneering in using technology for urban development in areas such as fecal sludge management, solid waste management, urban planning, housing, citizen engagement, water management, and healthcare. Citizen engagement platform created by our cities such as Sahaya app in Bengaluru have been highly impactful in creating a platform for citizens to address and get their grievance solved by the city corporation. Another key area where citizens have to engage the city government is property tax payment. Property tax collection has been a major problem for corporation and ease of payment has been a challenge for the citizen. Online tax assessment, payment and reconciliation has been one of the many success stories of technology adoption in urban governance in Karnataka. The case of Bengaluru has been studied by many other cities in India to replicate this in their corporation. Within urban government, startups have focused a lot on waste management and our government has supported this. For instance, one of the startups funded under our Elevate program, TrashCon, has been working with the BBMP and also with other cities to improve solid waste management through use of technology. I believe in the future, a major focus area for property tech will be construction and demolition waste management. This is a direct byproduct of real estate industry and technology will play a key role in finding sustainable solution. Government of India has identified C&D waste as an important area under the National Clean Air Program and this was mentioned by our Honorable Prime Minister in our budget speech this year. Our government is committed to supporting this area and we welcome solution for this problem which is prominent in some of our larger cities such as Bangalore and other cities. We understand the importance of encouraging startups, innovative technologies in solving urban challenges. We are soon launching a grand challenge in partnership with Urban Development Department and Transport Department where startups can access funding of up to 1 crore rupees to solve urban challenges. Challenges will include issues such as property tax collection improvement, underground utility detection and digital enforcement portal for the transport department. I would encourage you to be on the lookout for this challenge and participate in it. Our government has always adopted a consultative and a stakeholder-driven approach toward developing any sector. The Urban Development Department has already launched a pilot for Karnataka Urban Observatory on the lines of global best practices and India Urban Observatory. The observatory will provide a data repository for all the innovators and startups in urban domain to use government data sets and design solutions. Next step will be to institutionalize this effort and design pilot solutions in partnership with private sector, academia and startups. Recently, we partnered with the World Economic Forum and IIIT Bengaluru to launch the Center for Internet Ethical Things. This center will identify pilot projects using Internet of Things and assess the ethical implication of the data and the applications. Smart cities and urban development is one of the 5 focus sectors of this center. Prominence in urban planning is integral to transforming current towns and cities into towns and cities of the future. Urban planning of the future should accommodate design practice acknowledging pollution exposure, access to natural light and to infrastructure, sustainability and climate change. By 2050, the world's population is expected to double with 90% of the growth predicted in Africa and Asia. For the first time in our history, over 50% of world population is living in urban areas. This figure is predicted to increase to 68% by 2050. This poses many questions of shelter, needs provision, resource consumption, and equality. The property tech industry has a part to play, benign contributor to human welfare. We need to proactively engage with the emerging trends that are shaping society, imagine the enormous benefits they offer, and invest providing these benefits to all strata of the society in order to ensure benefits to our citizens. I urge everyone to join hands and collaborate to create a more resilient India for tomorrow. We look forward to hearing more from you on how we can leverage technology in urban planning and city development and also develop a vibrant property tech ecosystem in Karnataka. I encourage all the stakeholders to help us in making Karnataka the property tech capital of the Asia. We look forward to hearing more from you how we can leverage technology in urban planning and city development and also develop vibrant property tech ecosystem in Karnataka. I encourage all the stakeholders to help us in making Karnataka the property tech capital of Asia. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Thank you, Dr. Ashwath Narayan. We look at Karnataka to lead the way, not just for India, but for other nations by promoting PropTech adoption for urban planning. India has an ambitious goal of planned urbanization. To make this a success, we need to move fast and execute efficiently. HDFC Capital aims to address the supply gap in affordable housing in India through their mission of Path to a Million Homes. I would now like to invite Mr. Kunal Wadhwani, Principal Investments at HDFC Capital Advisors. Mr. Wadhwani has more than 2 decades of experience in the fields of real estate investment, real estate development and business consulting. He has worked in various aspects of real estate development such as acquisitions, due diligence, approvals, project management, construction and marketing. Mr. Wadhwani, the stage is yours.
Hi, good morning. Welcome to this One World, One Realty Global PropTech Summit 2021. My name is Kunal Wadhwani. I work as principal with HDFC Capital Advisors. HDFC Capital Advisors is a specialized real estate private equity firm specializing in affordable and mid-income housing sectors. We are investment managers to 3 funds totaling to $1.4 billion. Our goal is to finance the development of 1 million affordable homes in India. And today's topic, which is PropTech and affordable housing, is extremely pertinent to this goal of achieving housing for all and 1 million affordable homes in India. We believe that the only way in which we will achieve our goal of financing 1 million affordable homes is that we will need to use the benefits of PropTech in all aspects of the development life cycle. We need technology to bring efficiency in time and cost of all aspects of real estate development. Before we move on, I'd like to show you a small video of a real estate affordable housing project in Gurgaon. Given the location of this project and its specifications, one may think that this is a 7,000 rupees a foot project, but actually speaking, this is to be sold at only 4,500 rupees a foot. This project is in the heart of Gurgaon, and this clearly demonstrates that affordable housing projects are viable and can be developed in city-centric locations. However, to develop such projects in city-centric locations requires us to bring in efficiencies across the entire product development lifecycle. We at HDFC Capital believe that technology will play a vital role in creation of such efficiencies. We actually believe that all aspects of real estate development will get disrupted by technology in the near term. Before we delve into PropTech and affordable housing, I'd like to first just focus a little bit about affordable housing. What we all believe affordable housing to be and what actually affordable housing is. So what we actually believe in is affordable housing caters to the low income group and the mid income group. These are projects where the houses vary from 30 square meters to 160 square meters. These are houses that are built in locations with good access to transport, with good sets of common amenities, and specification that young families aspire to live in. The pictures here demonstrate what I'm trying to say. These are certainly not residential complexes with substandard specifications. Next, I'd like to talk about HDFC Capital Housing Platform. Our platform is a $1.4 billion platform. We have multiple funds spanning the nature of equity and debt. Our funds are spread across, our investments are spread across 27 investments across India, 73 different projects, and we have 160,000 units that are currently under development. Our projects are across the 5 major cities, and we have partnered with the top developers across India. What has helped us partner with the top developers across India is that these developers have realized that the future lies in affordable housing. Hence, they have partnered with us for affordable housing. So HDFC Capital Affordable Housing Platform is not just focused on financing and partnerships. That's what you would typically expect of an investment management firm. But we have realized that we need to focus on technology and sustainable development. These are the two important aspects that we will require going into the future. We think that innovation and new technologies will play a significant role in affordable housing. The aspects that we are trying to focus on are not just construction, but design, sales, research, project management, and sustainability. We think technology will play a role in all these aspects. So 2 years back, we launched the HEART program, and this program aims at mentoring, partnering, and investing in real estate technology companies. Our goal was to invest in these companies to help our affordable housing projects reduce costs, create efficiencies, and expediting delivery. That was the aim, to create a partnership between these companies so that they help our real estate housing projects in return. And what did we do? We have this HEART program, and this HEART program has several aspects to it that helps create an ecosystem. We have a global leadership and innovation board. In this board, we meet with our investors and our domestic investors where we discuss the latest innovations in technology. Through this program, we invest in startups, we help them grow to the next level, we introduce them to a variety of our partners so that they can get ready-made clients to grow in their business. We've also actually made investments. We've funded a couple of startups. We've given them growth capital to grow in this business. We have also created an ecosystem of partners and affiliates like construction companies, service providers, so that these startup companies can grow more efficiently. We have tied up with accelerators which will mentor these companies to grow further. What we also have is we have an annual event, which is a PropTech event, where we basically showcase the leading PropTech companies to our stakeholders and our developer partners. We also partner with academia so that we can learn from the latest developments in the academic world and apply them to the real world. As you can see, we've tried to create an ecosystem where these companies that we mentor get access to an entire ecosystem of partners which will help these companies grow and eventually create a set of companies that contribute to our affordable housing projects. This will drive efficiency. This will mean that our developer partners get access to the best practices in PropTech. As we move ahead, I'd like to dispel some myths regarding PropTech and affordable housing. It's really important to understand these things because people have preconceived notions of what PropTech is. PropTech just doesn't mean, the first one is affordable housing does not just mean affordable. Does not mean construction technology. Affordable housing technology means technology across the entire product development life cycle. As you can see, we have the entire life cycle laid out over here, and we have technology today available across the entire life cycle. Let me share with you a few examples. For example, in land and sourcing, today we have drones where we can map large pieces of land and get a contour survey done in a span of 2 or 3 days. This process would have normally taken about 3 to 4 weeks. So the gains we have right now are tremendous. In terms of approvals, the entire approval system is now moving online. Stakeholders can get access to the entire status of where an approval is progressed during the life cycle. So we know exactly where the approval is stuck at the government organizations. Okay, let's move ahead to the research and data analytics. Today, before we decide to launch a project, today we have access to the latest information of competing projects. What are their products? What are their velocities? What are the absorptions? All of this would typically have taken 4 to 5 weeks when we were conceptualizing a project. Today, this is available at our fingertips. We open a site, we open a system, and we're able to get access to all the projects online immediately. So we can make decisions that much faster. Design and construction, this is where it's most visible. With the new technologies, we can now do slabs in 3 or 4 days. Typically, a slab cycle used to be 15 days, 20 days. Now we can do projects in a much faster cycle time. If we go ahead on project management, in project management today with the advent of mobile technology, one can get real-time access to the status of the project. This means defects can be found out sooner by the stakeholders and corrective action can be taken such that future defects are minimized, which means projects can get done faster at a lower cost. If I look at sustainability, in terms of water and energy, we today have examples like water meters where we can reduce waste of water. We can exactly measure how much water a house is consuming, and a user can decide where to stop at, how much wastage is happening. In terms of energy, today users have access to solar technology, so people can get access to at a cheaper cost, which is more energy efficient, which is green energy. If you look at sales is where we have the biggest success rates right now. We have access to information on classifieds. We can take a customer through a tour, virtual tour, 3D graphics online. The entire The entire suite of sales to a customer is available online. He can actually make a sales using technology right through online. And post sales, this is also where it's very important. In the post sales process, today we can give customers access to the latest status on the project, how fast it's progressing. He gets an idea of what is happening on the project. He gets an idea, he gets more comfort that the project is proceeding comfortably and successfully. And if you look at things like shared economies, these are concepts that have been enabled only through technology. If you look at senior housing, co-living, we can basically take a real estate project, splice it up, and give it out on rentals for small periods. This is possible only using technology. So let's try and dispel the second myth. The second myth that affordable housing is complex algorithm and codes. Actually, it's not. It's essentially just bringing efficiencies to save time and to save cost. The whole idea is to lower the cost and to lower the time to make a project. Hence, customers get their project delivery on time. Let's try and dispel the third myth that affordable housing means cheap homes. Actually, affordable housing does not mean cheap homes. It means a cheaper cost of living, which means cheaper and more efficient electricity, cheaper and more efficient power, cheaper and more efficient technology in the entire house. For example, natural daylight, with more natural daylight. Let's try and cover the third myth. Affordable housing means cheaper homes. Affordable housing does not mean cheaper homes. It means cheaper cost of living. What we're trying to say is basically, we use more energy efficiency, reduced wastage of energy, highly efficiently designed spaces, such that we get an overall reduced cost of living. We get lower cost of energy, we get lower cost of water, and for a given cost of construction, we get more usable space for a given house. Now I'd like to show you some of the technologies that we have adopted in our investee companies. We have used tunnel formwork, water meters, and solar panels. All these technologies have helped bring in efficiencies in the entire project. We've been able to reduce slab cycle time, reduce water wastage, bring in more efficient uses of energy. I'd like to now move ahead and summarize. Technology disruption is here to stay. To keep up in the future, we will have to innovate and keep up with the latest technologies. If we want to be successful and have a large-scale, sustainable, affordable housing business, we will have to adopt PropTech wholeheartedly to become a sustainable proposition in the future. Before we move ahead, I'd like to say a few things, a few anecdotes that I've come across. The world's largest taxi rental company, Uber, does not own a single taxi. The world's largest residential rental company, Airbnb, does not own a single house. And the world's largest commercial real estate provider, WeWorks, does not own commercial real estate. As you can see, technology has disrupted all these businesses. Technology disruption is going to be a constant. We're going to need to constantly adapt. Specifically in affordable housing to be successful, we're going to need to have a factory mindset. We're going to need technology to create a well-engineered business processes across the entire life cycle of our real estate projects. We're going to need to interact digitally with all our stakeholders and our customers. Thankfully, today this is possible. We just need to have a new mindset. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Wadhwani, for sharing your thoughts about PropTech and sustainability in affordable housing. Now, I would like to invite Mr. John Kuruvilla, mentor at Brigade Reef, to take this summit forward with an interesting fireside chat. Mr. Kuruvilla comes with decades of experience ranging from marketing and brand building to P&L responsibility and entrepreneurship. He has mentored and invested in several disruptive startups in India and abroad. Mr. Kuruvilla, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Manjusha. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure and a privilege to welcome our next speaker, Nick Brathwaite. Nick, as he's fondly referred to, is the founder and managing partner at WRVI Capital, that has raised close to US $750 million and invested in over 100 companies across the globe, including India. Prior to WRVI Capital, Nick was a CTO at Katera, where he and the team at Katera embarked on an audacious goal of disrupting the real estate and construction industry end-to-end globally. He was also the founding general partner at Riverwood Capital, which had raised over $3 billion US with many successful exits. Nick started his career with Intel and then went on to become the executive VP and CTO at Flextronics. A successful techie who went on to become an entrepreneur and then to a very successful investor, Nick's journey has been nothing short of inspirational. But while I can speak with him for hours and on him for hours on several topics under the sun, the idea today is to get Nick to share his learnings and insights from his journey at Katera, relevant to our real estate and construction industry today. Katera was putting modern technology to work at all levels of building design and construction to help address some of the industry's biggest challenges at a global level, including India. You've had an illustrious career as a technologist, as an entrepreneur, and as a very successful investor between the 80s and 2017. Yet in 2017, you decide to join Katera as CTO. From chip design and manufacturing to entrepreneurship to a very successful investor. Why join one of the most fragmented and least digitized industry?
This is the first time I've been asked that, but I'm glad you asked. Well, when Katera was started by Michael Marks, he came to me and he explained what Katera was trying to do, and I became an early investor. I was one of the seed investors in Katera personally. I invested my own money into Katera because I liked the idea. And, I was on the sidelines supporting the company. And for example, the first CEO that was hired by the company, I was the one who suggested to Michael that would be a good person to try to hire to run the company. But I had no intention of getting involved directly into the operations of the company until Michael called me one Saturday and said, "What are you doing for lunch?" And I said, "Well, I was just planning to be home relaxing." And he said, let's meet for lunch. And I went to meet him and he said, this company is taking off and I'm going to go in and run it because it really needs somebody who has a lot of experience building businesses. And I think I'm going to just go do it myself. And I need you to come and help. And it started off where that help, I promised to come by, half a day a week and help in whatever things I could. And that's how it started. I would go over there and, spend a few hours a week, and he would tell me about some of the challenges and I would jump in and help. And I was doing that for a few months, and then it became a little bit more, and it became a day a week. And then we moved our office for WRVI, our investment firm, into the same building as Katera. And so I was being called all the time to come and help with this or join this meeting. And eventually, Michael said, "You know what? Why don't you just be the acting CTO?" Initially, I was supposed to be helping. They had a CTO, and I was supposed to be, mentoring that person. And that person left, and Michael said, "Why don't you just become the CTO?" And so I decided I would step in and do that. But just so you know, that happened. It took probably a year of me being this kind of acting, helping out role before that. And I never left WRVI. I was still a partner in WRVI and doing investments, but I now had kind of 2-day jobs.
Nice. You talked of challenges. When I looked at the Katera website, the sheer magnitude of the vision that Michael and you had was bold and audacious. I mean, it read to transform construction through technology, every process and every product. For an industry, Nick, that invests the least in technology, what were some of your biggest challenges when Katera started off?
But when Katera started, I don't think anybody thought that we'd be doing all these things. In fact, if you look back at the original thesis behind Katera, it was primarily a supply chain company. The whole idea was, how do you get into the construction industry and do for the construction industry something similar to what Flextronics and others did in the high-tech industry, which was, simplify and manage the supply chain for companies. So had specialists in supply chain, which we believe could reduce the margins, the stack margins that existed in the construction industry. The construction industry has, is one of the big problems is the stacking of margins in the supply chain, and that's how it started off. But because of all the challenges trying to do that, we soon found out that was very difficult to do, because you had to convince architects and engineers to specify these new supply chain solutions. And then even if they specified it, you had to convince the builder to use it. And the resistive network that existed in this industry, the resistance to change and to doing anything different, was limiting. And so we realized that in order to be able to implement these ideas and these new ways of doing things, we would have to get involved in the front end, which is the design, architecture, and engineering. And we'd have to get into the back end, the construction side, where oftentimes a lot of the decisions are made. And so that is what led to Katerra starting to look more end to end in terms of its involvement. And then once you got involved from engineering or design to construction, then there was a lot of infrastructure and other capabilities you had to put in place in order to be able to deliver on the promise that we had. And we can dig into some of that later. But the idea was never to do that, to have this end-to-end offering of services. It was initially a supply chain idea, and then we had to move forward in order to get those ideas into the designs, and then we had to move backwards towards the construction side in order to be able to implement them.
Interesting. That's an insight I don't think many people had, because everybody saw Katerra as an end-to-end transformative technology company for the industry. But this is a predicament, Nick, every startup founder has, where they start with and where they finally move their company to are poles apart. What's your advice? And you've been an entrepreneur, you've been an investor, you've seen Katerra morph from a supply chain company to an end-to-end company. What's your take and advice to founders? I mean, should they constantly be on the edge when it comes to moving their company based on consumer needs, or should they just stick to their trodden path?
So I'll answer that question probably not as directly as you've asked it, but I think it's important for me to contextualize it. I think, first of all, if you look at most startups, I shouldn't say most because I don't have the statistics, but if you look at many startups, the most successful entrepreneurs are the ones who are able to pivot as they learn and get more information about the market, whether you learn new things about the competitive landscape, or you learn new things about the products, or you learn new things about the customer's needs. That your ability to assess the market, assess condition, and pivot is an important requirement for success in many businesses. And so, CEOs or entrepreneurs always have to be on the lookout for, those changes or the things they learn that might have an impact on their strategy. And if you take many startups and you divide them into two groups, the ones that are started by first-time CEOs and the ones that are started by experienced CEOs, oftentimes one of the things you see that's different is the experienced CEOs often recognize when there's a time to pivot or change or adjust strategies. So you have to be able to do that. On the other hand, it is true that oftentimes you want your entrepreneurs to be more focused. I think in the case of Katerra, you have to look at it a little bit differently. In the case of Katerra, number one is Katerra was in a market where you could not get your ideas implemented unless you took on a broader scope. And so that was the reason. You basically had to take on a broader scope. in order to be able to execute the ideas that you have. The other thing that I personally believe was when you're trying to transform a very large industry like this, with the level of resistance or resistive network that you have, it is very difficult to transform an industry like this slowly. You almost have to have an external shock. And to some extent, I think that's one of the things we are trying to do at Katera. But if we could have found more partners who were willing to work with us in a way that we didn't have to necessarily take on as many things as we ended up taking on, we would have, but we couldn't, and so we did that. And the truth is that, I think the strategy initially, some people might say, well, you tried to do too many things too soon, and you could always look back on any initiative, and in hindsight, you can find mistakes that were made, and we made some as well. But I am not so sure that I would say increasing the scope and going further upstream and further downstream would have been a mistake. I don't think you would have been able to be successful without doing those things, no matter what.
In fact, you raised another very interesting point. You talked of transforming such a large fragmented industry, which was ruled by large monopolist companies like Autodesk, Revit, Bentley in the technology space, and in the project management was led by MS Projects, Primavera, and then there were ERP solutions. When Katera decided to unify this entire process, what was the response from these giants, these Goliaths?
Well, in some cases we were customers of theirs. So, for example, we were a big Autodesk Revit user, and we use Autodesk, and we were talking to people like Dassault and others on ways to partner with them and ways to help them understand what we were looking to do, and hopefully get them to modify their software to be able to do some of the things we were looking for. So on one hand, we were looking to do that. The problem was, for many of these technology providers, they were providing just pieces of the solution. And in the end-to-end capabilities that we needed, we had to provide the links. When people talk about end-to-end, very few end-to-end software exists where it's just one homogeneous piece of software that somebody developed from scratch. Usually, you think of it as a chain with linkages and connections. And in some cases, we had to make those connections. So, for example, if you look at the time what Autodesk had, they had Revit and they have AutoCAD and some of these things. But for what we wanted to do, they weren't integrated. And then you had to deal with things like, they had some BIM capabilities and others, but none of the solutions out there were exactly the way we wanted it. But we partnered with a lot of people. There were a lot of other software companies that we use, like Unify and Assembly and many others. But in order to create that, design, the supply chain and manufacturing integration, which is really, if you think about it, what we were trying to do was integrate design, supply chain, manufacturing, and construction. And there were pieces in there that were very good, and we were using them. But the linkages between them is where we had to go in and try to create those solutions, because we couldn't find people who were doing that or doing those.
But you said an interesting point a few minutes back, where you were trying to do quite a lot. Did these companies believe that what you were trying to do was doable, or were you met with a lot of cynicism? And this, Nick, is a challenge many young startups find when they're trying to take on the world. We have a startup like this called Snaptrude, and he's trying to completely disrupt the Autodesk industry, and a lot of cynicism, a lot of skepticism, including for investors.
Yeah, well, let me start with the back and move on. I think that you're going to find more investors looking at this space, because I think people are starting to realize that there are lots of opportunities here. So while I think in the past it was difficult to get investment in this space, only a few companies have been able to do that, I think you're starting to see more investment in this space. And in fact, I've seen some data recently that suggests that if you look at the rate of growth of investments in in construction technology, it's outpacing on average the rate of growth of venture capital investments in other sectors. So I think you're starting to see that. I personally would like to believe that Katera helped to open the eyes of everybody for both the need and the opportunities involved here. Let me go back a little bit and I'll come and I'll try to answer all of your points you made. But while we were taking on a lot, I think it's important also to highlight that the things we were trying to do in Katera, while they may have been new to the construction industry, they were not new in general. They were not new things. Everything that we were trying to do, we had already done in the high-tech industry. The idea of linking design to supply chain and manufacturing is something that the high-tech industry was able to do. In fact, I myself have several patents in that space. And the idea of optimizing manufacturing and then optimizing your processes, not just simply taking a construction process that's done in the field and bring it into a factory, but rethinking the process so you could optimize it for the factory environment. Those are things that have already been done in the high-tech industry. So many of the things that we were trying to do, while they might have been new to construction, they were not new, and we had done these types of things before at Flextronics and other places. So it was not, while it was a big, audacious goal, no doubt about that, it wasn't as I would say, as frightening for those of us who had done this before. So I think it's important to understand that in terms of the reaction of people, I would say we had both positive and negative reactions. And the supply chain side, many of the manufacturers of materials and other things were happy to support us and stood behind us, because for many of them, they have been working on innovation or innovative solutions, but they haven't been able to get a channel to implement those because of the same types of resistance. The architects and engineers and builders and wouldn't be interested in anything that was different. And so many of them were happy to see a company like Katera come and be willing to try new innovative solutions. And so many of them were very, very supportive and had direct relationships with us. Some of them actually disrupted their own supply chain strategy, and instead of having us go through distributors, had us work directly with them where they sold directly with us, and they had us work directly with the technology folks to specify new materials or new methods, and work with them to develop new products for the kind of things we were trying to do. On the technology side, the software and other areas, we met with a mixture of responses. In some cases, we had some people that were excited. I can tell you, people like Dassault, and the CATIA product, they were very excited about it because they saw this as us trying to do things in construction that they had already been doing in the high tech and in the aerospace industry. And for them, this was fantastic, having the opportunity to do that. We met others who were not, because they were concerned they had more point solutions, and they were concerned that we might eliminate their solutions and some of the things we were doing. And so you got some resistance. But in my opinion, that's not, from my perspective, and if you talk to multiple people, you'll probably get different answers. But from my perspective, that is not where the biggest resistance came from. The biggest resistance came from the general contractors and the subs, more than the technology folks, quite frankly.
Yeah. Interesting, because you've seen this kind of disruption in the automotive industry. They went from near no technology a couple of decades back, and today is one of the most automated industries on the planet. But as a CTO and a person who's a fairly experienced technologist, for such a large industry and for the magnitude of the task that you were trying to do, where did you begin? This is a question many startups come to us and say, this industry is so huge, has so little digitization. Where do we begin? What's your advice to people like them based on your experience?
Well, whether it's the construction industry or any other industry, I think any startup should begin where they can add the greatest value, and that's a function of the domain expertise that is being brought to the startup. So I would say if your domain expertise is in a particular area, even if it's a small area, you start in that area, and as you build a company, you can look to expand as you get a foothold in the area where you have the greatest domain expertise. It is very difficult to build a business and to manage any business for that matter if you don't understand the business or you don't understand the technology or things like that. And so, any founder should be looking to start where they have the greatest domain knowledge and where they can have the biggest impact in the near term. And then you can look to expand beyond that.
In fact, Nick, again, another question. Most of the startups that we've met, and we've met a few hundred in the past 5 years, while they come with a lot of domain expertise in the technology space, they come with very, very little business knowledge and on-ground reality. And in fact, many of them start building a product without actually talking to customers. Did you do a lot of that before you actually not put pen to paper, but before you put finger to keyboard and start working on the architecture?
Well, for sure. And anything, I've been involved in the development of quite a few successful products. And I have always believed that it takes any successful product, there are generally two major components that you need. One is a market pull, and the other one is a technology push. The market pull is what defines what the market wants, and that is what understanding that is what's going to give you the highest chances of market adoption. The technology push is where you create differentiation, because if you don't have the technology push, you end up with a commodity, and it's very difficult for new companies to win in a commoditized business. And so you have to have both the market pull and the technology push. And many of the successful businesses that I have seen where you invest in them, you have to have those two things. And that is why oftentimes it takes more than one founder to create a very successful business. Because one person might have the technology expertise, but you still need to have the market expertise as well. You also need to have an understanding of the competitive landscape. There is a lot that you need in order to build a successful business. And the entrepreneurs that are most successful are the ones that understand that they might have some of the knowledge, and then they go find the other people that can complement the knowledge that they have with additional knowledge and create the type of capabilities that you need. Many entrepreneurs sometimes talk about the lack of money and the challenges raising money. And I hasten to advise them that money is not the most important ingredient for the success of a startup. Intellectual capital is actually more important than financial capital. Financial capital is very important, don't get me wrong. But financial capital is a tool that's used by the people with the intellectual capital to create the businesses that they're trying to create. If you don't have the intellectual capital, I don't think any amount of money is going to help you to be successful.
Interesting. I just want to now pick your brains and your insights in the real estate industry per se. You would have traveled the world at Katera, met with several real estate companies, contractors, architects. Why do you think, according to you, is there some insight you can share as to why this industry has not adopted digitization technology the way other industries have? Why is it a laggard?
Well, you're right. I've talked to a lot of people, and I've spent a lot of time reading stuff. I've read several McKinsey reports and other reports on this. And I would be honest and say, I don't know that I know the actual answer, because I think there are many reasons. I think, first of all, you have an industry that is risk averse. And as part of that risk aversion, they're against anything that is different. And that is true for the entire industry. But I also want to hasten to add that this is an industry in general that have also accomplished some amazing things. The construction industry, you look at some of the buildings that we've seen going all the way back to hundreds of years ago. Many of us travel all over the world just to go look at buildings that people built hundreds of years ago. So there's no doubt that the construction industry has accomplished some amazing things. The problem is, for most of what the industry does, there's this huge risk aversion that limits the desire to adopt, to do anything different. And I think that's one. I think the other one is, in the construction industry today, many of the people who are in decision-making positions are more looking for ways to leverage technology to only improve their margins, but not necessarily to pass on any benefit to the customer. And so if mostly what you're looking to do is to improve your margins, but you're not interested in passing on benefits to your customer, then that limits you as well. And in an industry like this, where it's a cost plus industry, there's not a high amount of desire to reduce costs. When the amount you make is a percentage of the cost. So there are many reasons for this. I also believe that, and I hope that people wouldn't take this the wrong way, but having managed a lot of the engineering organization in Qatar, one of the things you found is that you have a lot of very good engineers and people who are willing to do real engineering, but you also have a high percentage of engineers who are not really interested in doing real engineering, and what they do is they just copy what's been done before and apply it to new designs. So if something looks different, which requires them to actually go in and do real engineering, they tend to resist that. But there are a lot of reasons. I don't think you can just pick one thing and say this is the reason. I think there are reasons starting all the way from design, architecture, and engineering, and going all the way down to the end. I think another reason is, when you look at some of the kinds of buildings that we were trying to do, which were low-cost multifamily buildings, apartment buildings, you ask yourself, who is the most important person or the most important group in the entire list of stakeholders here? And you can ask yourself, is it the developer? Is it the architect? Is it the engineer? Is it the general contractor, or is it the subcontractors? And unlike the big fancy buildings, where the architect gets to have their name associated with it and the engineers get to have their names associated with it, when you're building apartment buildings, nobody knows or cares who the architect was or who the engineer was or anything like this. So they don't have as much, I would say, authority as they may think or they may like. And even the general contractor for many of these buildings don't have as much. You look here in the US, for example, in a lot of these cases, the subcontractors probably have more power than almost anybody. And the subcontractors are not the ones who are likely to make innovative decisions.
Interesting.
I think this is in the areas we're in. This is not true for the entire industry. It's not true for every building. I want to make it very clear. But in the areas where Qatar was initially focused, I think this is generally true.
Okay, shifting gears to India. In 2018, the leadership team at Katera visited India and decided to actually invest in India and acquire a company. Why so early on in Katera's life cycle did you decide to expand out of your home turf, which was the US, and come into India?
So there are a couple of reasons. So first of all, we were already operating in India. We weren't doing business inside of India yet, but we already were building, teams in India because, coming from the background we came from, we recognized the availability of talent in India for engineers, civil engineering and MEP type engineering. India produces, I think, the most engineers on the planet, and so if you're building an organization where you want to have a high number of engineers, it makes sense. Also, India, and especially in this space, India is much lower cost than anywhere else. In fact, the cost of the equivalent engineers and architects that we were looking for were, 1/5 or 1/6 of the cost in the US. And so we had already made a decision to start building teams in India, engineering, some architecture, and other support activities in India. So we were already in India. When we were at Flextronics, we did a lot of acquisitions. So we are very used to doing acquisitions. I think at Flextronics we did close to 100 acquisitions. I personally was involved in probably over 80 of those acquisitions. And so acquisitions, and certainly acquisitions in India, was not a surprise to us. When we were at Flextronics, I think we did 4 or 5 acquisitions in India. And so we were comfortable doing business in India. We like doing business in India. We like the talent pool that is available in India, and this opportunity came up. And so we looked at what KEF was doing, and they were doing a lot of the things that we were planning to do, except that they were doing it in concrete, and they were doing it in India and the Middle East. And we thought this was an opportunity to start expanding into India and the Middle East without distracting the rest of the business, because it was different materials, different technologies. In many cases, we already had people in India, and we had an executive who is from India, a very senior executive, who was willing to move to the Middle East and manage the Indian and Middle Eastern operation. And so we thought it was a good idea, and I still believe it was a good idea. I don't think the acquisition of KEF hurt Katera. I actually think it helped Katera.
But in 2020, Nick, Katera started hitting roadblocks. In hindsight, and everything is hindsight, according to you, what were some of the challenges and steps that may or may not have misfired?
Well, a couple of things. First of all, remember we had COVID, and in the start of 2020, Katera was on track to do, I think, about $3 billion in revenue and break even by the end of the year. So Katera, things were looking pretty good for Katera, and then COVID hit, and as a result of COVID, there was a lot of restructuring and rethinking that had to happen. And looking back now, one can say, if I had to do it over again, what would some things that I would do differently? And I could tell you from my perspective, what I would have done differently, having been responsible for the product side, is I would have reduced the number of product categories we were trying to do and focus on fewer. We were trying to do multifamily homes, and we were trying to do garden-style apartments as well as corridor, and then we were trying to do CLT commercial buildings, and then we were starting to think about our single family and other things. And so I would say, from my perspective, what I would have done differently is I would have not tried to do as many different platforms at the same time as we were trying to develop, and probably focus on, instead of trying to have 4 platforms done during the year of 2020, maybe we should have done 1 or 2 and get those fully optimized before we try to do others. That's one of the things that I personally would have done different.
Great. In the interest of time, 2 more questions. There are some startups from India building from India for the world. What are some of the minefields they should be aware of, and what are some of your advice to such startups? You've seen a lot of startups in India.
Well, first of all, as WRVI, we've been investing in India. We've made several investments in India, some of which either directly or indirectly could be tied to this. Well, in India, not any tied directly to this industry. Some of them could be indirectly, but we have other investments we've made elsewhere that, one could argue are part of the construction technology industry. However, I believe that India, with its talent, with the size of its market, and the makeup of its market, is a fantastic place for new, what I would call non-software type companies. And the reason I'm saying non-software is I'm not suggesting that there's not a great place to start software business, but everybody already knows that you've started many of those types of businesses and they could be successful. But that hasn't really proved itself yet in the non-software space, in the what you might call hardware type of businesses. But I believe that India has the potential and the talent to be able to develop large, world-class, multinational businesses in that space based on the talent pool that's available and based on the proven expertise that have been developed in the high-tech industry. If you remember the semiconductor industry, semiconductor companies started coming into India very, very early.
Very on.
And I've built some very successful semiconductor businesses there. When I was the CEO of Aptina, I started a design group in India that became one of the top design teams in Aptina after we sold it to On Semiconductor. And so the talent is there. I believe the Indian market is not only large, but it is a diverse market. So within India, you can find parts of the market that look like every other place in the world. So you can find parts of the Indian market, the higher end of the Indian market, that look a lot like the US or Europe. And then you can find the very low end that look like the low end elsewhere, maybe in Africa and other places. And then you have the middle part of the Indian market that looks a lot like the rest of the world. And so if a business is started in India, there is no reason to believe that even if they start by initially focusing on the Indian market, there is no reason to believe that that business can't serve markets beyond India. And I think that's important. I think it's important if you're starting a business in India, even if you're starting off looking at the Indian market as your first, foothold or your first beachhead, I think it's important to start a business thinking of it as a global business. Even if you never become a global business, the reason it's important to think of it as a global business is because in this globally connected world that we live in today, your competition may not be local. Your competition could be from outside. And so I think it's important if you're a young entrepreneur thinking of starting a business, to not just start a business thinking, I'm just going to build this business in India and I'm going to get preferential and treatment from the government to get started and all of this stuff, because I'm not saying you can't build a successful business that way. You can, but I think there are going to be limited opportunities to build successful businesses only looking at it from that perspective. So I would say, think about it. Think about, especially if it's a technology-related business. I think you have to have a global perspective, even if your market is local. The other thing I would say is related to the point I made earlier. As you look to bring investors on, as you look to figure out who your right investors should be, don't focus too much on valuation. One of the things that you will find is, in general, you will get the highest valuation from the people who know least the amount of work that's necessary to be able to do what you're trying to do.
Yeah, true.
So if you focus on valuation, you probably wouldn't attract the investors who could truly help you. And just as I mentioned intellectual capital when it came to requirements for the funders, I think smart entrepreneurs should also look to make sure that their investment partners that they're selecting also bring intellectual capital on top of the financial capital that they bring. Because if they do that, they will help you avoid many of the pitfalls that cause businesses to fail. Businesses don't fail because they run out of money. Businesses fail because of the reason why they ran out of money. And so you want investors who can help you avoid some of these pitfalls, or as I put it, you want investors who can help reduce the amount of harmonics associated with growth, because building a company is not a smooth line. It is made up of a bunch of harmonics, it's ups and downs. And if you could reduce a lot of those harmonics, you will get to success faster, and there's a good chance you'll also amplify the level of success. And so my advice to them would be those points.
Some thoughts on the next wave. Where do you see some big ideas in PropTech that startups should solve?
Are you talking specifically related to construction or?
Construction, yeah, prop tech. Construction tech, prop tech.
There are so many areas because there are so many things that need to be done. And this is such a large industry, by the way, that for us to satisfy the building needs of the next several years, we're going to need many successful startups in this space. So I think that's another thing to bear in mind. It's not one or two or even maybe just 10. I mean, this is a $12 trillion or so industry. Certainly somewhere between $8 and $12 trillion, depending on what you include, whether you include infrastructure and other things. And it's growing at a fairly rapid rate. So within the next 10, 15 years, this could be a $20+ trillion industry. And so you're going to need a lot of successful companies in this space. One of the ones that's close to my heart are some of the things that I've been talking about, which is the ability to integrate design. If you're gonna start doing more modular type buildings, which means you're gonna involve more manufacturing, you're gonna need to have companies that are looking to integrate design and the supply chain and manufacturing, as well as the construction. Not just providing point solutions, but integrating all of those things. And I think that's a place where people should focus. I know Qatar is still looking at those things, but purely from an internal perspective. But you're going to need companies that are able to provide that to others so that they wouldn't have to invest in it themselves. So that's an area that I think is important. I think technologies for optimizing manufacturing would be another area for people to be able to focus on. I think construction that helps the consumer understand what's available, and so this is post-construction. Now, I think there's some consumer-facing stuff that could also be an area for people to look at. So I think there are a number of areas. I think automating design by itself, more automation, because if you look at many of the tools that exist out there today, even you look at Autodesk has a lot of very good tools. A lot of them they acquired as part of acquisitions, and I don't think they've done as good a job yet in integrating them so that you get the maximum benefit out of them. So those are areas. Simplifying things. I like that company in India that you mentioned that you could draw something on a sketch and have it converted into a 3D drawing and stuff. I think all of those things, anything that makes it easier to either design or to visualize designs, I think would be good areas to focus on also. And I think there are some other areas in terms of materials as well that people should be looking at. I think the whole idea of the intelligent home. The intelligent home has not become a reality. In fact, the whole term has been bastardized because what people call intelligent home or a smart home is not smart at all. They're talking about devices that you can control through an app on your phone. If you have a device that you can control through an app on your phone, it's because you have a smartphone. It doesn't mean the home is smart. So I think the whole idea of smart homes, which means a home that can sense what's happening and provide feedback to the user, is an area that I think people should be looking at. And then anything to reduce the cost of construction. I think the big thing that we need in the industry today is reducing the cost of construction. Adding manufacturing, that helps because it improves productivity. But I think you also need to change the processes so that the production becomes more efficient and even manufacturing becomes more efficient. And I think you need to make sure that your processes are such that it doesn't require a lot of brute strength to do certain parts of the process. So now we can involve more women in the process. One of the challenges we have is the availability of labor. And we always have problems with availability of labor if only 50% of the population is able to participate. So I think we have to simplify. That's one of the benefits, by the way, that manufacturing also brings. It now allows you to employ more people than you could have employed if you were doing it in the field. When you have a robot carrying the stuff and a person is just standing there and and operating the robot or doing something else, and they don't need to lift and carry. Now you don't have to have only strong people being able to do the work.
It's smart. Yeah. Nick, I can go on for hours talking to you, but before I leave you on a lighter note, your father was the Prime Minister of Grenada. You had a choice of careers: politics, corporate world, entrepreneurship. If you had to start all over again, which would you choose?
I wouldn't change anything. In fact, when I first went to university, I got to give you the story. When I first went to university, I thought I wanted to be a medical doctor. So I started off in pre-med, actually. And after my first year at university, I realized that I didn't like biology.
Oh.
And so I talked to some of my professors, and they all encouraged me that engineering, I was a natural at the sciences. I like physics, chemistry, mathematics. Those are the things I like. And that's why I ended up there. And when I came to Silicon Valley and I started working with Intel, my first startup, I was not naturally attracted to the startup world. I was a reluctant entrepreneur, to be quite honest. But I loved it, and so when I became the CTO, Michael offered me the job as CTO of Flextronics. Initially, I turned it down. And I told him I would only take that job if it allowed me to start businesses within the company. If we could define the job not as a typical CTO at the time, because back then, this was the mid-90s, a typical CTO was usually someone who was developing widgets or processes, but somebody else was responsible for commercializing it. And what I wanted to do was actually develop businesses using technology as the differentiation. So for me, at Flextronics, my role was really about building new businesses or helping to expand existing businesses by leveraging technology. And so I was involved in starting some of the fastest growing businesses inside of Flextronics when I was a CTO.
Great. Nick, thank you so much. It was really a pleasure interacting with you. Look forward to hosting you when you're in India next, and stay safe. And really a pleasure talking to you.
Well, thank you very much. I thank you for the opportunity to be able to participate in this, and I hope that you find this. I hope that your viewers and attendees to your seminar will find this valuable and informative.
Nick, thank you for taking time off to share your thoughts on how you embarked on an exciting journey to completely disrupt and reinvent the real estate industry end to end.
Thank you, Mr. Kuruvilla. It was very fascinating to know about what it takes for a company to build a disruptive product for an industry. When it comes to VC investments, we've heard about e-commerce, fintech, health tech, edtech, etc. But PropTech has been a recent phenomenon. Let's hear it from the investors in PropTech across the globe about their views on this sector. I would request Mr. Apul Nahata, mentor at Brigade Reap, to moderate a very interesting panel on PropTech, a high growth and investable sector. Mr. Nahata, please take this forward.
Thank you, Manjusha. Welcome everyone. I'm Apul Nahata, mentor at Brigade Reap, Asia's first PropTech accelerator, and I've had the privilege of working closely with over 50 startups catalyzing nearly the PropTech ecosystem. Over the last day or so, we've seen some very interesting speakers and sessions at the One World, One Realty Summit. From sustainability to ESG and green bonds, something new that I learned from how technology can be a catalyst for urban planning and development, and the emphasis on the emergence of PropTech, an area that is very dear to me, and I'm sure the panelists we have today, panelists who are investors who've been instrumental in driving PropTech investments globally. They're here to share with us as to why they believe PropTech is a high growth and investable sector. So without further ado, let me introduce our panelists now. Vipul Rungta is the Managing Director and CEO of HDFC Capital Advisors, the real estate private equity arm of HDFC Group. Vipul has a cumulative experience of more than 24 years in the real estate sector across mortgages, real estate investments, equity, credit and asset management, and has been with HDFC Group for more than 16 years.
Vipul currently manages one of the largest residential financial platforms in India, focused on funding, development, and technology businesses across the affordable and mid-income housing ecosystem. He has cumulatively managed and has been part of USD 3 billion of real estate investments across his various roles in HDFC. Glad to have you, Vipul, with us. Next, we have Jonathan Hanna. He's the co-founder and managing director of Taranga Group of Companies and managing partner of Taranga Ventures and the Realty Ventures Fund. Based in Australia, Jonathan has more than 25 years experience in the real estate sector, having held senior positions with listed entities, sovereign wealth funds, and insurance groups in major global markets including Australia, Sweden, Abu Dhabi, Singapore, and China. Glad to have you with us, Jonathan. Next, we have Faisal Butt. Faisal is the CEO, founder, and chairman of Pi Labs Limited. Faisal founded Pi Labs in 2015 after leading the first round of investments in PropTech startups Hubble and Trussell as individual investor. Faisal and his team have built a portfolio of 50 PropTech companies across UK and Europe, making Pi Labs one of the most active investors in the PropTech startups globally. We're very glad to have you as well, Faisal, with us. Last but not the least, we have Vas Bhaskar. Vas is the Vice President at Elevation Capital. He primarily focuses on PropTech and FinTech investments. He's on board of a few PropTech startups invested by Elevation Capital and leads the PropTech and FinTech investment at Elevation Capital. Glad to have you as well, Bhaskar.
So, gentlemen, thanks again for joining, and let's get going. I, for one, am very keen to understand from our panelists as to why they believe PropTech is a high-growth investable sector in the years to come. So, very quickly, from the data that we have, PropTech globally saw a surge in investment from almost no investments about 2008 to about $1 billion in 2013. And from there on to almost about 18 billion, about an 18x jump in 2018. Faisal, let me start with you. What do you think were the triggers for these exponential investments in PropTech in those 5 years or so?
So I think there's multi-dimensional triggers here, and I'll talk you through some of them. So one of them was that you started to see in multiple developed markets big success stories emerging. So Airbnb in the years after the financial crisis emerged as a global multi-billion-pound space as a service business. You know, at that time it wasn't classified as PropTech, but many of us would put them into the PropTech category. Mm-hmm. In the UK, you saw groups such as Zoopla as an online property listing platform emerge. And list on the London Stock Exchange and achieve a multi-billion-pound valuation. In the US, you saw the likes of Zillow, et cetera, emerge. So I think it was the success stories in the early, and late noughties that were after the financial crisis. You also saw real estate groups that were starting to really pay attention and look to adopt PropTech technologies, and that has certainly accelerated in the last 2 to 3 years, where you have large real estate groups that have hired heads of innovation or heads of digital, and that has therefore triggered the adoption curve. And then with with more and more customers ready to adopt, you have more and more founders that are entering the space, and very the traditional bricks and mortar sector. As real estate returns are being compressed, you have more and more parties, founders coming to the table as well.
Interesting thought. Jonathan, what do you think? You've seen this as well happening. What are your thoughts?
Yes, I think we would build on to Faisal's comments as well. So there's now market evidence to demonstrate that clean, green and connected buildings actually have a premium capital value, and they can deliver a premium market rent. And so we're coming to this very much from the point of view of a real estate owner or a real estate developer. And the developers have worked out that if they can actually have greater returns through these clean and green connected buildings, then they're actually going to invest into that space. So, my background's all real estate. So when I was at ADIA, Abu Dhabi, we were actually one of the world's leading investors in sustainable buildings.
Right.
Even when we didn't have the market evidence to support it, we felt that those would deliver a premium from a sort of capital value point of view. And it wasn't actually, there's a building just behind me in Sydney here, Darling Quarter, where we did a development with Lendlease. And that was the first building where we could actually show that tenants would pay a premium for an actually a sustainable building. And it was about a 20% premium, which more than covered the costs. So I think developers now have worked it out. And that's why there's this surge of activity. And, your numbers, 2018, it was 18 billion. It's actually quite big. It's actually much larger than that. In the last 2 years, we've seen special purpose acquisition companies coming out in the US. There's about 22 that are currently targeting the real estate and technology sectors. So the amount of capital that's in this space is well in excess of $20 billion already.
Yeah, I think good point about the SPAC. I think I remember there's one that just went from India. I think Renew Power very recently that went in. So I think you're right. SPAC is another way. I think the market's looking at valuing these companies much faster than the IPOs. Great point. Let me now turn tables towards India. Right? India saw massive growth in this sector as well in the same years, right? Going from almost nothing in about 2009 to about $200 million in 2014, and then scaling to over 550, close to 600 million in about 2019 and 2020. Vipul, what do you believe are the reasons that caused exponential interest in this space in India, given the hats you wear?
Apart from what Faisal mentioned and John Singh, I think in India we are still maybe some time away in terms of saying that, okay, fine, just because a building is sustainable, we can actually give a super premium to it. However, I think adoption on technology is it's basically being driven by rather optimization of cost as of now. Because say, for example, the residential market, it's pretty much saturated at the top end. And the whole focus was that if I optimize my cost, that enhances my margin. So something very similar to what Faisal was alluding to. A second factor is that it also creates everybody's understood that it makes no sense just to keep looking at one of the many solutions. You need to have a common interface where I can get different stakeholders in the project on a same platform and drive efficiencies around it. And now efficiency may be in cost, it may be in time, it may simply be a better product at the same cost. And that is, we are seeing an unprecedented amount of adoption that is happening in technology, maybe because we're starting with a very low base.
Yeah, but I think there's a lot of room to grow if I was to summarize that, right? I think in terms of tech, and I think that leads me to Vas. Vas, you guys have been early investors in PropTech, if I can sort of say that in India. You came in to know, I mean, of course, Elevation Capital and its precursor, SEF Partners, right? So whether it was No Broker, whether it's PropTiger, or very recently Strata, could you share your thoughts on how you see this? What has been the reason why the growth happened?
No, sure. So if you see that first generation, right, a lot of that, what we've seen in India have been more consumer focused companies, right? And the reason for that is very apparent. You look at real estate experience in India, you look buying, selling, brokerage, shared living. It's like one of the least NPS sectors. There's barely anybody in the country who's going to come to you and say, I was delighted at this experience. So I think there was a lot of space for tech to come in and really create a delta in that experience. And I think there is still a lot of headroom there in pure play consumer plays, right? And these are very, very large markets. Like you're looking at brokerage pools in excess of 15 billion. You're looking at large parts of the GDP in construction. So it's large markets, just terrible experiences. And so the possibility in just in the consumer space is fairly large.
Okay,
right?
so you're
now,
saying
that
go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead, Apul.
No, please go ahead. Please.
So I was
please
saying,
finish.
see the consumer trends going on. In addition, what Vipul started talking about is we're starting to see a little bit of those B2B solutions starting to come out. We are seeing early adoption on the top enterprises. People are making efforts at the SMB level to adopt some software there. So I think a lot of that will start to happen now. The other interesting thing is, as Jonathan and Faisal said, globally, there is this adoption happening. And I think as a country in India, we have very clearly established us as a place to make products for the world. I mean, you're seeing that with the more global companies that's being born out of India. So I see that also as a big opportunity set where there'll be a lot of SaaS companies building software from India for the world, building on the themes we just spoke about.
Good point. So that leads me to, let me now try and see if we can get a little more details on the startups, because I think we're talking about how startups are coming out of this. So Faisal, you've raised close to about 100 million pounds. I've invested in about 53 companies. They're valued over 400 million. You've seen 3 exits. So you sort of have seen this cycle, if I may use that word, right? So how many startups, have you seen for you to make these 50 plus investments? What are some of the common points you have seen amongst these startups?
Sure. We've now made around 60 investments, and we've now delivered 5 exits. So
Wow.
We obviously having started off earlier than most VC investors in PropTech, we have earlier vintages where we've got the benefit of the hindsight and the history to have learned from our mistakes and have built the platform from the various insights we've picked up along the way. So, we see around 1,000 startups a year globally, and then out of which we invest in about 10 startups per year, right? And we've been pretty consistent on that cadence since 2015. So, 10 startups a year over 5-6 years has gotten us to the 60 startups. But you have to, just like in any venture asset class, you have to sift through a lot. That not everything is quality, etc. But a point Vas made, which I think is really interesting, is that more and more so you're finding B2B SaaS startups. They could be based anywhere in the world and build a global product. And that we think India is a particularly interesting market. We're very interested in seeing global startups emerge out of India, that through our investment, we can help them internationalize and globalize. To give you an example, in our portfolio, we have a startup out of Sofia, Bulgaria. They're called Office R&D. They've built the operational software for co-working spaces globally. So there's about 100 people working out of Bulgaria, but actually their clients are split about a third in North America, a third in Europe, a third in Asia, including customers in India as well. And if a startup in Bulgaria can do that, I don't see why a startup in Bangalore or Chennai wouldn't be able to do that as well. So I think that increasingly, PropTech, like other B2B SaaS categories, is global. And that's why, based out of London, we think quite globally about where the best ideas and the best teams might emerge.
I think very valid point. I mean, for the interest of the viewers would be on this, would be watching this. I have McKinsey data, right, that shows investment in PropTech far outshone other investments. I mean, it said something like, VC investment in construction tech outpaced the overall VC industry almost 15-fold through 2019. I'll share the link in the chat shortly. But I think to the point that I think you gentlemen are making, that I think it's a PropTech is a potent market, a lot of B2B play happening. Startups could be anywhere and looking at targeting the greater global world and not just the geographies that they are probably just coming out of from. Jonathan, your fund is targeting to raise about $100 million. And I understand you invest in about 15 companies, from what I understand. Anything else to add in terms of what Faisal said? Any other thoughts there?
Yeah, I guess part of your question was also about how many we look at, and Like
Yeah.
Faisal, there's a lot of opportunities that we do get presented. In our model, we invest into slightly later stage investment. So we're looking for businesses that already have some level of traction. We have a small allocation to startups, but the majority of our capital is going to what we call scale-ups. So these are businesses that are potentially looking to go into a new market or looking to expand into a certain jurisdiction. So they might be coming out of the US into Asia, for example. We're seeing a lot of deals that way. And so the funnel is actually, it's pretty big. It means that you do a lot of work, a lot of due diligence. We recently had a growth program in Australia where we had more than 300 companies apply and only 10 get through. And so it's, it is that sort of, you do need to see a lot of investments to eventually then lead to an investment. And that's something that is pretty common across all VCs. I think the other part of, this is also about the capital that's now coming into this space. This week, we actually saw RMZ announce that the Canadian Pension Plan had made a big investment with them to develop new offices in Hyderabad and Chennai. You're getting these big sovereign wealth funds. And if you look closely at their press release, they're both talking about sustainable, and RMZ is already quite a technology advanced business in their own right. And I think for the developers have actually worked out that this is actually a part of their defense. They need to be able to demonstrate to global capital that they are interesting because they are at the forefront of this space. And so we've seen that with many of our investors. For Faisal and I, we both share some investors. So we both have Patrizia, a major German European investment manager. There's global capital that is now making big decisions in this space, and they're backing multiple partners. So it is a fascinating time.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing. Vipul, HDFC Capital is the largest investor in real estate projects in India, right? I mean, to the point that Jonathan was making about the market that's evolving, which is India, right? So you've been the largest investor in real estate in India with deployments, I think, over $1 billion over the past 2 years, just in the real estate side. You've also been an active investor in PropTech. So, you sit at that, you've got that dual advantage, right? So why from real estate to PropTech? Could you share some light there?
So just a few things. So first, largest, I would like to correct, say one of the largest, largest is probably a misleading thing in the hyper capital market like now. But large, I don't think the issue. I think the key is whether you're making money for your investors. And our entire, I would not call it a pivot, but our entire focus on doing PropTech is that, it's pretty much about driving efficiencies. Ultimately, we cannot, as financiers, only be looking at providing capital. Capital is just one of the things that is required. It's a practical problem. I was talking to one of the top developers, Jonathan talked about RMZ and one of his peers in Bombay. And he said, listen, there are so many solutions that are being offered by a whole set of people. It is very difficult as a promoter of a real estate company to actually pick somebody to put into the ecosystem of development. And what if it does not do well? Because ultimately the liability is that of the developer. So there is a natural tendency, like in the banking system, there's a natural tendency to go for a safe, secure, big boy to take a particular service, which is an antithesis of the thing of, okay, fine, let's, if there's a new innovative solution, let's go and give them some business. And we felt that as HDFC, it is imperative that as one of the players in the market, apart from the fund, we obviously have the largest mortgage book as part of HDFC, our parent HDFC Limited. And we have relationships with almost 400 odd developers across the country. We said that if we cannot give credible solutions which are efficiency drivers for the ecosystem, then who else? And that with this process is what we started. The whole idea is not to do it like, say, a Faisal is doing, which is to do it like a PropTech fund or a Jonathan is looking, where you go and invest in the company and make money. The idea is first to maybe even mentor on a non-financial basis some companies and introduce them to our ecosystem, which is our main play. We have almost $2.5 billion of assets on the residential side only in the fund. And the idea is that can we just drive some efficiencies in that? So that was one of the drivers. Second is, as we went down that journey and a large part of it with Brigade Reap, we realized that actually there is merit in, as Vas was talking about, in actually creating B2B ecosystems, because there are just not enough right ecosystems, and there is a tremendous resistance, if I may say, from the industry to adopt anything which is disturbing the status quo. And that is what we are doing. So we are working on about 4 or 5 solutions where we are now not becoming a super minority, but almost majority stake owner, and then drive it down the ecosystem and the panel of developers. That's pretty much what we are trying to do, and we are seeing some tremendous results on in that.
Okay, I do have a question, but I'll come to that. But I think just the point that you made, Vipul, which was very relevant, I believe in it as well, right? See, compared to some of the other matured sectors that we've had, whether it's fintech, whether it's edtech, we've had those. Where do you think the PropTech startups, right, need to ramp up, or deliver better solutions or solutions which are accepted better by the industry? I mean, and this is a question to anybody who wants to go first in it. How do you look at it from an investor, from an ecosystem player? Thoughts on that? Maybe Vas, you want to go first? How do you see compared to the other mature sectors, and then maybe Faisal, if you could, if you've seen anything else similar in Europe, Jonathan in Asia. Yeah.
No, happy to talk about this. So I think first it's a little bit of disservice to compare spaces. And I think especially PropTech is a fairly nuanced space, right? So in fact, you were asking a little bit on how many startups we see. It's a fairly broad funnel, but what ends up happening is what we end up focusing a lot is, do these founders really have that depth of knowledge of the space? Because it's such a nuanced space, breaking into those first few customers requires those depth of knowledge that becomes extremely important. So that's one part of it. Now, when I think of it compared to other spaces, fintech, edtech, etc., that you spoke about, to me, I think 2 things feel very different. One is it's just such a low frequency use case, especially on the consumer side. And second, the cost of getting something wrong is extremely high, just given the ticket sizes, what can go wrong and things like that, right? Which is where I think the industry is very different, and hence you need founders who get it, who understand what works, what the nuances are, and figure out ways to really break in, understand the real pain point. Vipul was speaking about taking that integrated view across stakeholders. So actually doing a little bit of that, which is where I think you start to solve this problem of getting something wrong and say, I understand this, I'm building something for it to work, at least without failing in a big way the first time. And this frequency is something I think all of us will see a lot in PropTech, especially on the consumer side. And I think companies are taking interesting approaches and tools, content, different forms of way to build that frequency. But again, that's another nuance where I feel the industry is different and we need to think of it fairly differently.
I'm happy to add here.
Yeah, Faisal.
Yeah, so just to add to Vas's comments, I think amongst many, there are 2 roadblocks to scale that I can point out here. One of them is product market fit. Oftentimes what the founders have built is not exactly a fit for the problem in the industry. And it takes some time for them to iterate their product until there actually is a fit and you're ready for scale. So the way we try to address that is we assign relevant mentors from the industry to guide the founders, because the founders, of course, you vet the founders, you due diligence them, and ultimately they're going to be a smart team, but there are going to be gaps, and that's just the nature of startups. So recently we brought on board a former Lend-Lease managing director, specifically to pay attention to our startups that are in the development and construction tech space, because oftentimes the founders are really smart technically, but don't commercially understand the problems in the industry. So assigning mentors and helping the companies achieve product market fit quickly so they're ready for scale is a key way to address this bottleneck. The other bottleneck that I'm sure many of you face is that the startups can secure maybe 1 or 2 customers, but how do you really go to market at scale? And the sales cycle for real estate, particularly at the enterprise level, is quite long. The sales process is quite nuanced. Sometimes there are like 10 steps to the sales process, and founders haven't been in a professional enterprise sales type of environment before. So they end up stumbling and not closing accounts that they should have. So we've now introduced a enterprise sales mentor and coach for our startups so that we can help them up their game and help them secure the large clients that they should be securing once the product market fit is achieved. But I think these are 2 of the big stumbling blocks. If we, VCs like me and Jonathan can address these, we can help our startups scale a lot faster.
Jonathan, anything that you would like to add here?
A great comment. So I think, the challenge that we actually face is that implementation for the real estate sector, where we're dealing with, multiple, construction timetables, we're dealing with weather, we're dealing with, tenants that need the space at a certain date. And the innovation team comes along and says, I think you should try this this new venture that is, I think it's a really good one. It's going to, change the way the building air conditioning functions. Well, that development manager is just going to say no, because there's so many pressures on them to deliver the project on time. So we do spend a lot of time working with the emerging technology companies to get them to actually to under promise and over deliver what they can produce. So they've got to manage expectations. They're in this world where they like to build up the business that they're in, possibly beyond where their business can actually deliver. And yet the construction level that they're coming into doesn't have any time to deal with failure. So, and that's in part why we sort of went up the curve a little bit to do slightly later stage deals, because it meant that we were taking out those levels of risk of the technology failing. And it's, there is, so many opportunities within the sector, but we do need to change the language from, even it's not difficult for a real estate company to put on Salesforce or to bring in a Microsoft product, but for them to make a decision on a new startup or an emerging tech company, it actually requires them to think quite differently, and we need to help them bridge the gap.
I mean, if I wear my accelerator hat, I think every point that you guys make resonated very, very well. I think, product market fit, thinking about the solution, thinking about the problem, not the solution, having a predictable and repeatable business, and then the revenue model. I think very key decisions. And I think, it kind of makes sense. It's good to see that it's not just a problem that we are grappling with here, but that's something that's happening, I think, around the world, because this is such a nuanced market. I think one of you used that word, which I think I liked really well. I think it's a very nuanced market. Many of the investors we went to, right, to help our startups, raise funds, made it very clear, given that startups are serving the needs for the real estate industry, which in India has had several setbacks. Right? The customer segment didn't make it comforting for investors to invest in that startup, right? Vipul, I sort of wanted to hear your thoughts. I'm sure you'll have thoughts on this. We've had these conversations earlier, but love to hear your thoughts. And then Faisal, Jonathan, give us the view that you see in UK and Asia post Vipul's comments.
Sorry, in terms of investors not investing in the specific business.
Startups in the startup, right? Because they're saying, you're working with real estate developers, not quite, and you sit at that interesting junction. So thought I'd open with you on that.
I am no expert. Maybe Vas and Faisal can probably throw in a better view on that. But my understanding of this space, most of the startups are about the promoter and the ability of the promoter to adapt to whatever is the changing circumstance, either vis-a-vis their business or vis-a-vis whatever is coming their way from the market. And so it becomes less a call on the specific product and business plan and more a product on the team, and which kind of increases the human element while it also increases the entire it makes it pretty much interesting as far as I'm concerned. But that is one of the reasons why a lot of people shy away. But one thing which I think is given, especially in the Indian startup ecosystem, with some 75,000 startups in India. If you are a relatively smart person with a decent head on the shoulders and the ability to speak well, in my opinion, getting a angel funding in a hyper angel setup like India nowadays is not exactly the biggest of challenges. The challenge is, can I actually scale up my business? Can I get people to pay for whatever service and product that I'm making? And that, I think, is a significantly bigger challenge. That is why we see a lot of people doing what we call bullet gun or bullet machine kind of a spray investment at different levels, not only at angel level, even at pre-series A level, even at VC level, which kind of is an antithesis to the entire thing of mentoring and having a diligence attached to the things and taking them together up. So the time is there. There is enough that is being happening in the market, but we personally believe, I personally believe that it is imperative that you choose the segment, focus on the promoter, but the business plan and the scaling up, most importantly, is this something that can actually get you paying customers? That is the criteria as far as we are concerned.
I'm happy to jump in after Vipul, and then I have to drop off.
Sure.
So, we've seen the UK and European ecosystem evolve. So there was a stage 10 years ago in our ecosystem where there were late stage funders around, and some of the you could say less risky capital was there. You had Series A, Series B investors, but you didn't have pre-seed and seed. So it was very hard to build the supply of startups into the ecosystem for the Series A investors to invest into. So I think, part of Pi Labs' role in the European ecosystem and increasingly global ecosystem is to provide that earlier stage capital and be able to come in and vet and due diligence and invest in startups prior to them having the Series A metrics of 1 million annual ARR. Because there's lots of investors who can invest at that stage because you've kind of de-risked it. So there is an ecosystem question. India is probably not there in terms of the supply of the early stage capital, which is critical to build the ecosystem for other investors like Jonathan's fund to go ahead and invest into. And the other part is what Vipul is referring to, which is the capital raising capability of the actual founding team. Now, that's something that not all founders have. Founders might be great technically. They might be good at product, but they don't know how to communicate the equity story and the narrative and the vision around how big the opportunity is. And it's that ability to sell the vision that a lot of startups don't have and the founders don't have. And that once again comes back to a skill that can be built through training and mentoring, which is something that we try to address through that way. But it is something that takes time, it takes training, it takes a lot of mentoring. I do have to drop off, guys. I'd love to catch up with you guys separately, so look forward to touching base. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Faisal. So yeah, thanks, Faisal. So Vas, maybe I think, sorry, Jonathan, you want to give your thoughts on this? Because I think I like what Vipul said. I think I also want to So I'll get Vas to throw in his thoughts in terms of being in the Indian market and looking at PropTech startups coming in. So.
Yeah, I mean, our perspective on this is that we don't want any failures within our portfolio because we're dealing with a real estate sector that itself cannot deal with failure. So it means that we're a more patient investor. We're actually quite slow in our, we really like to get to know a company and to see that it's getting traction. We actually help them to get their traction. We can help with the introductions to new customers. We do the mentoring as Faisal does, but it's our investment might take a little bit of time. We might put a little bit of money in, but then we'll actually manage our investment in line with what they're promising us that they'll deliver. So we will actually put that in our terms, and it means that we're holding them to account. But if they do deliver, then they receive additional funding. So it's only what they've told us that they'll do. So we think that model is actually quite a good way to address the customer setbacks that you talked about. If investors are putting money into businesses and they fall over, that doesn't help anybody. What we need is to actually create an ecosystem that is supporting these emerging companies. And it is actually very stressful for many of these groups when they're raising capital, they're chasing new customers, they're going into new markets. It's incredibly stressful. As a gentle aside, so in our growth program, we actually put heart monitors on each of the founders, and we track their health and we track their sleep, because for us, the founders are actually very critical. And if they're not sleeping well, and if their stress levels are so high, there's no way that they can deliver the product that they're telling us that they can deliver. And it's a really interesting, it twists it around a bit, because we care about those founders. We want them to succeed, and we also want them to be healthy and to occasionally sleep. So that's what we need to make the ecosystem support. And then more investors will bring money into this space because they'll see those returns coming through.
But Vasan, I mean, let me just add, thanks, Jonathan. I think it's, from stress, inducing to monitoring stress, very interesting, right? A lot of places, stress is induced on founders. So it's a very interesting thing, something that I'd love to know more about, maybe at a later stage. So,
yeah, it's something we do with KPMG. It's a really great program, but it actually, the founder is so critical to the success of the business. And so they've got to be thinking about their health at the same time.
Definitely. I mean, I think interesting thought, and I think good way of bringing that in. But see, I think that's again de-risking at a later stage investment, right, Vas? And I think you guys have done that too. But any thoughts on? See, my biggest thing is, and having worked with now over 50 startups, one of the things I see early stage, right? See, if somebody is betting on you and you've demonstrated some traction and some scalable model, then the capital for you to raise at the next level is relatively easier, right? But there's this contradiction that a smart entrepreneur can raise that initial capital very quickly too, which we have seen. It's the in-between, which is getting from that, fools and families, what I call it, to a point where you can make a scalable model, the in-between. How are you guys seeing the space evolve? I mean, are investors opening up in that area for PropTech startups? Vas?
Right. So Apul, I think you rightly said, this is a space in India which is fairly legacy, very fragmented, very unorganized. So the challenges are a lot more, right, compared to, let's say, more completely green sectors. You go and build something from scratch. So it's very true, but the opportunity size is also so large. So, I mean, it would be foolish of almost any VC operating in India to say, this is a space I will not invest in, right? And which is why, as a fund also, we've been very active in this space and made a few investments, which you just spoke about. So that's one, just as an opportunity side. Having said that, I think Jonathan also alluded to it. It requires patience. It takes time to really build something out. iterations are slower because it's not one of those consumer products you put out and you get data the next day and you figure out what's working, what's not, right? So it requires patience and it requires you for the long haul.
Absolutely.
That's one. Second, I think when I think about early stage, one, there's enough capital now starting to come in India at a very early stage. When I think about seed stage investments, I see the Indian ecosystem being very strong. There are accelerators like yourselves who are helping people get off the ground and provide that deep mentorship. There is overseas capital also starting to very actively start participating in early stage investments. And the interesting thing that's happening is the size of these rounds are becoming decently substantial, right? So there is enough capital for you to make some mistakes, try out a few things, be a little bit bolder than you would be if the amount of capital you had was more limited. So I think that's becoming more apparent. Second, I'm seeing for the scale up journey, right? And the way I think about it is I feel startups sometimes falter on two fronts. I think one is, especially in India, right? I've seen there's a little bit of tendency to throw more bodies at the problem rather than take a more tech product driven approach sometimes, right? And that takes you so far, but then you hit a ceiling very soon. So that sort of help and hand holding along the way to see, are you really taking that tech product driven approach, which is scalable, is something I think we very strongly invest with our teams on and say, is this something that you're doing very actively from day zero? The other nuance I think about India is I feel sometimes you need to get a little bit more full stack. And it's a little bit of dichotomy to the first statement I made. You need to be tech driven, but you do need sometimes a deeper services layer. You need to get into things you don't want to get into, like maybe you have to do logistics, maybe you have to do financing, maybe you have to do other things. But that's when you get to the true heart of the problem and solve it for the stakeholder you're solving for. So I think those are two parts of that middle where you get stuck, and hopefully enough capital gets people through that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very hopeful of it. I think I've started seeing those trends of capital flowing in. And I think the part that you made about creating a solution and not just a product, because product is given and somebody else has to install or use it. But in India, we've seen that that if you have a solution which is a little more wider spread, which takes it from A to Z, then the propensity for the customer is more willing to sort of come in and pay you. That's right. Fair enough. I know we've got about a few more minutes. So we're launching our angel fund shortly. And we saw an interesting parallel between fintech and PropTech. Fintech, give or take where you are in the world, took about 10 to 15 years to mature. We are now seeing that the timeline for PropTech to get mature is sort of getting crunched, right? Jonathan, are you seeing similar trends in the broader Asia, Australia region? Is that something that you resonate with as well?
Yes, absolutely. I think the probably the COVID period has accelerated the digitalization of real estate. And so anything that is actually allowing for owners of real estate to have a greater understanding of what's happening in their buildings, that gives them greater control over their construction processes and can actually lead to additional sources of revenue, especially for the biggest challenges have been the hotel sector has been very much impacted. The retail sector has moved largely to online. And for the commercial office sector, we've seen a lot of people working from home. So the resi market's actually done pretty well in certain markets as well because of that. So, as we move out of COVID, many groups are realizing that the only way to win back additional revenue is through the use of technology. And that means that there's an acceleration of real estate tech. It's just happening. And we're seeing it in the amount of capital flows, but we're also seeing it in the emergence of really opportunities that are targeting this space.
You're seeing that. Vas, since you lead fintech and PropTech at Elevation, what are your thoughts? What do you think? Is that
no 100% aligned? I think COVID's definitely been a good shot in the arm, and I see this as not just a short-term thing, right? I see this as something which will play out for a few years to come, and once you get into that curve, it's very easy to drive adoption from there. Second, I think if you think about fintech in India, right? I mean, for whatever you say, I think there's been maybe 2, 3 big levers why it's all moved fast, right? One is there's been a policy push with the infra layer coming into place. There's been great teams getting into the space, and there's been capital going in. And today I think of PropTech, I see the exact same three things happening, right? I mean, there is the policy push that's happening very strongly from the government, and Vipul can speak a little bit more on that. I'm sure he's in the thick of things there. And there is capital coming into the space. You've spoken about it, and I'm seeing phenomenal teams go into the space. So no reason why they shouldn't be faster.
Yeah. No, I think RERA, demonetization, GST, I think were the three big tsunamis that hit, and I saw a lot of realignment happening. Vipul, I mean, your thoughts on that, along with, so there is, one is the market evolving. Are you seeing, because of, again, the dual advantage of having customers of the PropTech startups working with you, do you believe, are you seeing resistance for the customers to adopt startups? Are you seeing a change in mindset, a general shift, apart from the policy changes that Vas was talking about?
You know, I believe there is naturally a resistance to change. Anywhere when you want to change status quo, it probably applies to everybody on the panel also. There is generally always a resistance depending on your comfort zones. More so it applies to the real estate industry and real estate promoters. But one change that we are seeing now is that they all realize that it is required. Now the issue is, can I get a credible person to give me a solution where it does not come back onto me in case it fails? You know, you talked about the cost of going wrong. That cost of going wrong in the Indian real estate ecosystem is still very, very high, and it is not on the person who is going wrong. It is on the developer in the real estate case, irrespective of which service provider is not doing something right. So that is obviously a big constraint that everybody faces, but we are seeing some clear changes. A. B, I think it is being led with a change in thought process and behavior by the top developers. You know, like for example, billions of dollars have come in PropTech in India. Almost 72% of the money has come in sales technology. You know, Vas also talked about some $15 million revenue on the brokerage pool and so on and so forth. But so there is this massive market that everybody is looking at is, you know, can I somehow create a B2C for the sales part of a real estate play? Clearly, adoption of technology has happened at a rapid pace there in different segments of it, whether it's discovery, whether it's a transaction, whether it's a platform, and so on and so forth. And now more and more people are just not having an option but to just adopt it. So that kind of a thing will happen in construction tech. It will definitely happen in stuff related to sustainability. We are seeing this in water. We are seeing this in power. Not that much on the waste management side, but will happen. So it's only a function of you know, having 2 or 3 success stories that everybody will start following in those respective micro markets, and that we are seeing that in a big way coming.
Maybe I can add, Apul. I think it's so critical that market leaders like HDFC take that first move as well. You know, we've had a great experience. When I was at ADIA, we were investors with HDFC in your property funds. You need those market leaders to take that step, and we are seeing that across the globe. The businesses that are making those investments and the first mover, they're actually getting rewarded because they're getting a financial outcome, and they're also more attractive to global capital. And that's, you know, at the end of the day, that's what makes the boards and the CEOs of our businesses stand up. If global capital is demanding sustainability and technology leadership, then of course the developers will act.
One big thing, Apul, just as this thing, which is actually a driving principle for us, the inefficiencies in this entire ecosystem comes because everything, there are more than three people involved. There's a whole chain. Everything there is a chain, whether it's your purchase, whether it's your supply, whether it's your demand related stuff, construction. And what technology is doing in a very simple way, it is just eliminating the chain. And it is, you can call it B2B, you can call it B2C, B2B2C and B2B2C2C or something of that sort. But the bottom line is that lesser the number of people involved in the delivery from the production to the consumption, the more the efficiencies. And it is gonna happen in a very big way now on the fintech side. Vas touched upon it. Maybe Pras, I'll call you separately to get your understanding on this. But it is a serious issue, because you are lending to developers, but the flow of funds to the second rung, that is the vendors to the developers, is as abysmal as it can be.
True, very true. So, Jonathan, on the point of that you made about HDFC, so we've been fortunate to have Vipul as a part of a jury at Brigade Reap. So I'm privy to some of the discussions I've had with him, and HDFC Capital has been evangelizing usage of PropTech, has been massively helpful in identifying startups and that. So I think we've got a great one of the top market leaders working in the Indian ecosystem in terms of batting both for the startups, of course, for the PropTech ecosystem, and of course for the developers. So I just want to sort of make that point. I'm sure you had that experience earlier in terms of the investment that you've done, but that I believe is extremely important in any evolved market or ecosystem that I see. Unless you've got a couple of strong evangelists right at the top pushing that down, it's very difficult for the rest of them to sort of adopt. And I think we're starting to see some of that momentum happening. I see Vas, you're sort of nodding, hopefully in agreement to some of what I'm sharing there. One, I think we're almost towards the end. I'm getting notified by the team. I know Faisal. So Faisal, they started a fund and then they started an accelerator at Pi Labs. At REAP, we started an accelerator and now looking to set up fund, right? From the three of you, given the ecosystem that you come from, what role do you believe entities like maybe an accelerator or a fund can play in pushing PropTech adoption and the emergence of PropTech in general?
Maybe I can start with that one. So what we see very clearly is, so we bring in a number of corporates as corporate partners for our accelerator or our scale up program. And in many cases, we're starting them on the journey into real estate technology. And so the accelerator gives them a very safe way to meet a number of companies, to experience some of those businesses and actually have them coming into their portfolios. But what we've seen is that very quickly, those corporates realize that there's a financial gain, because when that emerging technology company comes into their business and starts to do very well, that value is actually being created by the corporate. So we're very fortunate. So some of our founding partners in our growth program then became investors in our fund. So I think that's a very good model for you to follow, because this is a journey for many corporates, and the journey takes time. And as that journey is underway, you need to celebrate the wins, because we don't talk enough, I think, about the successes in this space. But the accelerator program is a very nice way to bring the corporates on that journey.
And also, I think what you guys are doing at REAP, because it's more of a mutual admiration setup. So let me do my part. Brigade REAP, I think, is doing a very good job on a serious note. But the biggest role it is playing is that it is providing that credibility layer. I think that is the crux. If I, as a user, say that an accelerator or a fund is supporting a particular thing, it adds a layer of credibility which that individual promoter can probably never get. And that I think is a single biggest factor that comes into scheme of things. And you talked about HTSC, but let me tell you, we are guilty, as probably a lot of other people, that there is more talk that is happening in the space, and we are right at the forefront of that talk. And it's really the time that we need to walk that talk in terms of doing a lot of things that, as an institution, we need to, and that's what the focus is on.
Oh, and Paul, you spoke a little bit about fintech, a couple of other spaces. I think a lot of that got led by early stage accelerators, people like yourself, giving the time and sort of making those connections to make that happen. So I think if we have to see that happen in PropTech, I feel REAP will play a big role, and bunch of people coming together is what kind of really gets these things in motion. So
REAP is just one of the. There are quite a few people trying to play in this space now. So of course we'll continue to play our role, and I think each of us is important for the ecosystem to sort of evolve. I think I'm now getting hammered that I need to shut. So any final thoughts before we close the panel? 30 seconds.
I would encourage you to continue. I think you're doing, as Vipul has said, it's great to have accelerators, and I think the seed fund will be a really interesting addition for your offering. It will lead to credibility as well, because when you have financial funds at stake, you actually make better decisions.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the name of the game. As I said, key is getting that fund in place. Once you have the money, you'll realize it's a totally different ball game also, because and much more interesting, as Jonathan said.
Okay. All right.
No, I think it's a global game, and I think the more I think about it, India is just in a very special place where I think the ecosystem in India, whether it's accelerators, founders, capital, everything has evolved to really play this game and being at the forefront of it. So I think it's a wonderful place to be overall.
Right. So thank you to each of you, our panelists, for joining us today. I think the writing on the wall is very clear. Real estate globally will recover on the back of tech innovation. Prop tech companies would have to find the balance between long-term opportunity that the post-pandemic era opens up and the immediate revenue or monetization strategies that they need to build. Our panelists share that there is capital available for PropTech companies solving real problems for the real estate fraternity with immense scope to grow exponentially. PropTech indeed is a high growth sector with massive opportunities for startups, investors, and the overall ecosystem to benefit in the times to come. Thank you once again, gentlemen, for taking the time out and being here. Really appreciate your thoughts, and thanks for being candid in sharing them.
Thank you, Mr. Nahata. PropTech does sound like a very promising sector to invest in as per our panel. Traditionally, public-private partnerships have been a known model for various infrastructure projects in India. Can this model be implemented for sustainable urban development? Let's hear it from our panelists and Mr. Ashwin Mahesh. A change maker and an urbanist, Mr. Mahesh's journey spans across various sectors and roles, from a climate scientist to a journalist. His belief that we need more change makers at a local level and decentralized accountability is thought-provoking. In our panel today, we have Mr. Hari Marar, Managing Director and CEO of the Bangalore International Airport. Bangalore International Airport is a state-of-the-art building and a smart city in itself. Let's hear it from him about some of his best practices. Our second guest is Ms. Daisy Chitlapalli, Managing Director at Cisco India. Cisco is one of the renowned technology companies and have invented the word smart cities. Let's hear it from the private technology firm and the role they play in sustainable urban development. Our third guest, Mr. Manuel Ventura Sala, is the partner and chief commercial officer of Wellness Tech Group. Wellness Tech Group is spread over 500 cities across the globe with its smart city applications. Mr. Mahesh, please take the panel discussion forward.
Hey, good afternoon, and welcome to this discussion on the role of public-private partnerships in sustainable urban development. I first want to say thank you to all of the panelists for joining this discussion. It's an interesting conversation to be having for a reason, because it's at the intersection of three major things that are going on. I used to be a graduate student in climatology in the 1990s, when all this awareness about climate change and human-induced climate change was starting to surface in a big way. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change had just been formed. And over the last 25 years or so, I watched this discourse fairly closely as a climatologist myself, but also as sort of an interested party, being an inhabitant of the planet in some way. And what it seems to me is that we've lost the plot on that. We've watched and allowed the problem to become much bigger than it needed to have. And in some ways, we're still struggling with figuring out how we're going to put our arms around it, because of the scale of the problem, partly, but also because of its complexity, the different people and the institutions and countries and all sorts of things involved in one big chase for an answer. So that's one trend. What do we mean by sustainability? And I have some thoughts on that. We'll get to asking that. The second is that one part of the answer to that question that's being recognized around the world today is that cities have something to do with the answer, that national governments are always going to struggle with this, state governments are going to struggle with this, but cities could potentially begin to put their arms around some of this and begin to answer some parts of the larger question that they have to look at. So this whole process of what cities can do, city governments can do, and where urbanization intersects with sustainability is a second piece of this puzzle. And the third piece of the puzzle is this recognition that increasingly governments don't have all the capacity to address this. And therefore you need partnerships, not just in this area, but in many, many areas. There needs to be partnerships that governments need to get into with others. Sometimes these are partnerships with industry, sometimes these are partnerships with society, and maybe even industry and society need to be partners among themselves in other cases. So these three broad trends together are intersecting in a conversation like this. So what I want to put before each one of you from your vantage point is, how do you see either the state or the market or society being able to do something different from what they've always done? If you're going to construct the right partnership, in what sense is it going to be the right partnership? And why is it different from what has been tried before? In no particular order, we'll take Manuel first, since he's just recently joined us. And then I'll come to you, Daisy and Hari. I'll come to you last, partly because I want to ask you some questions on how these partnerships intersect with society as well. Okay, Manuel, whenever you're ready.
Perfect. Thank you, Ashwin. It's a very good question. Thank you, all participants, and for making this possible. That's a point. I think we didn't learn lessons. I fully agree with your approach, with the vision you made. I think we made the problem bigger. And I fully agree. We had several discussions from our perspective, that is mainly technology, with national and regional governments. And the point is, we need cities to be leading this change. Cities are the real actors who can be parts of the change because they are close to the people and close to the day-to-day problems. And at the same time, we need the PPP concept because without partnership, it will be impossible to make this happen. What we have learned is the sustainability could have a lot of meanings. In our opinion, sustainability, it's not only a concept of it has to be related with cost. It has to be economical, sustainable, everything we do, but it has to do as well with ecology and with being aware of the use of resources in the planet, and it has to do with education. If we don't make a change that make the people act in a different way with their resources and feel that they are owners of the city, owners of the streets, owners of the energy that they are consuming, we will not be doing anything. I mean, in our opinion, and this is the vision that we would like to share, it's important to put the people in the center of the change. And to make that possible, the problems should be approached from different perspectives. So there is no one single city or no one single company or industry who can bring real solutions to the table because it's a holistic problem. And when you have a holistic problem, a 360 view is needed, and then you need more than one actor. So we must be very humble, and we must understand in which way every single industry can contribute. I give you an example. We work for smart cities, technology for smart city solutions, and IoT, Internet of Things, which basically is something very, very interesting because that makes objects connect each other and provide information who can make a better use of resources, a more sustainable city, and can improve as well the management and the quality of life of the people. If you think in technologies, we're not talking about something futuristic. It's something normally that has been in use for many years. In our case, we have been in more than 500 cities in 60 countries, and we are just one actor. So we could really live much better than we do. The technology is there. The problem is not the technology. We don't have a limitation today because people are inventing new things, and this is not true. This is just not true.
Well,
It's not a, Ashwin,
I
please.
want to ask you a question. You mentioned that you've been in a lot of partnerships with state and national governments. And yet this is a problem that the cities have to implement and solve. Just from your experience, how much of your partnership is with the city and how much of your partnership is actually with the state or national government on behalf of the city?
Very good question. No, in general, we try to focus on cities. We try to make effort with cities. When we work and when we collaborate with national government, it's always thinking that the last step must be done with the city. So maybe we create a frame and we create, and as I was saying, it's important to make other people participants. We always try to have an ecosystem of local companies, of national companies. Why? Because when making, for example, a city more sustainable, you can create high educated people, you can create, because you are going to need local people to make the technology works fine, to make the city take advantage of the investment they made. Why not doing it with local people? So you have also a culture of small or large local companies who are aware of what they do have in their city. And I was, sorry, Ashwin, I was just mentioning before that to stress the importance of inviting more than one only industry. When we talk about technology, and many people ask about smart cities, and they say, what is the best technology of communication? We have to start, for example, with the design of the city. Architects should be the first people to be involved in the smart city concept, because depending on how you create green areas, how many places you have to bring your children to play near to your house without using a car, your city will be more or less sustainable. And then technology is just a bridge, and you need it. And it will make you understand where do you have a parking spot, or if your waste bin is full, or if the lights can react when something is happening. But we need more than only engineers, and I'm engineer, involved in this picture of a smart city concept and sustainability.
I'm going to come back to that after a few minutes, because there's something interesting that I wanted to pick up on. I'm going to go to Daisy next. Daisy, you are like Manuel in the technology space, and you work with lots of cities at Cisco to explore, implement different kinds of solutions. It seems like this phrase smart city originated somewhere in the inside of your company. So, I'm going to put the same question to you. What is your imagination of the partnerships that need to be put in place, and what is the kind of sustainability that that you think can be enabled differently from that? Daisy?
So Ashwin, we think the partnership, thank you for saying, it's a huge compliment to say that we sort of invented the word smart city, but we've certainly had a very close role to play in many smart cities around the world, and certainly here in India as well. I think from our vantage point, the conversation we are a technology company, but the conversation has not been about technology. There is certainly partnership possibilities in technology and the technology ecosystem, but there's equal, to the point that Manuel made, the three other important elements of getting to the livability index numbers that we all want to get to by city depends on us having skilling. We need to get people, both the end users as well as the people who build smart cities and the people who use smart cities, to be digitally literate, technically literate, technologically fluent. That's one element. We do need, at a city level, yes, it's easy to say the city is a single unit and everything's perfect, but our cities are still worldwide, not just in India, but worldwide, run in silos. So we really do need multiple different agencies to come together, collaborate in a fashion in which we have never seen these entities collaborating with each other before. And there have to be policies and regulations around data, custodianship, exchange, security, ownership, all of those elements, and the monetization business models around it that can be enabled. And then, of course, the ecosystem that has to be sometimes brought up from ground zero to make all of this a reality in execution. So multiple spaces of partnership and multiple vectors to think about this issue. Manuel is right. The technology is perhaps the most easiest one to figure out. Just back to you, Ashwin.
So I want to put a question to you. This technology has an advantage compared to a lot of other resources, especially information technology. You can give the same thing to many people. You can't give the same piece of money to many people. You can't give the same physical assets to many people, but you can give the same knowledge and the same information to lots of people. So it does have multiplier value of a kind that is unique. But at the same time, technology, from what I can see, certainly in India and even elsewhere in the world, different cities and different urban areas, smaller towns in particular, have very different capacities to absorb this technology. I suspect that if you went outside of Bangalore, you couldn't find even one other city in Karnataka that could readily absorb the technology that a company like you could bring to the table. And they may not have the budgets for it at the city level, certainly, because that's another piece as well. So, how do how do you factor in? At one level, we need a very large number of people in very, very different geographies to all be aligned to a large goal like sustainability. And yet we are now in situations where only a subset of them can reasonably be expected to engage with and adopt the technology. How is it going to go from where we are to where we really need to be?
So, the question that there was a point about who do you work with, right? Do you work with the national government or the state government or the city itself? And the answer is all three levels. And the reason we do that is because the city has its own priorities, but there has to be an 80-20 rule. Some things are common and important to all cities, and some things are priorities for that particular city. So we do that segregation of what is important to a city. So what is important to Bangalore is not what is necessarily important to Hubli or Belgaum. And by the way, we do have smart city projects running outside of Bangalore as well, 7 in fact, and many, many smaller, I would not even call them cities, they're more towns in makeup. So you're right. What is...
They're not paying for it, right? They're not paying for it. The state government is paying for it.
So I'm just going to come to that, right? So the second part of, you talked about the technology multiplier effect, and that is something that I wanted to touch on briefly, because more than technology multiplier, I think, if you talk to any construction company in the country, they'll tell you anywhere from 30 to 40% of their project today is technology. And that's not important, but what it does is the amount of data that's being generated, and therefore the amount of data in any city, in a smart city, that the city now starts to get ownership of. I think where we have to go with this is monetization of that data. And that is a point of partnership for more private companies and ecosystems to come in as well. The way we've always done infrastructure funding, because it is via taxation to the citizen, and perhaps through some business models like the ones we run on our roads, like tolling and so on. I don't think for the future they have the fluidity or the elasticity to keep infrastructure up to speed. We have created an infrastructure deficit all over the world. And the only way we can fix it is through funding models which allow, if we can make that asset more elastic. And the only way to make an infrastructure asset more elastic is to monetize the data that it's collecting and generating. And I think it's still early days. There are some models around the world in how this is being done, which we can also learn from. The government in India, the Ministry of Urban Development, is also talking about the same thing. But we are still to see a fantastic example and model of data monetization. But you're absolutely right. This 200 crore allocation that comes from the center, pooled by a 200 crore allocation on the ground, will not create a sustainable smart city or any sustainable infrastructure for us moving forward. So, this capex-based model with no elasticity is not the model for the future. And I'm sure, Hari, probably knowing what the Bangalore airport's thinking about, I'm sure Hari will have some interesting points to add on that point. But I think that's the one place where we have to increasingly push the boundaries on. Be aware that technology creates data, and that data is powerful, that data is elastic, and to your point, that data has a multiplier effect. It doesn't matter where the ecosystem can come out.
We'll come back to that because the data is controversial too.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
We'll go to Hari now. And Hari, I really want to ask you a different kind of question. You serve the city, you're not in the city. You can't afford to serve only this city. And as much as people think of you as running a passenger transportation facility, you must also have a large cargo angle to your business. You also have a fair amount of land and are now getting into developing all of those assets around the transportation facility itself. So, are you sucking the best of Bangalore to the airport, or are you trying to create a model that more places in Bangalore can adopt? And how do you see the smaller places, the Devanahallis, the Tumkurs, which are also in your catchment, but for the moment at least, you have an airport that is 95% facing south.
Excellent. Ashwin, let me just sort of go back and forth between 3 or 4 themes that struck me. One, of course, the most delightful part of the earlier conversation was the fact that we spoke about stakeholder collaboration and partnerships. And I think I'm particularly excited about that because the way I describe my job of running an airport is not about passenger terminal, aircrafts landing and taking off, or cargo operations and things like that. It's actually like governing a small city. It's a 4,000-acre campus, and it's got practically all elements that a city has inside that. So we run utilities, we run the ICT network for the whole this thing. We've got tenants, we do building plan approvals. We are the planning authority for that 4,000-acre campus. So everything that's part of a city planning, development, operations, management is what we do as our day-to-day job. And so that's really what airport management is about. It's like governing a small city. So in that context, I think I wanted to underline the point that there is nothing as important, and the way we are successful at doing that is through managing multiple stakeholders and bringing in government agencies, government agencies, private agencies, quasi-governmental agencies, all coming together and collaborate and work together in a seamless fashion to deliver all this. Because it's not possible for the airport operator to manage and deliver all this. Our role is to be an orchestrator. We bring the various roles of all these entities together and make sure they're delivering, let's say, to the same beat, rowing to the same beat or singing from the same hymn sheet. And that's really our role. And therefore, multi-stakeholder engagement is absolutely critical. You spoke about the fact that what are we trying to do inside that campus? And what we're trying to do in that campus is precisely what this topic is all about: create sustainable urban development. We want to make sure that whatever we do inside that compound is done in a sustainable manner. And sustainability for us is a very simple definition. It's about meeting present needs without coming in the way of the ability of future generations to meet their needs. That's it. It's as simple as that. And how we go about it is through multiple means. You're right about the fact that the airport is far away from the city. And our aim is, and I think it's important that the city itself starts, the bulk of the city's development was towards the south of Bangalore, and it had started really getting congested, and you could see that in the traffic. And it's time to bring some of that towards the north, and the airport acts as a natural magnet to bring the city this side. But really our ultimate aim, and we've sort of got that as part of our positioning platform, we want to call ourselves the role model for sustainable progress. And role model for sustainable progress has three elements to it. One is, of course, we are progressive, and we are always improving and changing and doing new things. But we're doing so in a sustainable manner, which is the second element of the whole thing. And sustainability from economic, social, and ecological or environmental perspectives. And last but not the least is that we want to be a role model, which means that by bringing all the entities together, all the actors, as Manuel mentioned, all the stakeholders together, we want to create a smart city here, smart, sustainable city here, which then can become a role model. Now, I interact with a lot of companies, and I think Cisco and Bile is doing a lot of work in this area. And we've had discussions as to how many real high quality examples are there of smart cities in the world today. And I think both Manuel and Daisy also have mentioned that really one hasn't seen too many outstanding examples of smart city developments. And the reason why that happens is because smart sustainable cities is not just about bringing technology. I like what Manuel said. It actually starts with architects. It starts with designers. It starts with people who think of how to lay out a city. Unless the physical infrastructure and the digital infrastructure work together, and they're designed together, they work together and manage together, it's not going to work. And what we are trying to do inside the campus is to make sure in the development of our smart sustainable city, we bring these two elements together, and we think of these elements right from design stage all the way to construction stage. And last but not the least, the other important thing is it's not like you asked both Daisy and Manuel, do you speak to the city? Do you speak to the central government? And I think it's important that the city itself is the most important stakeholder. in this whole thing. Because if you just take a look at the concept of sharing of risk and rewards, I think both risk and rewards are largely for the city to sort of handle, and therefore it's important for the city to be the most important stakeholder in this whole thing. And if whatever the smart city technology company is going to bring in, if it has to be successful, the city has to believe in it and has to participate in it. And at the end of the whole thing, what we'd really like to introduce is a role of private-public partnerships in city operations management. Today, cities are run by municipalities and by public bodies, and I think the efficiency of private-public partnerships, once they're brought into city operations management, I think that can really reap the benefit of a smart environment. Right? It's not good enough if you have technology. How do you use that technology? Are people capable of using that technology? Are you providing the right information to people? Because ultimately, information that technology provides has to change behavior of people, right? And that can only be done if a smart city operations management team is able to recognize what needs to be done and is there to coach, is there to improve things using that technology. Otherwise, that's of no consequence. You've got great infrastructure, but it's not working.
So I want to put something to you. I know you have the scale of a small city, but you also have the luxury of being effectively a property owner. And therefore, in that sense, you can operate with the latitude of a property owner rather than with the pressures and pulls of a government. And your capacity to engage other market players, people in society, advocates of change of various kinds, all of that is a lot more nimble and than a government might have. And if I may say so, also a lot less accountable is the wrong word, but what I mean is that you're not having to sort of, explain things the way somebody in government would need to explain choices that they make. That is one. So in some sense, how much do you think this can really be a model? Because anywhere else that you go, they don't have the advantages that you have. Can I really do something on a Koromangala scale or a Yelahanka scale because it worked really well in Kial?
I think what we're trying to do is put together a model that we believe can be used, or the learnings from what we do here can be used to create a PPP framework for city operations management. And city operations management, I mean, a city as big as Bangalore, I mean, mind you, we're 10 million, which is the size of many countries in Europe, but it's a very large area to talk about. So I think there is possibility that can be parceled into smaller bits that can be managed through a private-public partnership. But I think that's precisely the reason why I'm a big advocate for PPPs for city operations management, because we're not owners of this land. The land belongs to the government. It has been given to us on, as custodians. We're really custodians of that property for a X period, and it's incumbent upon us to make sure that we operate in a transparent manner, in an inclusive manner, with collaborating with all stakeholders, bringing in multiple views. And I think it's important to do that. And I think private-public partnerships bring in the efficiency of managing these stakeholder environments in a much better manner without having political compulsions of winning elections, and so on and so forth, which change the color and dimension quite a bit. And I think there will be only one focus of operating an efficient city, and therefore to bring all multiple stakeholders together and get them to buy into the various things that are being done. I think it's possible. I personally think it's possible. But when you mix governance and politics, I think you start creating, I mean, that's why governments are not able to operate as efficiently as they are, whereas PPPs can operate within a very strict governance framework, but with a lot more freedom, latitude, and with efficiency.
Okay, Manuel, I'm going to come back to you now. And Daisy, this is a question for you too, in some way. One of the reasons governments embrace public-private partnerships is that they lack the capacity to do many things. But I've seen lots of partnerships where even after the end of that partnership or after that partnership has been put in place, the government still lacks the capacity that motivated them to go into that partnership in the first place. And from what I can tell, a lot of these things that they call partnerships are just, a different way of doing procurement. They're not really partnerships. So what can you do as partners, really, right? You're the partner too. You're as much responsible for building state capacity as the government, if that is one of the motivations for the partnership in the first place. How do you work with that problem?
Ashwin, my opinion, we have to be realistic. I mean, we can talk from ideal point of view, and we can think that the cities have enough people with enough knowledge to manage as I have been very inspired by Daisy and Harry, I have to say. I will come back to two of the points they mentioned before. But I mean, in a real world, as my colleagues were mentioning, a city is not able to manage in the best possible way a smart city, and maybe they don't need it. What they have to, what they need to be very firm is in asking for a service level, and enough service level. What is the problem? I think in general, we are confusing the terms and we are confusing the concepts. I mean, the property of data, yes, that should be for the city because data are generated by people. People are the most important part of the city. And yes, there we think that the companies should be asking for permission to use the data to the cities, but the cities should be the owners of the data. That is one thing. But that is not meaning that they have to manage the infrastructure, the smart infrastructure. On the other hand, the cities, I think in general, and national governments are getting fed up of people who are providing a technology and just saying goodbye. You don't need that. You don't need someone to bring a super system and then saying goodbye, because the important thing happens on day number 2. I mean, we can install, we can design, we can think about a beautiful smart city concept. But what is important, what matters, is what happens after commissioning. Once the technology is already in place and we can manage. And there, as Daisy was mentioning before, there are many things who are very important to improve the quality of people and to reduce the OPEX of the city and to reduce the amount of problems without information. Because if we don't have data, we don't have information, all we have is opinions. And with opinions, we cannot take right decisions. So, of course, I think in the management of the smart city is where we have to be more exigent and where the public-private partnership makes more sense. I give you 2 examples, Ashwin, if you let me very briefly about what I'm saying. One example, and first, let me say I cannot be more agree with Daisy when she said that every city has different realities. Wellness, my company, we belong to an Indian group. We are our head office is in Bangalore, and I can tell you, if I was mentioning before that Wellness Tech Group is working in around 500 cities, I will say now, with all the technologies that we have in more than 60 countries. Well, there is no 2 cities with the same needs. No one case that we can say, of course, everybody is concerned for energy, everybody wants to have security, but the priorities are completely different in every area, depending on the side of the city, depending on the real situation of their society. It can, and I think this is one of the main mistakes of our industry, thinking that we can provide one single solution for everybody. That is not working like that. We have to first listen and then adapt in solutions to the real problem of the people, which are always different. The two examples I was going to give you are based on that. One of them, it's based on the, let's call it private cities. We have many places where there is a real estate ownership that is trying to develop a city. And they have, of course, involved the public government, and the government must be part of the concept, but they are managing, and they have the capacity of taking decisions, and that makes things many times easier, because as long as you prove that you are the best option, and they want to work with you, and they make you responsible, as I said, not only of providing technology, but of operating technology, then everything works fine. I have in mind one example in Panama, the Green Valley concept. They made 2 or 3 very right decisions at the very beginning. First, they understood that energy, communication, and smart solutions must be part of the same picture, and they put all together. Why? Because otherwise we have a lot of different things and softwares, and that is making the digital chaos happen, and it's not helping, but the opposite. So they understood that energy is related with telecommunications, and the communications has to do with the smart applications that you need in the city. And the second thing is, they really wanted, as Harry mentioned before, to change the people live in the city. They didn't want just to make the people understand where they have a free spot for parking, or how to make more recycling easier, and how to, they wanted, of course, the city to react when something was happening, but they also wanted to make people understand what was the capacity of the city, to feel proud of being part of that district, of this private district. So in that case, I think,
I'm going to make you hold that thought for a second, because this is an important thing. And Daisy, I'll come to you with this. The city historically was a center of mass employment. And it was a center of mass employment through manufacturing, through production in some way. We are now proposing that cities be largely service economy based centers of mass employment. But we're also seeing that maybe it's not the same thing, that not that many cities can be service economy based mass centers of employment. In India, we have seen, for example, that the service economy is really concentrated in 6, 10, 12, 15 cities, and out of maybe thousands. And so we have to come up with a different imagination of what's going to hold a very large number of people employed and productive in the city. And also, what this means is that many, and Manuel, you spoke about architects earlier, but my worry with that is that the imagination of the city that is emerging globally in many conversations about sustainability fundamentally assume that it's really for one set of people pursuing one kind of profession, one kind of way of living. It's very difficult to tell, for example, where manufacturing should be, even light manufacturing should be, where, and it's much easier to imagine where art and craft should be, or where design should be, and where architecture should be. And likewise, it's easier to imagine a public park that is accessible to a lot of people than to imagine housing that is accessible to a lot of people. So I really want to, come to you, Daisy, and then subsequently to Hari as well, with this question of what is our imagination of the city of urban development? Is it coming from too much of a techno-managerial starting point? And the reason I ask that is not so much criticism, because I feel techno-managerial starting points will eventually meet social and political reality. And that will be the end of the techno-managerial exercise. We all saw what happened when they wanted to build a steel flyover. So in Bangalore, so in a way, I want to sort of put that question out. What is the imagination of the city around which we're saying partnerships and sustainability are going to be the focus? Daisy?
So, Ashwin, you're absolutely right. I think the city is built for its people, and the way that the whole concept of a smart city is because, whichever time period we fast forward, it's already true now. And even if we fast forward into 30 years from now in India, anywhere from 50 to 60% of our population will live in cities. About 70% of all formal jobs are likely to be in cities. So that's the forecast. That's not changing in it. We would love it to flatten out, and that's the whole reason why the smart city project is being extended to tier 2 and tier 3 and potentially tier 4 towns, because the whole idea of the whole thought process is that a smart city, technology being an enabler, will create an activity in a zone which will help to create jobs. Now, the question is still very much on a city. How does it intend to be globally competitive? The position that Bangalore took many years ago to center itself around IT, I'm not sure, and even Hyderabad to some extent, right? So I'm not sure many of our cities have addressed that particular question as seriously as they should, because a smart city cannot solve for the problem of who do you want to be known as. Do you want to be known as the textiles capital of the world? When GIFT started in Ahmedabad, their stated purpose was to pull some of the financial services folks from Mumbai to operate out of GIFT, right? They wanted to be known as the next financial city in the west of India. So a city has to certainly create its identity, Ashwin. I don't think it's somewhere in between, right? You can have a smart city being an enabler to create an economic hub, but a city still has to have its definition. The only point I would put forward as a technologist is that the one of the vectors of competition between cities everywhere in the world is certainly going to be digital skills. That much is certain. So in that sense, a smart city can potentially drive an ecosystem which creates digital skills and contributes to the city, but also creates digital skills for its citizenry, and that becomes a point of differentiation, because that will certainly be one of the biggest vectors of competition between cities, states, and countries, no doubt, no questions about it. But the identity of who Bangalore should be, or Nagpur should be, or Jaipur should be, is very much up to the citizenry. And yes, governments also have a role to play in that. How do we shape different parts, different cities in Karnataka as an example, as known different identities, right? Mysore is the cultural capital, so maybe it's arts and crafts. Bangalore is the IT capital, so it's all about tech. And I don't know if you want to take minerals and mining as for North Karnataka, the space of specialization. It won't solve the problem, but like I said, it will certainly create competitiveness on digital skills, which I'm very clear is one of the vectors of competition.
Okay, I'm going to go to Hari with this. Hari, you're in a business where it matters what the imagination of the city is. You're trying to sell that imagination as much as the city is trying to sell that imagination. If tomorrow people think of Bangalore as the natural place to do something, that's a very important reason they're going to come to Bangalore and to your airport in some way. So the imagination of the city is a very important thing. It's not something you work with that others have already made a decision about. You want to be influential in that in some way. And yet, you don't have the luxury of being the imagination of any one city. Ultimately, your airport has to work for probably somewhere in the region of 50 to 60 other towns in a catchment area that is at least 15,000 square kilometers, if not larger than that. How do you work with that? That your airport is potentially a powerful new example of what the city can be, but it's also, for the moment at least, going in a direction in which it's going to face these pressures. How do I balance? So if I work closely with Tumkur, what does it mean for Gaudibadnor? If I work closely with Kolar, what does it mean for, whatever, Chitradurga. So the reason I'm asking this is that this imagination of who is being served or what kind of growth is being facilitated is important to you. How do you respond to that?
Well, from a airport city perspective, um, I'm not sure I follow your question around whom do we work with in terms of Tumkur or Boribidnor or whatever it is. But what we're trying to do here is, in the airport city development itself, have a imagination for the city that works in such a manner to provide high quality of life for.
I guess the question I'm asking is which city? If your imagination is for Bangalore and I'm from Tumkur, what should I think about the airport? That is, it is my airport, but your imagination is for a different city?
So, quite honestly, the airport itself is a national asset. So while it predominantly serves Bangalore, it serves a much larger catchment area. I would say it has to reflect Bangalore in a big way, but it's also got to reflect the rest of Karnataka.
Yes.
And then it's got to go beyond that. It's got to reflect south of India, which has got a distinct identity of its own. And then, of course, it's got to reflect the whole of India as the gateway to India. We're also saying we're an alternate gateway to India. So it could be that if you're coming from the southern hemisphere, let's say Australia or South Africa, you could be coming into Bangalore to connect to the rest of India. So you're the gateway point to India itself. So, the imagination of the airport itself is fired by the fact that it's got to reflect multiple identities. And it's not just that. Actually, more importantly, while it's got to reflect all these identities that I spoke about, which is Bangalore, the larger metropolitan region, Karnataka, South India, and India. It's got to reflect that for people who look at it from outside. But for Karnataka, for people of Karnataka, the airport is also a portal or a window or a gateway to the rest of the world.
Yeah.
So in that sense, it's got to reflect also the rest of the world for the airport. So for instance, we do that across in every aspect. So before I tell you how we do it, let me tell you what we're thinking of, and how we think of the idea of creating a nice environment that improves quality of life for the people in the city. So what we look at it is that our definition of a smart city is not just about smart, sustainable. In fact, we have three definitions. We call it smart, sustainable, and vibrant. The element of vibrance is often forgotten in planning of cities, and vibrance is what brings quality of life. And vibrance comes from third places. First places are where you stay. Second places are where you go to work. And third places are elements that bring vibrance. What are the elements that bring vibrance? I think we spoke about parks and gardens already. Those are very important. But also, you should not forget culture, history, art, tradition. So museums, concert arenas, bars, pubs, restaurants, busking on the streets. I think all that adds to a lot of vibrance to cities, and I think that those are all elements that we are planning into to be woven. They're not places that you go to in a city. It's not that for entertainment everybody goes to one part of the city. It's woven into the fabric of the city itself. And therefore we're trying to make sure that the aspect that I spoke about, which is how do you reflect these multiple identities, goes across the board. So let's take a look at gardens. So we're developing right now, many acres of gardens. I don't have the number, but in that garden, we propose to have 3,600 species of plants in those gardens, which by the way will be the most diverse biodiversity hotspot in south of India, at least as far as I know. I don't think anybody brings in so many together. But the idea is, while it has 620 endemic plants of Karnataka, the rest of it are plants from various parts of India. And similarly, like I said, it's got to reflect other parts as well. So we've actually imported plants from Spain. We've got 850-year-old olive trees that have been imported. We've got plants that have been imported from Argentina. We've got plants that have been imported from various parts of the world so as to reflect these identities. I'm just giving you a brief about just how we bring that thought process into our planning of our gardens. Similarly, when you look at our art program, we've got a very diverse art program which we launched at the Bangalore International Center. In that art program, I think most importantly, it must reflect the art, craft, handicrafts of Karnataka. It's very important. So Bangalore, Karnataka, very richly represented there. But we also make it a point to ensure that we have some of the best artists from international destinations coming in. So there's some great art that's being done by them. But they do creative interpretations of Indian, Indian aesthetics, and that's sort of the melange that we're creating. Similarly, we've got artists from Delhi as well. We've got artists from Kerala and Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh as well. So South India, India, the world, we bring all that together in what we believe to be the ratio that we need, that roughly represents what the airport stands for. And we do this across the board. Whether it's in our concert arena. Concert arena is not just going to be home to, let's say a U2 rock concert that happens, but also will celebrate the richness of Carnatic classical music, Hindustani classical music, and things like that. So across the board, we bring identities that everybody can feel a stake in. Everybody can feel a sense of ownership in. I hope that sort of answers what you're looking for.
Yeah, so we're coming close to the end of the kind of time that we had originally allotted for this. So I'm going to go through one last question and pose that to each of you. And for this, I want to return to sustainability. One of the conclusions that I've come to over 20 plus years of watching this conversation is that there is a difference between the conversation about sustainability and the conversation about accelerated adoption of sustainable practices. These are not the same thing. You can get into accelerated adoption of sustainable practices even without a conversation about sustainability. At Lithium, we run the largest fleet of electric cars in the country. We rarely talk about electric. It's obvious that it's an electric car. The company is called Lithium. You shouldn't need to talk about electric cars. You should be talking about what you can achieve in productivity and what you can achieve in value for those who are buying that service. So I feel that if we are able to identify products and services that meet high standards of sustainability and push for their rapid adoption, rapid and large scale adoption in really large projects, that will create the necessary markets for more of that to happen, whether or not that's motivated by sustainability. So the question I want to pose to all of you, especially because you have the potential to drive markets, that is there a way to say, look, the conversation about sustainability can only be conclusively closed favorably if we simply start doing it in scale. And therefore, rather than waste a lot of time in the conversation itself, let's now put all our energies into adoption on a large scale. So in any order, Manuel, you first, and then Daisy, and we'll close with Harry after that.
I think first, Ashwin, I think you made a point. I would like to end, however, with some practical tips, or call it as you want, for the people who are gently listening to us. First of all, and it's a summary. It's not only responding your question that I think Daisy and Harry can make better, but also trying to sum up what we all said today here. First of all, I think you have to decide what you want to be. I think you have to decide which kind of city you want to be, and what is the value that you want to provide, and what is your brand that you want. Second, try to make a roadmap, and that is related with the last question you made. Try to make a roadmap where you are trying to understand that there must be a holistic approach. Third, and this is very important, because otherwise you will find different solutions not connected each other, and in real world everything is connected. I mean, the education of your people has to do with the actions you make now and the kind of industry that you attract to your city. The safety has to do with tourist figures, and the cleanness of your city will have to do also with how many people will be pleased to visit your city. So everything in the real world, in the physical world, is connected. In the digital world, you have to do the same. You need horizontal platforms. You need a 360 approach, and you need to have every different single aspect related with each other. This is the only way you can really make the most. Third, and I let Daisy and Harry speak about the budget. I think that in most of the cases, the budget is not the problem. Many cities, many real estate the decision makers don't go ahead because they feel they don't have a previous budget. They understand what we do. This is something, at least I'm talking from a wellness tech group perspective. We speak with people, we say, listen, this is not an experiment. We made it in this, and that city. It's working. You can talk to the people there. And they say, oh, I want it, but I don't have the money and I don't know how to allocate the money because I don't have this done previously. And I don't know how to make the private, the PPP, the partnership with you. The legal forms is the last part. If we have the willing, this is something easy to do. And the budget, many times you don't need it. We have, for example, with Cisco Capital, very good examples of working before. We work with some European funds, which has practically no financial cost, where you get the money today, you make the project work today, and you pay in the next 5 years with no interest, practically talking. That is the FIEM program. So if you design a good project, it's not only not costing you money, it's not only taking no resources from your today budget, but probably will be liberating budget. It will be, why? Because you are saving in energy, you are saving in problems, you are saving in pollution, you are saving in management. So the good project is that project that instead of taking money from the public budget will bring money to the public budget. And that makes sense, as Daisy said, if you also think in new incomes that maybe you are not having, but with technology, with data, with you can have. That will be, Ashwin, I wanted to be very practical at the end and trying to give some steps about how to do things. I think money is definitively, positively not the issue. It's not the having a holistic view and having technical knowledge with you, it's important, and focusing on the day number 2, it's also important. And as you mentioned in the last part of the speech, we have to think not only in the technology we bring today, but in the processes that we are going to change if we want to this last in time, and not only a flower of one day, as we say in Spain, by the way.
Thank you, Manuel. Daisy?
So I think both are important, Ashwin. I think one is you have to lead by example, and I will offer our own example. Right, if you look at our Bangalore campus, 80% of our power is from renewable, sustainable sources. As an example, worldwide we have a project in supply chain to cut plastics, to cut packaging material, which is not good for the planet, down by 80% in the next 3 years. So you have to walk the talk by example. We are a business, we are an operating business which has to return to the street, which is measured by the street every quarter. So naturally, we will not do it in a way that sacrifices growth and sacrifices profitability. So this is the best example of how we walk the talk in demonstrating to people. But I think the external conversation is important as well. I'm with Marco whenever we've done the the cost economic calculation on energy in particular. And I know all the debate about electric cars and the battery industry and everything else. But if you just take energy, electrical energy and water, if you just take the utility space and we do a efficiency-based cost calculation, most projects are self-sustainable. They can fund themselves. Wherever we've done projects in grids, wherever we're doing projects in, we're working with the Jal Mission project as well. We've done some pilot projects there also in the country. This is self-sustainable. But what it involves is taking money from a place in a traditional manner in which it's been spent to a new way of spending or using technology, a new way of doing things. And that is why I mentioned that earlier conversation about change, a managed change process aided by the right policy and regulatory framework. It's absolutely necessary. It's not about not having money. It's not about economic sustainability. It's about changing the way we've done things from the past to the way we would like to do it for the future in a sustainable fashion. When it comes to energy, the math is actually quite easy to do. So that would be how I would end it. I think we need to do both. We need to walk the talk, but we also need to talk the talk because a lot of people are still not converted over to our side.
Hari, you have the luxury of, walking the talk without asking too many people what they need to be talking about. What do you think?
I think I agree with you on that we do have the luxury of walking the talk. And I think the best conversations that can be had on sustainability are when you practice it and then you speak about it so that you can actually really speak about the benefits that we've seen. So we've been big advocates of sustainable practices. We've woven that into the very fabric of everything that we do, starting from design, going all the way to execution and management. I mean, there are many successes that we can speak about. Our entire 4,000-acre campus is powered 100% by renewable energy. Mostly solar, but a little bit of it coming from wind as well. But it's all renewable energy, and our aim is to be renewable on a consistent basis. We're certified for 4 years running as carbon emission neutral level 3, scope 3 emissions included, level 3 plus. Where from a water sustainability standpoint, you would remember this, Ashwin, you're a Bangalorean. When the airport was established in Devanahalli region, the first question was, how can you establish such a large guzzler of natural resources in an area where there's already a severe shortage of water? What do you do as far as that is concerned? So the last 12 years, we focused on water sustainability, and only through our water management program, watershed management program, today we are water positive. So we are with an index of 1.37, which means for every liter of water we consume, we produce 1.37 liters of water, right? And not only is it's the quantum of water, but the quality of water. The condition of lakes in Bangalore. But if you look at the lakes, Indian Institute of Science has done a study around the lakes around Bangalore Airport. The lakes have got potable water quality. Apart from minor filtration to take care of minor turbidity, the rest of the water is potable quality. Quality of water, it's quantity of water. And over and above that, as part of all the large-scale construction that we are doing, we need a lot of earth. So as part of the earth balancing that we have done, we've also created reservoirs, 70 acres of lakes that can hold up to 2,000 million liters of water inside the airport campus. So that again results in improving our water sustainability over a long-term period. One of the first things that we did, and so on and so forth, I mean, I can go through a number of issues. We've retrofitted all our electrical fittings. Lights are 100% LED on our airside, runway, everything is LED. There is a little bit to be done on the land side still, but over the next couple of years will be 100% LED, and so on and so forth. And all these efforts have produced, for example, LED, retrofitting LED, we thought it's going to be a CapEx item, it's going to be a spend. But we've recovered that money in 18 months or so, right? And that's all it takes. Solar energy adoption has brought down our energy bill by about 40%. Because solar energy is far more cheaper than the traditional energy that you can buy from the grid. We produce electricity at 4 rupees 72 paise, whereas commercial units in Bangalore pay 9 rupees 50 paise. That is 50% lower. Of course, there are, the mixed cost of energy is all put together at about 7 rupees for us, whereas every other industrial unit is buying power at 9 rupees 50 paise. So, so on and so forth. There are many, many benefits for us. Sustainability is not a fringe concept or a fringe idea that you need to discuss or debate. Sustainability is just the only way to do your business. It's the only way to stay relevant in business today. And that's my argument. I mean, it's not something that we need to discuss and debate too often. It's just the only way businesses should be run.
Thank you very much, Hari. I think all of these examples, one thing I'd like to try with you down the road is to see how to take these model learning opportunities to the dozens of towns and cities around the airport to see whether these learnings, as you say, can percolate faster into the communities that are served by the airport as well. And perhaps one day with all of these things in place and with a different imagination, a larger imagination of what the airport is, we will have a peninsular India metropolitan regional airport rather than a Bangalore International Airport only. And I think that would achieve a lot of large outcomes for the region as a whole. I think we'll have to leave it at that. We've sort of overshot the time a little bit from what Gautam had originally told me. I hope not too many cuts will be needed to accommodate everything. But I want to thank each one of you for the time you've taken today for this conversation. It's been a fascinating conversation for me too, to hear different perspectives. And I think we will continue to have these intersections between these three large questions in many facets of life here in Bangalore. And all of us are here in one way or the other. And I look forward to seeing all of you again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mahesh. Indeed, a very gripping panel discussion about what does an efficient model look like when you have to implement smart and sustainable practices in your cities. Moving on, we have Mr. Gautam Khote, technology mentor at Bricket Reef, to conduct a session on innovation in the real estate sector globally. Mr. Khote has over 25 years of experience in technology leadership and holds multiple patents in the field of video conferencing and video infrastructure. Mr. Khote, the stage is yours.
Welcome to this exciting panel in One World, One Reality. Our guests today are going to address a very interesting topic, which is innovation in the real estate sector globally. Let me introduce you to the two participants today from BCG. Neetu Vasanta is a partner in BCG's New Delhi office. She's a core member of BCG's industrial goods practice area. She's worked across topics in the field of go-to-market, organizational restructuring, supply chain excellence, and operational turnaround. And she drives the real estate topic for BCG in India. Joining her today from BCG as well is Gaurav Jindal, who is a core member of the industrial goods practice area team and digital BCG. He has deep experience in building materials and industrial goods across emerging markets with a strong focus on digitization across manufacturing and operations, sales and marketing, and supply chain management. Gaurav has extensive experience working with real estate developers, financiers, as well as state authorities, which is truly awesome. We're going to get perspective from three different areas that he's been exposed to. The real estate sector, which is a traditional laggard in terms of adoption of technology, seeing a rapid transformation in that very area. And Neetu and Gaurav are intimately familiar with how this landscape is unfurling. With that, the stage is yours. Neetu and Gaurav, take it away, please.
Thank you, Gautam, and thank you so much for the kind words. I think we are in a completely unprecedented era. I mean, I can't emphasize this enough. Just when in January and February we thought we were over the COVID wave and things would get back to normal, I had already started planning my summer holiday. I think the world has taught us that this is truly a agile moment, and every day is a new story. Taking more positive thoughts ahead, I think what the last 1 year has also taught us is we can and we do have the ability to fundamentally rethink all the assumptions that we had across businesses. Real estate, as you correctly said, was one of the laggards in terms of innovation. Over the last 10 years or so, I think if I think about the kind of innovations that have happened in the space, that has primarily been on digital interventions in the premises. So some sensor-based technology in offices, some analytics in the mall space, some facilities in the residential space. But apart from these incremental changes, fundamentally the real estate sector was, pretty much would function the same way. I think the last 1 year has challenged many of those beliefs. And I just, it would take me all day if I talk about, the kind of trends we're seeing all across the world. But what Gaurav and I wanted to do was, across the three core pillars of real estate, starting with residential, then the commercial space, which is, split into offices as well as malls. We wanted to talk about a few key trends that seem very exciting to us. And, some of these are playing out in India, some of these will play out in India. But, across the world, we're seeing a lot of developers, state agents, facilities management players, financiers leveraging these trends to strengthen their bottom line. So, with that backdrop, let me just, set the stage. What we are seeing in residential, again, apart from a lot of movement back home, work from home, especially in the premium segment, we're seeing a lot of focus on sustainability and innovation in design. And, Gaurav will talk at length about it. I think the other topic that we wanted to touch upon was, real estate sales used to be a holy cow, right? I mean, people would say, nobody's going to buy a house online. It's just one thing. When you go there, you feel the vibe and everything. China, India, US changed that for us last year. And we wanted to shed some light on how, the entire sales cycle in the residential space is also seeing a lot of innovation. I think the only other topic which I want to, touch upon in the residential space is how is, the declining cost of technology, the urgency in project management, how is it playing out in the construction interventions in the residential space? So, Gaurav will talk at length about these three, and then we'll shift gears to the office space. There has been a lot of chatter and a lot of published research on how the need for office space is going to, come down. Not entirely wrong, but we are going to challenge and throw some data on, challenging that notion. There are two counter forces at play there, whereas there is a need for a hybrid or a more work from home environment, there is also an opposing force on de-densification. And we'll just talk about how that trend is playing out and what are office space developers doing to make sure that that trend is getting addressed. Apart from that, a lot of innovation in the concept of smart buildings, facility management is on the rise. Again, even in office, having a lower carbon footprint is equally important. There is a lot of consciousness and a concerted effort on how do we make our offices more green, how do we make our, how do we think about more sustainable construction material, how do we think about, hyper efficient cooling and many other technological shifts, right? We then switch gears to retail, where we were going to talk about how data and analytics is creating a more curated experience for customers and how the traditional models of a shopping mall are being challenged, and what are malls doing to constantly reinvent themselves and still be relevant in a day and age when people are buying homes online. Why will anyone ever get to a mall, and how do you create that need and still keep it alive? So with that as a backdrop, I just request Gaurav to come in and start talking about the residential space and the key changes there.
Thank you so much, Neetu. So starting on the residential side, as Neetu highlighted, design and layout has become a really big determinant in terms of what customers need. And I think there are three main aspects there. First, in terms of home size, I think with all of us working from home, and that not being a short-term trend, but something which is likely to stay, it becomes important for us to realize that both in terms of how much space is there at home, what is the effect that has in terms of building design and layout, and the overall space which is provided, how best we can utilize it more efficiently. So in our surveys, etc., we see that more than 80% of millennials actually expect that they will work from home for more than 1 to 2 days per week. And currently 30% or more of space in buildings is wasted. So how do we really create the right kind of co-working spaces in multiple family buildings, in multi-family homes, and create that additional room which can serve both as a home office, but also as a dorm if needed. And similarly, how can we really use our furniture for diverse uses in the same space becomes important, so that the same sized house appears and can function in multiple uses, which wasn't the case earlier. The second very important trend on that side, which we are seeing, is the green indoor outdoor, which is where the key question is that most of the buildings that we live in are actually not designed for long-term stays within the house. So how do we really create that kind of experience which people get in their offices or while working in a more better space, is in terms of access, the external spaces, the kind of green space that is needed from balconies, etc., becomes important. So really thinking about that as a design becomes relevant. And then finally, sustainability is a key factor in terms of how do we really differentiate our products. So a sustainable building has multiple advantages, not just for the tenants, but also for the ones who form it. And we have seen investors really focus on that going forward. And hence, how do we really ensure that real estate, which consumes 40% of planet's total resources, in terms of people's houses to live in, offices to go in, how can we as a sector become more sustainable and efficient? And if we think about the different kind of projects which are there, a few very good examples are there globally. But one which I will want to draw your eyes on is in the Emirate of Sharjah, where a UAE community master plan has been designed for Al Zaya community. This is a 90-hectare spread property, but has been created in a way where the master plan has sustainability at its core, and the experience and the overall way in which people live and the walkability and convenience is something which is prioritized. So some of the factors which we are currently perhaps not even thinking about in terms of noise impact, in terms of energy efficiency, ensuring that the overall ecological value stays relevant, because the place where it was set up was an ex-army ground. So how do we really ensure that all those things are balanced out? And that is where they actually went ahead and got a BREEAM certification, which currently is not there for many Indian properties, to ensure that this entire thing is designed for a contemporary community lifestyle, really taking into account some of the factors around livability and sustainability for us. And then one more important point to call out is in terms of how do we really go to market. I think the traditional way, as Neetu highlighted, in terms of how do we really find who are the people who are likely to stay in our houses from before, from really focusing on creating the right funnel, getting to reach out to as many people. I think what data has done, data and analytics has done, has enabled us to really reach out to our customer segments who are going to be most relevant for us, and identify and be very precise in terms of how we target. So for example, when we're thinking about a premier property, really mapping out the malls, the hotels, the hospitals, the knowledge parks, the IT parks, all the other similar properties or areas where people from those kind of professions will come and work becomes important. So firstly, identifying who do we want to target. Secondly, leveraging data and user data to really understand where they are, where they are spending time. And now with startups like Zeotrap, we have actually reached a stage where we can really identify which part of a mall someone is visiting. So even not just that a person is coming to a mall, but also understand which of the flagship stores are they going to. And then finally enriching that data and creating a kind of customer profile, which gives the customer a complete 360-degree view of what the customer needs, where do they go, what they actually value, so that our own sales force can be far more targeted, can be far more efficient in terms of what is that is important for that specific customer, and really ensure that our conversions from people who walk in or who are interested to actually people who translate into sales becomes higher. So with that, Neetu, if I can request you to come in on the office side.
Thank you so much, Gaurav. I think very exciting trends and clearly a lot of disruption on its way. If I shift gears, we spoke about residential and how people are looking at more from their homes and also changing the way they buy homes. If I come to the office space, first of all, I would just like to start with the elephant in the room, right? Last 1 year, we have spoken about, how much can we work from home? So, can we collaborate remotely? Absolutely, yes. More than 70% of the people are now, and we ran this, as BCG, we ran this big survey of more than 13,000 people around US, Germany, and India. And we asked them one simple question. We said, is it possible for you to collaborate remotely? And the answer to that was a resounding yes. For most of the individual tasks, for most of the managerial tasks, other than the collaborative tasks, everybody believes we can collaborate remotely. However, they do need the office for connect, right? A lot of people said that, we need our formal, informal social interactions. We need, in-person brainstorming. We need in-person formal meetings. We need a better work setup. And that's why we need home. I think what people are still demanding is a flexibility, whether it is in terms of, where can I work from, or it is in terms of when can I work from. And with COVID going up and down, the need for flexibility is going to go higher. However, the requirement for an office space is real. So office spaces are not going anywhere. Just to put things in perspective, most of the global players today, and we have a lot of offshore jobs in India, are spending less than 1% of their total operational cost on renting out the office space. So it's not something that everyone wants to optimize, at one go. They all want to keep the office space because when it comes to social interactions and when it comes to, employees feeling the connect, they still need their office. So having spoken about the need for office spaces, it's here and it's going to stay. I think, however, one very important factor is changing. And what do I mean by that? There is a theme called, more open and more de-densified office space, which is very, very real. So I personally drive our thinking with a lot of developers, and a lot of their tenants, both large and small, are asking for, open collaborative spaces. They're asking for de-densified spaces. They're asking for safe pathways. There's a lot of ask from the developers saying, how do you plan it out such that people, want to come to a workstation? And also, if this need is required, they are secluded enough to do their, to continue about their work. So people are downsizing their offices. So they're expecting 80% of their workforce to show up. But for that same 80%, they need a larger space. So net, the demand is, more or less flat, even though the workforce actually showing up for offices a little bit, less. And, I just want to touch upon what elements of space design and location are people talking about. Let me talk about what have been the unique asks, right? One, people are talking about a neighborhood work zone. So, cordoning of workstations and phone rooms. People are talking about focus zones, which are basically quiet areas for heads down, working time. People are asking for collaboration zones, for meetings, for group works. People are asking about work cafes. People are asking about wellness zones. And all of these are, to facilitate collaboration and yet to facilitate seclusion. So that's the first thing that offices are seeing. I think the second thing that I definitely want to emphasize upon is, bringing of technology into the workspace. So there are many angles to digital disruption and a flexible office that are being visible. And I'm not just talking about India, but this is much more prevalent in the Western world. People are looking at how digital can enhance employee experience. So, what are the platforms that we can use to leverage real-time data to improve the workplace environment and connectivity? If you are a person who needs a warmer space, when you check remotely into your desk, how can we make sure that the temperature is ambient for you to be there, right? All of this is being controlled through app devices. All of this is being controlled through just, predictive analytics. We are also talking about how can we be more energy efficient. In fact, this was one of the first use cases that started coming into many buildings, right? Automatic sensors, data collection for energy efficient operations. What is the time people come in? What is the time people come out? What light needs to be on? What lights needs to be off? How do we do more accurate space utilization? So, how do you shut down certain areas of the office if there are fewer people coming in? How do we set up a, predictive maintenance? How How do we do many things to make sure that, our facilities are not just smart, but also smart to conserve the resources and provide a better experience to the employees. I'm going to just take a very simple example of a building called the Edge in Amsterdam. They were one of the pioneers of building out smart technologies, and as a result of which they ended up saving 70% of their energy costs as compared to how they used to operate before. And what did they do? Very simple tricks, right? They use smart lighting and sensors. They used IoT-based servicing, so connected coffee machines, bathroom towel rails, everything was connected. They leveraged smart robotics to eliminate the need of more people. They also enhance employee experience by creating personalized workspaces. So customization of temperature that I spoke about, light levels, everything customized to every person's needs and wants and likes. Real-time dashboards, of energy consumption, making people more aware, more alive. Integrated building management services, so remote operations of the HVAC, controlling, monitoring, everything. And as a result of all of these changes, they were able to cut down emissions and their energy requirements by 70%. I think it's a great example. So at least if I look at the office space, there is this whole innovation and newness on design and layout, thinking about more creative and more happy working spaces. And also there is an equal emphasis on making the building smarter and more energy efficient, just reducing the overall carbon footprint. So that was it on the offices side. I think let me just get started on what we are seeing on the malls as well, right? So malls, again, I started my conversation by just saying that malls, if you think about it logically, you're saying that everything's happening online. There's a large shift online. Why are the malls even relevant? Again, if I take away the single use case that first comes to our mind, which is malls as a physical shopping location, I think malls can go way beyond that, and they are trying to do that. It's again a physical experience that is very difficult to, you go to a mall with your friends, you have a cup of coffee, you watch a movie, you just stroll around, there's a lot of window shopping. Sometimes the experiences are curated for you. That feeling of happiness when you just enter a mall is very difficult to replace by a website. People have tried it and a lot of buying has come online, but still the experience associated with shopping, I think malls are much required and they will likely be there. At the same time, because people are being more cautious and because, a lot of the buying habits have shifted online, the malls are seeing reduced footfalls. So what can the mall and what are the mall developers doing around the world to make sure that they are getting their revenue back up? So let me touch upon the first one, which is, how are they leveraging analytics to make sure that the customer or the consumer experience is more enhanced. And, I have many stories from around the world, but I'm also going to pick one of my favorite developers, DLF, who've actually now also taken upon analytics in a big way and are doing that. So if you think about it, one of the common things that mall developers do is track your Wi-Fi to make sure that they run the analytics on who you are. So if I enter a mall and if I connect to the mall Wi-Fi, a lot of apps are transacting with the Wi-Fi, and there's a lot of smart analytics that is being run to curate the offers for me. Let me start by just talking about what a Starbucks would do. So the minute I enter a mall, a Starbucks has my transaction history with my telephone number, with knowing the kind of customer that I am, and by running their very smart, segment of one analytics to say that I'm somebody who always likes to have a flat white and maybe a cookie whenever the timing is between, let's say, 3 to 5 p.m. So the minute I enter a mall and my Wi-Fi pings the mall Wi-Fi, I'm going to likely get a customized offer from Starbucks saying, here's a 20% off running on Starbucks coffee today. Come here before 5 p.m. and grab your cup of coffee. And that not only, reminds me that I need to take a break and, get my favorite cup of coffee, but, also enhances the probability of them getting my revenue. So it's a complete win-win situation, within the realms of data privacy. A lot of malls are running analytics to make sure that they're doing the customer profiling right. They have a very personalized approach to marketing, as opposed to me getting bombarded with 100 messages which I will not run. And they also have a targeted advertising. It helps me, it helps the person trying to sell to me. At the same time, so this is what they do on a personalized level. At the same time, they also take stock of what is going on in the mall. So, the analytics actually helps big shopkeepers to also optimize their personal footprint. Where is the traffic right now? In which part of the mall? And how do you quickly send your sales representatives to go to that mall to help out and piece it out? How do you do your sales force optimization? How do you optimize your layouts? Looking at both real-time data as well as weeks data. So a lot is being done on the analytics. People are also looking at creating omnichannel journeys for their customers. So what the companies are doing, they are studying offline data. So if I am a Zara customer who shops online as well as offline. Today Zara is not doing it, but maybe they should. The minute they study my offline profile, and if I come in and they just simply ask me to log in with my membership number, they can very easily send me curated offers which are very customized to my taste. That again reduces my time involvement in the mall, but maximizes my chance of revenue expense on them. So how do brands are looking at it, and a lot of brands are coming to it, but how do you seamlessly integrate the offline and the online? I'm just going to pass it all over to Gaurav, and
Sure. Thanks so much, Neetu. So I think Neetu touched upon a very important point in terms of what is the mall experience and how data can really change or influence that or make it better for us as consumers. I think the other important part to think about is, can we really make malls an essential feature so that we collaborate with the entire online shopping trend as well? So while the entire offline shopping trend isn't going away and will continue to stay an important part, the online part is going to grow. And how can that collaboration happen? I think one good example is BR Malls, which is a Brazilian-based mall with around 30 plus malls, which are right now being operated as fulfillment centers with delivery center. They have invested in this startup, which acts as a demand generator from virtual stores and food delivery apps. The overall process is fairly similar to how we are all used to buying stuff online. So the customer places the order. It's the retail store in the mall from which the DC team accepts the order or collects it. And then there's a technical staff, which is hubbed out of the mall, and which hence provides to the delivery center unit, where the staff can check, ensure that it is provided to the delivery partner, and then the delivery partner can go. The place where it really becomes much better than any other online experience we have is that they ensure and provide orders within an hour. And that is where the great location of the malls, which and the kind of prime real estate that we right now have, becomes very important, because there is one part which is in terms of convenience, which online experience is really able to meet. But what about the experience of buying on the moment I want it, I can get it? That is something which this can replicate and really bring forward for us. The other important way in which one of the other big mega trend mall operators are kind of using is in the terms of co-working space. So there are different malls which are right now partnering with some of these co-working players, like for example, Industrious, who manages private offices. And then there are these partnerships to ensure that the same space can be reutilized for co-working as well. Again, this is a trend which isn't so much in vogue right away because of the social distancing norms, etc. But as things get better and co-working as a trend continues to stay, the prime location of malls and the times during which malls are not as actively used, during the day times when potentially there is more time or more vacancy, are there ways for us to really leverage the same infrastructure and create another revenue stream? becomes important. And then finally, an example closer to home from Rebel Foods, from Fasos, Behrus, etc. This is one of the leading dark kitchen players with like 700, 800 crores of annual revenue with multiple brands, and really ensuring that using and setting those localized cloud kitchens, ensuring that that innovation in terms of taste, etc., and then the entire procurement and supply chain is scaled, becomes a big way for them to really win in the market. But what really differentiates them beyond the presence in malls is actually the tech platform which they have set, which ensures that all the brands, the performance analytics, the supply chain automation part of it can be there. And anyone can come and plug and play into their ecosystem to launch something, with acting as the mall, acting as the basic platform layer on which all of this is enabled. So all of these three different examples, the BR malls, the co-working, or the Rebel Foods acting as a dark kitchen and running out of malls as a platform, are opportunities for us in mall space to really create additional revenue streams, or think about being part of more important macro themes which are driving the industry going forward. With that, Neetu, if I can request you to talk on the key trends.
I think we are, yes, thank you, Gaurav. And, Gautam, before I hand it over to you, I think if I were to summarize the presentation in literally 30 seconds, I would just take away 5 big themes, right? And 5 keywords, not even themes. Digital and analytics, health and well-being, sustainability, green buildings, reinvented business models, and activity-based workspaces. Those are the 5 that I would remember, and we just wrap up the presentation with that. Back to you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I just had, when I want to kind of be cognizant of the time as well. I had a question around sustainability. I mean, you're seeing more and more of that in terms of adoption, but what are the concrete ways? Like, for instance, at some point, the workforce is going to return back to the office.
Yeah.
Are you seeing technology enabling that return, number one? I know you touched upon the redesign of office spaces, etc.
Yes.
But is this redesign taking into account problems that we've not really, paid attention to in the past in terms of indoor air quality, for instance, or the energy consumption that a building typically has in terms of their HVAC spends, or
yes,
what have you, right? So, what are your insights on that?
So let me just get started, and Gaurav, please feel free to add. I think, Gautam, you started off well, right? There is going to be a return to work, but people are being more conscious from their own health as well as the health of the planet. Investors are giving cheaper money to developers who are focusing on green and sustainability. Tenants are willing to pay more money to developers who are focusing on green and sustainability. When you get the money going in a direction, things are going to align eventually. So that's really from the output level. From an input level, a lot of interactions that we are having today, open desking is coming back. We went from broader to deeper work environments. We moved to cubicles, we moved to personalized spaces, and now people are talking about open spaces all over again, just to be more efficient in terms of space requirement, and also acknowledging that our overall energy conservation, energy efficiency goes up with that. So that's a move that is here to stay. HVAC, you spoke about air quality, air filtration. There is a huge emphasis. I mean, in the US, people are even talking about delinking one stream of air in one office from another, and here we were pooling in all offices and creating one big HVAC system. So definitely there is a premium being paid for these services, which is good for the planet. May not be necessarily for the good individual who's paying that premium, but people are acknowledging this, realizing this, and spending money on it. Gaurav, if you have any quick answers to that.
No, I think Neetu makes all the right points. I'll just say in my mind, there are 3 main things which are important for real estate industry. As Neetu said, one is obviously improving energy efficiency. So how do we really use renewable? How do we minimize heat losses? How do we upgrade efficiency? I think the second important part is really scaling up circularity throughout the value chain. So how can we reduce waste during design, construction, and operation? We use more recycled materials, material passports, etc. And then finally, overall building renovation, how we can strengthen that. So, how do we upgrade assets which are depleted, repurpose, distressed assets, etc., becomes an important way to really address the sustainability part. But at the end of it, I will completely align with what Neetu is saying, because it's where the money moves and what the customer asks for becomes important. And Gautam, to your point, when you and I as a customer ask for inside house air quality as an important factor, obviously the industry will also move towards that, because that then becomes a differentiator for people to make a call on where they want to stay or where they want to invest.
Perfect. I'm coming away really richer in the last half hour that we spent together. I'm sure there'll be questions that a lot of our audiences might have, and we will definitely be passing them on to you, such that, if there is anything that they need specific help on, I'm pretty sure that, you'll probably want to share your insights with the broader world out there. Thank you so much for your time, Neetu and Gaurav.
Always a pleasure, Gautam. Thank you
All
so
right.
much.
Thanks for the opportunity. Thank you.
Coming up next, we have Mr. Amit Navka, Director at PwC India, to talk about PropTech landscape in India. Mr. Navka leads deals in the new age tech sectors, venture capital and startups channel for PwC, and has worked on more than 450 deals. In the PropTech sector, he has worked with companies ranging from shared economy, digital marketing to startups providing solutions in sustainability. Mr. Navka, the stage is yours.
Hello everyone. It's good to be talking to all of you here. I hope you and your loved ones are doing well and keeping safe. The pandemic has impacted everyone and every business sector. After years of talking about how the real estate sector was in the cusp of PropTech adoption in India, digitization has truly accelerated during the pandemic. While in the past, one of the key reasons that PropTech attracted investors globally was a fear of missing out on this emerging trend, the tone of discussion in the past 1 year has changed. With companies paying close attention to costs, the focus is now on necessity rather than finding the next unicorn. The point about focusing on PropTech as a necessity is visible when we look at the global and Indian investment trends. While the total amount of investments have gone up during 2020, it has remained at 2019 levels. 2020 pandemic year investments being at 2019 levels is no small feat. Globally, there was a 65% jump in the total value of investments in 2019 as compared to 2018. When we talk about the Indian landscape, the key themes, investment themes that have emerged so far are firstly on the shared economy, the likes of hospitality, co-living, co-working. While some of the subsectors have struggled during the pandemic, a global trend that has caught up in India is of shared storage models where companies provide short, medium, and long-term storage. These were much in demand as there was a significant shifting of base for employees working from home. Secondly, companies focusing on digital sales and marketing. While most of the sale concludes offline, there has been a growing trend of customer discovery happening through online channels. This trend has further increased during the pandemic, where the share of online customer acquisition has gone up significantly. The third key invested sector is of interior design services. There are quite a few digital native companies providing increased personalization basis user needs, transparency of costs, and surety of timelines. One of the key players in this segment also announced close to 100 million fundraise during the pandemic. The other notable invested subsegments are one of, say, furniture rental companies. They have gained traction beyond the core audience of millennials and Gen X population, with the demand for fresh looks every season and lower capital or upfront investment. There are emerging business and revenue models of being, say, subscription plan as well as transacting over marketplaces. Next is on SaaS companies in PropTech, software as a service, most notably in the space of society and apartment management, have been rapidly adopted apart from other sectors in SaaS such as construction, property management, and others. There are some themes which are likely to gain more traction in the current times, and these segments are likely to be the focus areas for investments. Firstly, on businesses that focus on business continuity. From video conferencing and collaboration tools to cloud technologies, real estate companies have embraced solutions that have helped them continue operations remotely during the pandemic. Solutions to ensure business continuity have also been critical on the landlord and tenant engagement style, with PropTech tools that support the safe opening or reopening of offices and retail properties are seeing high demand. Next, I will come to consumer engagement and sales. While virtual tours for selling and showcasing properties have also been around for some time, they have evolved quickly during the pandemic to become more interactive and include different formats. Virtual tools have been critical during the pandemic, and there is potential for continued growth as they evolve to a pre-sale tool that allows buyers narrow down the list of homes to visit in person. The office and retail sectors, tenant engagement apps have played a growing role in helping employees and customers navigate the return to physical spaces, particularly when it comes to giving them useful health and safety information. Thirdly, tools to manage costs and efficiencies. At a time of increased pressure on business, real estate companies are looking for solutions to manage their costs, particularly those that do not get passed on to tenants. From tools to monitor buildings remotely to project management software that streamlines operations on a single platform, the pandemic has increased the demand for efficiencies through PropTech. And finally, an aspect which is still nascent in India on construction technology. Construction solutions that address labor shortages or planning have reached to a point where it will see greater adoption. Now that the industry as a whole has seen the tangible benefits of PropTech, there is a clear opportunity to embrace the next wave of digitization as a tool not for navigating today's uncertainty, but also for strategizing for even wider adoption ahead. But making the most of this opportunity will require a holistic approach that looks beyond technology itself. Data analytics. With digitization giving real estate companies across access to more data than ever, they have a powerful new tool to help them make important business decisions. Take site selection or asset portfolio optimization. New tools can combine a company's own data with third-party sources to gain insights into new strategies for existing properties or portfolios, or identify additional markets or locations for investment opportunities. Data analytics and predictive modeling can help with the determination of optimal asset allocation for mixed-use developments at a high level, as well as provide more detailed insights into composition of mixes for a property. Companies can also use this information to make financial projections relating to rents, sales per square foot, absorption patterns by asset class, as well as the impact of amenities and constraints on the success of their projects. We have seen significant interest in this use of data analytics for development and redevelopment initiatives, as well as for transit-oriented community development. The results of analysis can then be combined with visualization tools to project demographics, economics, and real estate metrics that inform on return calculations for these projects. In a world where data is multiplying at an accelerating rate, building trust with customers, partners, regulators, as well as public is critical. This will require real estate companies to focus on the secure and ethical use of data by getting it more organized and putting strong governance systems in place to deal with rising privacy concerns. The potential of data analytics will only grow with larger data sets enabled by powerful 5G networks, which makes it even more important for real estate companies to focus properly on collecting and structuring their data. Effectively managing cybersecurity risk will also be key aspect to building trust in the more digital and data focused world that real estate companies are moving towards. Every year, PwC surveys CEOs globally, and as per the most recent 2020 survey, 64% of global real estate executives said that they were concerned about cyber threats. Cyber threats continue to evolve rapidly, and organizations need to continuously monitor developments in this area. PwC recently undertook a survey of executives in the real estate sector on the importance of some of the disrupting forces. Construction technology, cybersecurity, and AI came out as key themes, followed by big data analytics, IoT, gig economy were the other important ones. While these disruptors will vary differently by real estate subsector, geography, and scale, the bottom line is that these disruptors are here to stay. The final topic I want to talk about today is on the overlap of ecosystems that impact PropTech. There are disruptions happening in many areas, and if the real estate industry finds ways to embrace, form alliances with these ecosystems, we can unlock the true potential of PropTech. There are 3 such ecosystems in focus. Each of these are big areas or topics by themselves. But I'll take a few examples. In fintech, particular to the disruptions that are happening in the area of digital lending, we all know the large credit gap in India, particularly for the SME sector. The SME sector, which is the backbone for construction activity in India, can greatly benefit from the supply chain financing startups who look at alternate data sources to underwrite and disburse loans. Large developers, lenders can actively form alliances with these SME-focused digital lending companies to enable availability of credit in the sector. The next topic is on e-commerce. We are well aware of the disruptions happening in the Indian market in the area of B2C commerce, B2C e-commerce, and direct-to-consumer D2C brands. Companies with differentiated products and approach to customer engagement is gaining significant traction. The new platforms and D2C brands often follow omni-channel strategy, which provides their customers a fully integrated shopping experience by uniting user experiences from brick and mortar to mobile browsing and everything in middle. However, opening and operating stores in multiple cities is challenging, particularly for the younger brands when they think about omni-channel strategy. This is also an opportunity for real estate companies to provide a turnkey solution to enable smaller online brands to open and operate stores in malls, possibly with prefabricated plug and play technology, utilities including Wi-Fi, retail analytics, POS systems, security tags, cameras, and other storage for inventory. A few companies have been focusing on this globally, and the concept is often referred to as brand boxing. The third and possibly the most important aspect is on ESG. There have been specific sessions in this conference to focus on that topic. But I would again like to highlight this aspect given the real estate sector can embrace technology to make our planet clean and green. There are PropTech companies that help buildings complete the renewable energy transition smoothly, and there are companies that retrofit old buildings to make them more energy efficient. By interconnecting all appliances within a building, monitoring their energy usage, and applying modern analytics, intelligent systems can find avenues for optimization. And with that, I conclude my talk with a hope that we all can get past this pandemic very soon enough and we all stay safe and healthy. Goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Naka, for such an interesting talk. Next, we have presentations from startups in India showcasing how PropTech is delivering an integrated platform play for the real estate industry. This session would be anchored by Mr. Rapul Nahata. Mr. Nahata is a mentor and brigadier, has over 25 years of experience as a technologist and an entrepreneur. He has mentored over 80 plus startups, some of which have raised millions of dollars in funding. Mr. Nahata, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Manjusha. Platform companies are in nearly every vertical and every market. They all share common features. They use technology to create self-sustaining positive revenue loops, which potentially increase the value of their platforms with each new participant. They build ecosystems of startups, service providers, vendors, contractors, etc., which allow them to bypass the traditional supply chains and labor pools required by traditional companies. All platform companies have a tough challenge as they build. They must choose the key size of the platform. That is, identify which market participants they bring together. And most importantly, they must establish rules for using and not abusing the platform, as well as cultivating and governing the all-important ecosystem. Today, we have some of the key platform players from the Indian PropTech ecosystem sharing their story with us, their challenges, success, and the growth they have seen in this emerging PropTech ecosystem. Build Supply is amongst the leading real estate ERP and construction project management provider companies in India. It's an innovative SaaS and B2B e-commerce platform for the construction and real estate industry. The company provides a unique system for standardization, efficiency, and transparency, leading to cost and time-effective projects. Let me now invite Samir Nair to share more about Build Supply's platform.
Good evening, everyone. I am Samir Nair, the founder at Build Supply. We started this company with a simple premise that can technology help solve some of the more difficult problems in this business, and in the process, create value for all of its stakeholders. Our vision is to create a one-stop digital destination for all building material requirements for our enterprise customers. We're doing that with a tech-first approach in creating a transparent, efficient, and quality-led procurement platform. We're building technology that helps bring more cost efficiency to the industry. We're a comprehensive material procurement store that provides a single window solution for all of our customers' needs. Our relentless focus on serving our customers, both large and small, will hopefully differentiate us in an industry that is notorious for low levels of quality and service. We aim to bring about a sweeping change in the way the industry is perceived. I will now walk you through a short presentation on the company. So my partners, Sarit, Sachin, and I, we started this business with a simple premise that can technology help create value in this ecosystem? Is there a role for technology to play in the construction and real estate sector, which is a very large sector? It's about 15% of India's GDP. Are there problems that can be solved? That's a simple premise that we started with. And what we have ended up building is essentially a tech-enabled platform that addresses primarily the procurement process in this ecosystem. But also we have a software stack that actually addresses the workflow automation for the real estate development cycle as it goes through for a project. The problems in this space are pretty obvious, right? Everybody understands that we have a lack of transparency, we have price opacity, we have and almost like an antiquated way of doing business that needs to change. And it has resulted historically in significant time and cost overruns. Having said that, it's also a very large industry. I mean, if you just look at RERA projects alone, we're talking about more than $50 billion of projects just in the top 10 metros, and much larger beyond that. If you add infrastructure to that, that's another almost $1 trillion of projects that are in execution. So, clearly there is a potential to do a lot here. And also the regulatory framework has actually improved quite dramatically over the last 5 or 6 years. I think with the coming in of RERA, with GST, there's a fair amount of transparency that has come into the system, and it is getting further improved as well, especially if you look at the whole affordable housing business, where there is a lot of activity that's going on currently. So we ended up basically building this tech-enabled or kind of tech-first platform. The primary idea behind that was that on one side, you should be able to aggregate a lot of demand, and on the other side, you should be able to aggregate a lot of the supply chain. The supply chain in this industry is also very verticalized. When it's basically no major manufacturers go across different verticals of building material categories, and within that also there is a fair degree of fragmentation. So our pitch is fairly straightforward. That on one side we're going to aggregate demand with the large enterprise customers, and when I say enterprise customers, I mean people who are more than 100 crores in turnover, and there is a very large number of those guys out there. And then on the supply side, we would aggregate some of the more smaller manufacturers and give them access to the large customers. So we've done this on both sides pretty significantly over the last 12 to 15 months. We have close, within the top 80 or 100 customers that we work with, there's a buying power of close to about 23,000 crores. We've done a bottom-up analysis on that. And similarly, on the supply side, we have supply capacity of about close to 20,000 crores. So I think our idea is simply that can we just match the two, and will that help us create more value overall in the ecosystem? We've gotten fairly decent traction so far. We have, we work with some of the largest companies in the country. We average roughly about 5 crores a month in terms of GMV. Our margin profile is pretty reasonably good. We have net contribution margins in the 7 to 8% range. So we're pretty happy with that, and we're actually at the inflection point where we believe now we can scale this business at least 5x over the next 12 to 18 months. In terms of competition, there's obviously a lot of B2B players out there now. Not so many in the construction and real estate space. We have a couple of players in that space as well now. We believe our differentiation will be because we are tech first, and we are tech enabled in pretty much all aspects of our business. And I think that would help us to scale faster and also scale larger over a short period of time. In terms of the impact on the industry, we have close to about $3 billion of projects on the ecosystem. As I mentioned earlier, we work with some of the top logos. It's about 120 million square feet. We have 4,000 contractors who are on the platform using this, through our customers. So we believe that we've built probably what is the largest ecosystem of stakeholders within these industries over the last couple of years. People ask about obviously what the challenges one faces when building a startup right from scratch. I think the first one is really just acceptance. The fact that there is a possibility that tech can help us do things better. There we followed a top-down approach. Whenever the leadership of any company is aligned to that vision, I think it's a lot faster. There's less resistance overall in the system. What we've also seen is that once there is intent, there's also a lot of expectations around it, that suddenly some technology is going to come and change everything. It'll become like some magic wand, which it's not. I think every company has to basically put their own processes in place, make sure that they are tech enabled, and it takes a while to kind of start seeing good results. But once you see that, then the adoption is actually pretty fast. Once the customers or the users actually start seeing the fact that they are able to do their job better using technology, then it actually becomes a lot easier, and the adoption works. From a business standpoint, our bigger challenges are more around working capital. Obviously, we're a small business right now, but we will want to scale up, and scaling requires working capital. We are working with some invoice discounting platforms and some debt providers on that. We want to continue to scale that up. And then lastly, but not the least, it's always about finding and retaining the best people. That's what we spend a lot of time on. I personally spend a lot of time on that in terms of what I do. As I mentioned earlier, the founding team, myself, I come from the investing background, 20 plus years on the investing side. Sarit, who's my co-founder and CEO, comes from the construction domain. He's been a project manager for a very long time. Sachin is our tech geek. He again comes with almost 15 years of experience in the technology space, building large ecosystems there. From a funding standpoint, we have done we did a seed round and then one round of around $3.5 million. We are currently in the market to raise a $5 to $8 million round, which we are hoping to close in the next 30 to 45 days. That's it from my end, and I'd be happy to answer any more questions that you guys have, and would look forward to engaging further on this. Thank you.
Facilio is constantly rethinking the facilities experience with their mission to deliver the best technology that creates smart facilities experience for everyone interacting with a building in real time, to empower people and machines to achieve their highest level of efficiency. The platform play is important for them to ensure that they are able to work with diverse set of technologies, existing and new. Let me invite Prabhu to share more about Facilio and the modern property operations and maintenance platform for the commercial real estate that they are building.
Hello, everyone. This is Prabhu Ramachandran. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Facilio. I would like to thank you all for joining this event. And I would also like to thank Brigade REIT team for giving us this opportunity. Facilio is a PropTech startup in the property operations side. We offer a software platform for operations and maintenance of a large portfolio of real estate. We are in India. We are based out of Chennai with operations in India, Middle East, US, Europe, Singapore, and Australia. We are a team of 70 people spread across these regions. Uh, so what drives the vision of Resilio is that if you look at the operation side of real estate, after a building gets constructed, when humans start occupying that property, be it retail property or a hotel or office or a home, the penetration of technology in operations and maintenance is very limited, specifically when it comes to key leadership and senior people in operations side. The penetration of technology is very limited. And if you compared to aspects like construction phase of real estate or sales side of real estate, operations is much more important because the impact of that is spread across the life cycle of the properties, and the impact on workforce, impact on health and wellness of occupants, impact on sustainability is very high. So that is what drives us. Where how do we improve the post-construction life cycle of properties? So that is the vision with which we are progressing. And today, if you look at what are the drivers of that are drivers for PropTech in operations side of real estate, the key aspects are: one is the new standard operating procedures after the pandemic, and new set of compliance after the pandemic that real estate owners has to go through. They need help from technology providers to make sure these are followed properly. And then the whole tenant, how do property owners attract, retain tenants, serve them better, reduce friction between tenants and the owners? That is another key driver for a solution like ours. And then the important aspect is across the globe we are seeing that by government mandated climate goals mandated for property owners. So how can property owners meet these sustainability goals with the help of technology? So these are the drivers and these are the areas where we as a startup are focusing. If you look at current set of how the buildings are operated, mostly it is um, done at a per building level. A building owner might have 20, 30 million square feet of properties across several cities, but usually the operation is done at one building at a time, one site at a time. And also the current technology stack is applied across, it's mostly like per building, per site level. And these are all, there is a lot of siloed tools, siloed software, siloed hardware sitting inside buildings. And finally, what that delivers is technology is used at the technician levels. But if you are a property owner, a CEO, or VP of operations managing dozens of buildings, there is very little that technology helps today. So that is a problem we are solving, where the approach that we are taking is data as the core. If you look at what has happened in markets like e-commerce or food delivery or taxi, all these domains or all these markets have transformed. All these they have been transformed with data as the core, and technology that are leveraging data has transformed these industries. So the advantage we have in real estate is that we already have data. We already have a lot of data sitting inside buildings, unused in forms of sensor data, automation data, systems data. So our solution is built around how can we reuse and leverage these existing data that are sitting in the properties, and create value from those data, create applications that work on real-time data, create applications that are more insight driven, that deliver multifold value for different stakeholders. That is a core part of what we are doing. And the approach that we are taking is we have created a solution that is purely software, and it can integrate with existing hardwares, existing sensors, so that customers need not go and deploy or remove what is already existing and put a new set of hardwares and sensors. We have made it very easy for customers to go and deploy our platform on top of what is already existing. So that helps customers to leverage their existing investment, existing data. And then when the data is moved to the cloud, in the cloud, we have a platform plus applications model where the platform itself can be deployed across portfolio, common platform across all properties. Plus, there are purpose-built application for sustainability management, for workforce management, for asset management, tenant management, health and wellness of occupants. There are multiple apps that are sitting on top of that platform. So that makes it easy for customers to bring all stakeholders on a single platform, right? From CEOs to sustainability teams to finance teams to operations teams to third party vendors coming and doing services. All of them are onboarded to a single platform. And this helps us to move customers to a more modern, proactive way of property operations than reactive, siloed way of property operations. And another key aspect is we always see buildings as like dynamic business centers. They are not just immovable assets because the businesses that are running inside buildings, be it a hospital or a retail or a restaurant or office, for them, real estate is now, particularly after the pandemic, it is now becoming a core part of or a strategic part of their business itself. So, how do we attract customers? We are a retail chain, and in case of say hospitality, how can we give better experience? In case of offices, how can we make provide a productive work environment? So this is the real estate is becoming more and more strategic arm of the business that are running inside. So we are thinking through that problem and how can we help real estate owners to become a strategic partners rather than just renting out their or selling their properties to their customers. So quickly about like what we are offering here. So within our platform, broadly, we have applications around three areas. One is the maintenance management, where we have applications like your help desk, asset management, workforce management, inventory management, third-party vendor management. All of that comes under maintenance management. And then we have a connected building suite of applications that includes sustainability management. Under sustainability, we take care of energy, water, all other aspects. Sustainability management, predictive maintenance, and remote building operations, which is becoming very core part of property operations after pandemic. So where we help customers to remotely operate their buildings rather than having people stationed inside the building, inside the BMS rooms. And the third suite of applications is around tenant experience management, which deals with the comfort of occupants, health and wellness of occupants, communications with tenants, help desk for tenants, billing of different aspects to tenant, amenities, booking for tenants. So how do we provide a frictionless digital experience? So three suite of apps on a single platform. That is the model, and the value that our solution creates for customers is we can help customers to save up to 30% on their energy of water, and overall the operations and maintenance costs can be reduced anywhere between 10 to 40%. And we also help customers to reduce the downtime of critical assets like elevator, HVAC systems, and also improve their life cycle. So all of this helps customers to move to a more proactive, data-driven, portfolio-wide operations and maintenance of their entire portfolio. That pretty much covers what we are doing. Thanks again for listening to us. Thank you.
Square Yards is India's largest integrated platform for real estate and mortgages and one of the fastest growing PropTech platform in UAE, the rest of Middle East, Australia and Canada. Square Yards platform offers an integrated consumer experience and covers the full real estate journey from search and discovery to transactions, home loans, rentals, property management and post-sales service. Let me now invite Tanuj Shori to share more about Square Yards with us.
Hi everyone, thanks for having me. I'm Tanuj, founded Square Yards. We are the largest PropTech in India. Founded 6.5 years back. The whole idea was we had seen ecosystem players emerging in places like US, Australia, China. But in India, in the name of PropTech, there were hardly few portals. So no one was trying to solve the end-to-end transaction journey, end-to-end consumer journey. So we set up with a view of trying to address that. Over the years, we have evolved into various adjacent business lines relative to when the consumer invests in real estate. We started by building a very large brokerage presence on the primary real estate segment, new home segment. Over the years, we realized that there is a large overlap in the mortgages which consumers take when they buy the homes. So we moved into mortgages. Then we started building the search and discovery platform to ensure that we have the relevant traffic, relevant eyeballs for the consumer looking at the real estate. Over the last 18 months, as the lockdown came in, we went more digital. We introduced various SaaS products for the value chain. We launched home interior solutions, rental management, property management, so on and so forth. So as of today, we are the only Indian PropTech company which plays end-to-end transaction consumer journey, right from the search and discovery to the real estate to mortgages to home loans, to interiors to getting the house out for rent and the property management. In real estate, in real estate part of the ecosystem, we are by far the largest player in India. We control anywhere between 3 to 7% market share, whichever city we are talking about. Mortgages, we are the largest mortgage distributor in India. Interiors, rentals, we are new, not the largest, I will say, but the idea is to become the category leader over the next 12 to 24 months. And we're building the entire full stack value chain to address that. It's a very broken down industry, as most of you would have been real estate consumer at some point in time, and you would have realized it's a fairly broken down sector, very fragmented, very unorganized, and which is where the opportunity lies. To give you numbers, India has probably close to 1 million small brokers, agents, which do not work on any common technology. The common regulations still do not define them. Most of the distribution in India or the matchmaking between the supply and demand is very unorganized. And probably real estate, if I were to put a parlance, real estate is where equities was or insurance was a couple of decades back, before regulator came in and they went organized. And probably we are going through the similar wave. And we believe next 10 years or 15 years will be very, very critical and very, very instrumentative in disrupting how the value chain works. Now, whether Square Yards does it, a couple of our peers do it, and we do believe that the industry has room for a lot of large players. This is $100 billion plus sector. It's unfathomable to think that we will not have 5-6 large potential decacons in this space over the next 10 to 20 years. So hopefully we'll be one leading the pack at that point in time. In terms of numbers, proud to say that we have been one of the few consumer tech startups in India which are profitable, scaled up nicely. Last year our revenue was close to $50 million US, moving close to $1.2 billion worth of inventory. More importantly, profitable, like I said, close to 15 to 18% EBITDA margins at the corporate level. Having said that, we still believe that we are not even scratching the surface. In terms of market share, like I said, we are hardly low single digit, and we are competing with an unorganized market. So a very realistic aspiration could be 20-25% market share, probably more, over the next few years if we continue to execute well. It's been an interesting journey. It's been a humbling experience. Every single day trying to solve something for which we do not have best practices. We are pivoting as we go, making mistakes, failing a lot. Every year we tell ourselves that we should make less mistakes than what we did last year. But like I said, it's a learning experience, enjoying it fully. And we believe as India urbanization moves from 35% to probably 50-60% over the next 10 years, the demand of close to 100 million plus homes would ensure that the sector expands, rather explodes, is the right word. And industry stakeholders like ourselves probably would benefit from the sector movement along with our execution as well. Thanks for having me. Take care. Have a nice day.
Expedise provides smart working capital financing to businesses. They have a technology enabled financing platform to deliver efficiency in the supply chain finance. Expedise's proprietary platform brings buyer, its respective suppliers, and the financiers on a common platform. Let me now invite Regan to share more about Expedise and the platform we have built to deliver the efficiency in the supply chain space.
Good evening. My name is Regan Mithani, and I'm one of the co-founders of Expedise. Before I begin, let me take the opportunity to thank you for taking out the time to understand Expedise and the impact that we will have in the real estate sector. Expedise is an early payments platform that encompasses the entire supply chain finance ecosystem. This includes buyers, developers, their suppliers, and the financiers at large. Last year, CIO Review awarded Expedise as one of the top 20 most promising fintech startups in the country. We were also the top finalist in the Accenture Microsoft Challenge in the supply chain resilience category, and are proud to be part of the first cohort of Supply Chain Labs by Loomis. As we take you through the next slides, we will be able to drill down more into the impact that we will create for the real estate sector by leveraging technology. Thank you. Good evening, and welcome to the presentation for Expedise. My name is Regan, and I'm one of the co-founders of Expedise. Jumping straight into the problem statement, which is the broken supply chain in the Indian ecosystem. Approximately $710 billion equivalent is the total cost of goods sold in India, of which 50% of the proportion is into B2B sales, where 66%, which is roughly 33% of the total volume, is on credit. And here is the irony of it. The total number of days that it takes for a buyer or a developer to pay their suppliers is, as per the latest report, 80 days, which is 39 is the average contracted days and 41 is the delayed payment. So when you look at the size of the ecosystem, you really wonder how big and acute a problem this is. Also, supply chains standalone without an embedded finance solution on top of it are not as prolific or strong as when you bring them together. Drilling down deeper into the real estate supply chain. Now, real estate supply chains are rather unique, and I say unique for a particular reason. That the projects keep moving from different locations, and hence the supply chains have to be much more localized. This leads into more complex transactions and a higher risk of interruptions. The constraints that come along with these unique aspects of the supply chain is that there is a long working capital cycle. The cost of capital is very, very high, and hence there is low access to credit. If we put all of this together and see the impact, then on an average, if a supplier to a large real estate or a small real estate developer will eventually go out in the market and borrow anything between 2% or 3% per month, or on an annualized basis, it could be as high as 24% to 36%. Where does Expedise fit in? How do we solve this problem? As it is always said, a lot of complex problems are solved by simple solutions. And the solution is rather simple, which is Expedise. What we've been able to do is we've been able to bring the entire ecosystem of the buyer, the supplier, and the financer onto a single platform so that they can speak with each other and negotiate in a form which is providing them the most optimal outcome, where the buyer wants to reduce cost, the supplier wants to get the cash out of the receivables that are stuck, and financiers are looking at newer opportunities and higher yields on the capital that they deploy. Hence, you are looking at a completely win-win solution for all the stakeholders with one central platform aligning all their interests. Moving on, the impact that Expertise will bring. And we've broken down this into the concept of incredible efficiency. And efficiency for us means predominantly four things. One is timing, which is getting the money to the supplier when he wants it. Second, the effort that it takes for him to get that money. So it takes 3 clicks for him to get the money, 2 clicks to request, and 1 click for the buyer to approve. The rate. And I think so this is where most of us as Indians would be most focused on. The rate has to be a win-win for both the buyer and the supplier, and hence it is the most optimal rate that the ecosystem can provide the buyer supplier or the developer supplier conversation. Access. This again in real estate is going to be a game changer for the simple reason is that we bring the entire banks, trades ecosystem onto the real estate supply chain, providing another source of financing and a source of access to capital by the supplier through his buyer itself. While we have been active in other sectors, we are now bringing with the guidance and understanding of the real estate sector from our institutional investors like HDFC Capital, Yornus Loomis Partners. Some of the other sectors that we've already touched include consumer durables, healthcare, pharmaceuticals, auto, consumer durables, and the likes. As you can see, the numbers speak for themselves and we are growing at a rapid pace. The founding team includes both Deepak and myself. Both of us have been ex-City bankers and have spent over a decade in the corporate investment bank. I would rather leave this last thought with you, which says, let's start allocating capital more efficiently together, but for the entire ecosystem. So let's expedite it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nahata. Next, we have presentations from startups across the world which are innovating for the built world. This session is anchored by Mr. Gautam Khote from Realty. Mr. Khote, the stage is yours.
While there is a large amount of construction that has still not happened, the world has already created a vastly expansive and complicated built world that is not necessarily very efficient. I'm going to present a mix of companies today that impact both existing built environment as well as new construction. First up, we have Metricus from the UK, who has a unique single platform that helps make spaces more efficient, economical to run, and more productive. Breeze Technologies from Germany has a unique approach to both indoor and outdoor air quality, both monitoring as well as analytics. Snapfruit from India is completely disrupting the world of architects and designers all the way from concept design, schematic to final design, everything with full BIM integration. Smart Physics' Trezi product simulates users into experiencing built environments even before they are built. Let me now invite these companies to present their innovations that promise to make the built world more sustainable and the construction process more efficient.
Thank you, Mr. Khote.
Hello everyone, a warm welcome to the One World, One Realty Summit. I'm delighted to be able to speak to you about Metricus. Metricus is a IoT and smart building solutions focused company. We were initially deployed at the 2012 London Olympics, and over the last 8 to 10 years, we have put in a lot of R&D into our platform. So what do we do? Basically, we are looking at bringing in the data revolution within the building and the real estate space as well. Now, in a traditional building, we have got a number of hardware sensors, which generally work in silos. You wouldn't have hardware A generally speaking to hardware B, or the dashboard coming with hardware A being able to speak with the dashboard of hardware B. And what that means is effectively a lot of data, which is not necessarily information. This is where we come in because our platform is hardware agnostic. We are able to integrate to discrete pieces of hardware which will be giving us information about various aspects of your building premises, bring it all into one single dashboard. So how do we do all this? It's basically by being the middleware within your building systems. We are able to connect to any sort of hardware that you might have. Now that hardware might be existing hardware, and it's quite easy for us to come into our existing building and retrofit, or we can bring in new hardware that might be needed if it's a specific thing that you want to capture. And we are also able to integrate to your PMS and various other systems. What it enables us to do is start comparing and correlating different pieces of information. You might have occupancy, and we can start looking at how is the occupancy compared to your energy consumption. Is your indoor air quality deteriorating as the number of people are increasing? Is your energy consumption going up as the temperature is reducing or the humidity is increasing? And you can start getting into space management, space optimization, indoor air quality, so on and so forth. So over the years, we have managed to collect a number of global MNC corporates such as GSK, Sky, various UK departments, global investment banks and financial institutions, so on and so forth. But the thing that I'm really proud about, and every single person within Metricus is really proud about, is our 100% retention record. We have managed to convert every single pilot and every single POC into a full deployment. We at this stage have more than 1 million data points that we are capturing in our platform, and that's over more than 3,500 different data sources which are bringing in data back into our platform. So over the last 8-9 years that we have been in existence, how have we impacted the industry? Well, in a number of ways. Hybrid working is probably something which everybody is aware of now due to COVID, and we are helping a number of our clients to essentially increase the space utilization of their buildings, moving from a fixed desk to hot desking. If you have got 500 fixed desks, how many hot desks do you need? And we have, for example, helped one of the global banks headquartered in the UK by increasing their space utilization and giving them an ROI of more than 9,800. But in addition, one of the key things that we have also started doing is giving back to the industry. And how do we do that? Is on the back of the data that's getting collected. We are now live on the Bloomberg tracker where we publish an occupancy index. Right now it's focused on UK and the London market specifically, and that is being used by a number of corporates, not just for taking decisions on should we shift staff, should we start getting staff back into the office, but it's also being used by a number of vendors who might be servicing these the staff of these offices in terms of restaurants, so on and so forth. And it gives also policymakers a picture of, have people started moving back into the offices or not. Any of you can who has gotten access to Bloomberg ticker can go in and check our occupancy index, or you can come to our website metricus.io where you will be able to see our occupancy index live. Of course, over the last 8 years, we have had challenges. Anybody saying they have never faced a challenge is probably not being truthful. And the biggest challenge we have always faced is vaporware. Now, what do I mean by that? When I'm speaking to people in the industry, one of the key themes that they keep telling me is, look, you're a startup. And we have had dealings with a number of startups who come and promise us a lot of things, very nice PPT slides, very nice animated videos. Once we give them the money to do a POC, they fail to convert the concept into reality, and within 6 to 8 months, the startup has closed shop and I have lost my money. And for us, that is our key USP. And our USP is that every single solution we are offering is already live. And what do I mean by live? You might go, oh, who's your first client then? Well, it's our own building, in our own office. We test every single solution in our office for a prolonged period of time before we go out and offer it to a particular client. And that is one of the reasons why we have managed to convert every single POC into a full deployment. We have recently closed our Series A funding, which is around $7 million. And while we have closed funding and we are quite well funded, we keep our eyes and ears open to have discussions with strategic partners who might want to come on board to our journey. With that, I'll like to thank you all for your time. And if there are any questions, please do feel free to reach out to me via my email, which is mentioned here. Please do go on to our website, metricus.io, to get a view of what our solutions are. Thank you and have a good day. Bye-bye.
Hello there. My name is Robert Heinecke. I'm the founder and CEO of Breeze Technologies. We are a German technology leader in the field of air quality sensors, data, and analytics. We use the Internet of Things, lower cost sensors, and other data sources, and artificial intelligence to help cities and businesses to, first of all, create a picture of hyperlocal air quality, and then to identify what kind of cleaner actions to implement locally to, with the highest efficiency and effectiveness, have the most positive impact on local air quality. So we help you to identify problems and to fix them. Air pollution is the greatest environmental health threat of our time. 9 out of 10 people are living in areas with too high levels of air pollution. And at the same time, we are not doing enough against it because we're simply lacking the data to support cleaner action plans. Current governmental monitoring stations have technologies that mainly have been developed in the 60s and 70s. We have those big, bulky monstrosities sitting on the roadsides in our cities. And because they're so big and bulky, and because they're horrendously expensive, cities often don't have any, or just have 1 or 2 or a handful of these monitoring stations. And how informed can your decisions about cleaner actions really be if you just have 1 or 2 data points to base them on? And then on the other side, also talking about indoor air quality, we often don't have any data at all, or just CO2 data, which is basically telling you next to nothing about other environmental impacts, like if your office is located next to a busy crossroads or a busy road. And this is what we completely change. We have developed our own lower cost air quality sensors that are 1,000 times cheaper and 50,000 times smaller than the current market standard. And we have done that by moving all the complexity from traditional air quality sensing from the individual piece of hardware into the cloud, into software. So the sensors stream real-time data to our environmental intelligence cloud, where we then use artificial intelligence to calibrate it, but where we also use AI to identify, on top of the data from our sensors, on top of the data of sensors of partners, of data of governmental monitoring stations, and of satellite data, to identify which cleaner actions are the ones that have the highest possible impact, which ones have the highest efficiency, which ones have the highest effectiveness, which ones have worked in a similar context before in another city or business. We do that both for indoor and outdoor environments, and also in industrial emission monitoring cases. So we are currently active in 9 different countries with our company, mostly focused on the EU right now, but also starting up our US business. We are part of a work stream of the US Department of Homeland Security there, and we're also rapidly expanding into other international markets. Already today, we are streaming data from more than 13,000 locations globally, which are then informing the cleaner action recommendations that we're giving. We are a team of 15 people and have been endorsed for our work by numerous national and international governmental institutions, such as the German government and the EU Parliament. We do have some partnerships in place. For instance, Microsoft is a partner of ours. They're supporting us in global deployments, and we are helping them with air quality in, for instance, smart city projects. We're also partnering with SAP, and also on the side of air quality monitoring companies, we're partnering up with some of the more established providers of these big bulky monitoring stations. For instance, Födisch from Germany. Some of our customers include Volkswagen, Google, the European Commission, several cities, both in the EU and the US. And we do strive to have a global impact and bring together different organizations from different kind of angles that all have the common goal of creating a healthier environment for the people. What makes us unique compared to the existing solution providers is that we bring in a fully digital solution that works turnkey, both in measurement as well as analyses, and that also works in indoor and outdoor environments. And also compared to other startups, what really makes us unique is that we can do it really in any environment, and that we can not only provide you data and tell you where challenges might potentially lie, but that we actually help our customers and partners to identify the best possible solutions to remedy any air pollution situation that we might identify. Let me just tell you about two of the projects that we've been doing in the past. Together with our partner Microsoft in the city of Hamburg, we built the world's densest air quality monitoring network. And this helped us to identify the impact local traffic flows have on hyperlocal air quality, and then also identify best practices that further can inform urban planning processes in the city. And for the Digital Hub Logistics, one of the digital hubs of the German government, we are helping them with indoor air quality information to do coronavirus risk mitigation. So based on CO2 concentrations and other levels, we're helping them to identify when to ventilate, when to adapt ventilation delivery, when to open the windows, alerting space users when they need to do that to do coronavirus risk mitigation. We are currently a team of 15 people. As I mentioned, we do have a global footprint. And if you are anywhere on the world and are interested in working with us to create a healthier environment for your employees, for your customers, or for the society in general, then I warmly invite you to reach out to us. And I'm very much looking forward to hearing from you. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, I'm Altaf. I'm the founder and CEO at Snapshoot, and it gives me an immense pleasure to be part of the TIA Summit. And actually, in fact, it's an honor to be part of this year's theme, which is to build a sustainability roadmap for the construction and the real estate industry, which is the need of the hour. So with Snapshoot, we are building the next gen 3D building design tool that helps architects design more efficient, more sustainable buildings 10x faster right from the click of a web browser. To just give you a highlight of what Snapshoot does, so we literally help architects start from the sketching stage where they can bring in a hand sketch, convert it into a digital drawing, edit it, and build a parametric massing model. So with just a few change in parameters, they can play around with multiple options, click of a button, create a detailed building information model, and powered by a design automation, generate auto interiors, get material takeouts, bill of quantities, compliance area schedules, while collaborating with existing stakeholders like consultants, contractors, and even the customers. These are some of the designs which have been recently done on the platform. Just shows you the versatility of the typologies we support and the complexity of the product that Snapshoot is been able to support. The main reason why we built Snapshoot is because we realized in the last 2-3 decades there hasn't been actually much innovation in the architectural design process, and it's been dominated by these legacy tools which have created a siloed workflow for architects to work with. So if you look at the workflow more carefully, the 2D drawings which are created in AutoCAD do not talk well or don't get translated well into a 3D model in a tool like SketchUp, nor do these 3D models get translated into BIM models in a tool like Revit or other tools which are there in the market for that segment. So this has crippled the architects to work in a siloed way. It would have been okay if it was a linear workflow, if it was just a one-time thing. However, architectural design process is highly iterative in nature. They go through few hundred to maybe a few thousand iterations depending on the scale of the project or the complexity or the typology of the project. In this kind of a scenario, translating your model from the drawing to the 3D model to the BIM stage leads to a lot of data being wasted and rework happening, which the industry says coined the term to call it as the data drop chasm or the model drop chasm, which takes the focus of the designs and designers and the architects away from making the design more efficient, more sustainable in nature, to making the workflow work. And not just the interoperability that is a problem, but also architecture process is a very collaborative workflow. So they have to work with the customers, the contractors, the consultants, and even with the city for the compliance and the regulations part. And because of the siloed workflow, which again are inefficient tools in nature by themselves and are desktop based tools, the collaboration also takes a big beating, and they're crippled to work in a siloed environment. Because of this, the existing design process is highly fragmented and inefficient in nature, which takes the focus of architects away from what matters the most, which is the art of architecture and getting to better and more sustainable designs. So with Snaptrude, we reduce this entire workflow of taking days and weeks into a single platform where an architect can fly through design automation and with data-driven design from the sketching stage to detailed BIM models with interoperability and collaboration at the heart of it. So we are able to reduce the process which takes days or weeks into a matter of few minutes by giving architects the luxury to focus on the real art of architecture, on generating multiple design options, measuring them quantitatively on the efficiency, on the sustainability aspect, so better designs get approved for construction. In fact, it's very infamously known that by various studies that 40% of the design flaws, like 40% of the inefficiencies in the operational stage of the project are due to design flaws and can be fixed during the design stage itself. And even 20 to 30% of the inefficiencies during the construction phase can be fixed are due to the design flaws, which Snaptrude can enable architects to focus and fix them. We are globally present. We have over 2,500 users across 7 countries. We have 30% month-on-month growth in terms of users, and over 15 million square feet has been designed on the product already. We have marquee customers like Heinz, Saint-Gobain, CD Architects across the world who are using Snaptrude. In fact, even if you look at the existing market, existing tools that have been dominating, as I said, for the last 2 decades, very minimal amount of innovation has happened, and most of the tools are non-cloud and focus largely on the design documentation stage of the process. Snaptrude focus on data-driven automation while taking and leveraging the power of cloud in helping streamline the process with architect as the center user during this process, which can lead to more sustainable and better designs being constructed. We are a 13-member strong team based out in Bangalore, backed by investors like Axel and Brigade Group. We have decades worth of industry experience and have a very great technical team that has been able to power up the product, which is being used worldwide now. Thank you so much. If you want to know more about the product or want to get it adapted in your design office, please feel free to get in touch with me. These are my coordinates. And again, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be a participant in this conference, which is focusing on the current dire need of the hour on this world Earth today. Thank you so much.
My name is Tithi Tibari, and I'm the founder and MD of SmartWiz and the co-creator of Trezi. Trezi is India's first immersive platform for the building industry, which dramatically transforms design communication, experience, and collaboration. We are connecting building product manufacturers and suppliers to architects and designers through digital twins that can be experienced inside the design in real scale and proportion. This enables faster understanding, reduced sales cycles, and allows collaboration in these times when people hesitate to meet physically. India's best architects, infrastructure companies, and building product manufacturers are our customers. As a seeding strategy, we are onboarding students and colleges of architecture and interior design through Trezi Academy and enhancing the skills of the new workforce to keep up with the demands of the profession. We are growing on a 3x trajectory and foraying into international markets as well. Trezi is transforming design experience and fast shaping up to be the world's first immersive platform in the building industry. Globally, the building industry is approximately $10 trillion. Less than 1/3 of the projects finish on time and budget, putting more than 10% project value at risk due to poor design communication and collaboration issues. The physical mock-up and catalog-based selling and inability to understand design and products in real scale and proportion leads to a lack of understanding of design. This further leads to time and cost overruns and ultimately unhappy customers. Autodesk report of 2018 clearly states that the industry trends are digital transformation through collaboration, innovation, and productivity. And the main 6 areas are BIM, cloud, digital real-time collaboration, 3D modeling software, immersive technologies, and IoT. Trezi operates in all these domains. Under the main Trezi brand, we have Trezi Lens for architects and designers, Trezi Showcase for building product manufacturers, and Trezi Academy for students and faculty of architecture and interior design. These are tied together with Trezi support services. The market size is an overall opportunity of more than $15 billion. Our business model started with support services initially. We launched Trezi Lens in August 2018 and Showcase an Academy in March 2020, and we will start adding platform revenue in the near future. The best of Indian and international architectural firms like Gensler, Godrej, Venkatraman Associates, HKS, Takinaka, Flad Architects, infrastructure companies like GMR, L&T, DMRC, NCRTC, Ultratech, building product manufacturers like Schneider, Blue Star, Orient Bell, Durham are our customers. Further, our customers are segmented into verticals like large architectural practices, design and build players, infrastructure companies, real estate developers, engineering and IPCs, building product manufacturers, educational and co-working companies. We don't have any competition in India. Internationally, we compete with softwares that operate in different categories, whereas we are trying to create a very unique positioning for ourselves through our platform strategy and inching steadily towards the leaders despite being a very young firm. We are leveraging key relationships for growth. We have a customer success and account success group that maintains close contact with customers. We have key relationships with Microsoft and HP. We are listed and selling on GEM portal as a Make in India product. A lot of PSUs are e-procuring Trezi through GEM. Our senior team comprises of Gautam, who is the co-founder and CPO, Darren, VP product based in Chicago, Vikrant, heading account management and customer success based in Mumbai, Sambhav, heading our product and engineering group based in Bangalore, Jessica, heading BD and sales for Pan India, and me. We are fortunate to have great advisors. Mr. Ajay Chaudhary is the ex-founder of HCL, Mr. Rajiv Nair, ex-MD of Microsoft India, Autodesk India, and Mentor Graphics. Our investors are India Angel Network, IAN Fund, Stanford Angels and Entrepreneurs, Yournest Venture Capital, and Rockstart Capital. We are India's first VR product for the building industry and the world's first immersive platform for marketing building products. We have great customers. Trezi was the League of 10 product at NASSCOM's Emerge Top 50 Companies in 2018. We won the Immersive Product of the Year 2019 at NASSCOM Design for India Awards, and we were the only immersive tech company in the 12th cohort of Microsoft Scale Up program. We also won Frost & Sullivan's Virtual Reality Provider of the Year 2 years in a row, and Trezi is authorized with HP and Microsoft to co-sell. Thank you.
Hi, good day. My name is Shailesh here. Today I'm going to present about Massive Mobility, which is a electric mobility startup which is enabling charging infrastructure for two-wheeler and three-wheeler in India. It is building this technology to enable every building in India to have a charging station at a 70% or lower cost and become green building and a charging compliant building. So in India, there's a huge push on electric mobility as the daily air pollution is a function of mobility. Last COVID demonstrated to us that there's a very strong correlation, R square as high as 0.68, which shows that the AQI, rise of AQI in Delhi is totally related to the rise of mobility in Delhi. And the only way to solve this is to move the existing transport infrastructure from fossil fuel to electric mobility. But despite all this focus by the governments, by the private players, and so many startups, this transition is not happening. What the reason can be? And the reason is that there's hardly any financing available for two-wheeler and three-wheeler. Despite all the talk, all the incentive, and all the subsidies, the sad fact is that not a single large financial institution is today financing electric vehicles, whether it's two-wheeler or three-wheeler. While for four-wheeler it's a very different ball game, but for two-wheeler, three-wheeler, there's the real challenge. And why that real challenge is? The real challenge for this is because no manufacturer or battery supplier is willing to provide warranties for these batteries. And why that warranty is not coming? The issue with the battery life is that they are highly dependent on the stable current and stable voltage. And when the stable voltage and current is not there, the chances of battery life is very low. In fact, the life of the battery can drop as low as 70% down if you provide very, very irregular current. Given the charging infrastructure in India, especially the power infrastructure in India, and especially in the poor sites or in the suburbs or in the slums, where majority of the three-wheeler and two-wheeler get charged, the quality of the current remains highly suspect. And that forces the manufacturer not to offer any warranty or not to honor the warranty they already given, because that is not solved. And the sad part is today all the focus is on building four-wheeler charging infrastructure. So while the growth is happening in two-wheeler and three-wheeler, almost 20 to 30,000 vehicles get sold there versus 1,000 cars, the real everybody is building for four-wheelers, and that is the real opportunity which Massive is targeting for. Now, Massive is building massive charging nodes, which are almost 70% cheaper, much easy to deploy, smart, connected, and can enable anybody to start a charging station. Whether it is a small tea house or whether it is a very high-end building, they can go live and build a whole charging infrastructure in no time. Just we need to call us and we deploy this very, very low cost, almost 70% cheaper charging infra and make the building visible on our charging network, which is again integrated with the OEMs. This is cheaper, connected, and enable financing or battery renting by the financiers or the loan providers. The journey so far in the Massive Mobility, we have been deployed multiple chargers. We have built a whole tech infrastructure. And today we are adding almost 5 charging every day. And with this pace, we are going to add more than 1,000 charging nodes in Delhi and neighboring area in next 4 to 5 months. Idea is to have close to 20 to 30,000 charging points in India in next 18 months. So where we are right now, we build these insights by observing the vehicle which we have financed earlier. We have financed some 139 vehicles, and we have monitored the driving behavior at almost 2.5 million kilometers. We have also seen how the IoTs perform or rather do not perform, what are the real challenge with the telematics, whether insurance really work, or what is the driving behavior or the risk behavior of these borrowers. These are the insights which has helped us to create this very connected charging infrastructure, which not only solve for the range anxiety today, but is also solving for the battery performance, battery security, and battery life. Globally, there are a lot of charging companies, but in India, hardly this game has started. Even some company which have started, they are putting charging infra for the four-wheeler because that's where the government tenders are coming. And that is the real opportunity here. Globally, there are 3 or 4 companies which have really gone into unicorn stage, like ChargePoint, which is around $8 billion today. EVgo, which is going for a SPAC at 2.5 billion, and there is a Jafresh, a small Europe-based startup which is already listed and is trading has a market cap of around $500 million. So that shows the scope and the growth and the financial opportunity this market has. That in the team in this journey, I'm joined by Animesh. Animesh has been my founder and my friend for last 8-10 odd years. Animesh did his BTech from IIT Kanpur in electrical engineering, worked with Bank of America, and then bootstrapped his startup in mobility space, where he got some 100 million plus downloads done with his in the market here operating on. I come from a VC investment background. That's why I understand this game very, very well. I have worked in the seed fund and 2i Capital prior to started my career with UTI, and have been a startup founder. Animesh and I both have been a second life entrepreneur. We have boosted our company, built them, scaled them. So we know what it takes, how to really, really scale these companies up, and what are the challenges of any startup face. In our journey, we are mentored by Nippon. Nippon is a good friend and a mentor of massive mobility, and very, very well understand the real estate market and have very good connection, or he opens the network for us. So he is helping us to really scale this charging infrastructure. Further, we are financed by India Quotient and 3 other marquee angel investors who have funded multiple unicorns, and they really understand what it takes to build and scale a company in India, and the real challenge they face it up. So this is all about us. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
As we approach the end of the summit, I would request Mr. John Kuruvilla from Brigadier to wrap up and conclude the summit.
Wow, wow, what an amazing 2 days, full of insights and learnings. I, for one, have taken back some great thoughts that we at Brigade must work on to mitigate the risks posed to both our environment and the real estate industry at large. You know, when we started working with TI Summit and HDFC Capital to conceptualize a summit, we were all in agreement that this cannot be just yet another webinar, but one where every participant from across the world can go back with knowledge that's relevant and can be implemented with minimal friction. The first challenge was to work on the topics, and I'm glad to say that we were unanimous in the choice of the same, as we were in the choice of speakers both from India and overseas. I must thank several people for making this summit a reality. Without their support and encouragement, this still would have been a WIP, work in progress, in our calendar. I must thank Sri Hardeep Singh Puri, the Honorable Union Minister for Housing and Urban Affairs and Civil Aviation, for taking invaluable time out to share with us his vision for a sustainability roadmap for India. The fact that India's Sustainable Development Goals precede the United Nations shows our government's proactiveness and commitment to the environment. Your emphasis, sir, on new construction technologies and materials and use of green technologies to deliver in lesser time, and a focus to minimize the carbon footprint set the stage for the discussions that follow. Mr. Deepak Parekh, Chairman of HDFC, sir, you talked about the new reality that we live in and how the real estate industry was surprised by the surge in demand for homes in these challenging times. You also mentioned that the real estate and construction industry globally will play a critical role in all major economies of the world. Your observation that India's talent pool in IT and entrepreneurship, which till now had seen its energy focused on sectors like education, healthcare, and finance, will now see tremendous opportunities in the real estate and construction sector, and that the emergence of PropTech is the new reality. The construction industry, which is amongst the least digitized, is a great opportunity for startups to innovate and disrupt this industry for the benefit of all stakeholders. The Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, Dr. Ashwath Narayan, who willingly agreed to share his thoughts on adoption of PropTech for urban planning and development, shared the work done by the government on digitizing our state, and more importantly, his thoughts on where startups should look at focusing to address challenges faced by the industry due to urbanization. You, sir, specifically talked of construction and demolition waste management, air quality, underground utility detection, digital property tax. The grand challenge announced by you, sir, where startups can access funding up to rupees 1 crore to address urban challenges, will find many takers, and is your government's commitment to walking the talk with respect to giving the PropTech startup ecosystem the much needed encouragement. Make Karnataka continue to be the beacon for other states in India to emulate on technology adoption and catalyzing the startup ecosystem for the good of all industries, to create a more resilient India of the future. Sir, we will work towards your vision of making Karnataka the PropTech capital of Asia. Mr. Mahesh Ramanujam of USGBC spoke of how COVID-19 has offered us a great opportunity to revisit every aspect of our lives and business. Public health data has shown that buildings are safer to occupy when the mechanical health systems, especially HVAC systems, provide good ventilation and air scrubbing to ensure good quality of air. He said we must act to build a permanent and resilient trust in the spaces we occupy, not restrict just buildings, but the communities and cities. Better communities and better buildings equals better lives. What was interesting for me was the fact that the most stringent LEED 4.1 benchmark, where India had the second highest LEED 4.1 version projects, was indeed an eye-opener. USPL in Hyderabad, the world's first LEED 4.1 certified building, IDC Windsor Hotel is the world's first hotel to achieve LEED Zero certification, all goes to say that India is at the forefront of fighting climate change. Building sustainable buildings reduce both capex and opex significantly, whilst mitigating the dangers to the environment. We had an interesting panel moderated by Vipul Runta, West HDFC Capital, on PropTech in affordable housing with a very interesting set of speakers from diverse backgrounds: Apollo Global Management, Brookfield Asset Management, IFC, Habitat for Humanity working in the low-income housing segment, and the former MD of National Housing Bank. The key questions on why the real estate industry has lagged other industries in adopting technology was attributed to high upfront investments. And the fact, which was very encouraging, and the fact that while we are late to the party, India has always leapfrog cycles to come at par, if not better, than the rest of the world. We have seen this in the adoption of mobile phones, social media, and other spaces. PropTech globally is just about a decade old, and everybody is optimistic that India will catch up much faster. We saw some exciting themes: intersection of real estate and energy, proliferation of EVs into disruption in building designs, use of devices, drones, IoT, AR/VR, big data, and the integration of offline practices to central digital data repositories, and more important, use of technology for conceptualizing, designing, and building more sustainable buildings. When it comes to any industry, for change to happen, nothing like financial incentives. And there is a lot happening globally, and that trend is catching up in India. I was exposed to a very interesting insight of green bonds and finance linked to sustainability. We heard the head of Climate Bonds India articulate the fact that Climate Bonds is looking at mobilizing US $100 trillion in the bond market for climate change solutions. $100 trillion. And we saw how in India, our organizations are not lagging behind. Organizations like UPL and Capital Land work meticulously to take advantage of their focus on sustainability and reducing energy consumption, which in turn helped them raise hundreds of millions of dollars. 3 to 4 years back, they seemed like a dream. Real estate developers in India can now avail similar loans in sustainability. We had another interesting panel where organizations like Bangalore International Airport, Wellness Tech Group from Spain, and Cisco navigate and collaborate with government to create smarter communities and cities with individualistic identities. We heard about initiatives taken by companies like Mahindra Group, Wipro, and Move on how their efforts for sustainability have been there for a while and how there is renewed commitment and energy to work towards a carbon negative environment. We heard Nicholas Braithwaite, who was CTO of Katera in his early years, talk about the fact that the real estate industry globally had technology working in silos. And this presented great opportunities for PropTech startups to scale exponentially. The fact that investments in PropTech in the last few years outpaced any other sector clearly was indicative of the fact that there were serious tailwinds behind this sector, propelled by the urgent need by the least digitized industry in the world, the real estate and construction industry, to be more efficient in processes, the use of greener materials, and create buildings that communicate. And last but not the least, we saw some fabulous work being done by startups from across the world on their initiatives. This event, this summit, would not have been possible without the relentless efforts of the teams at HDFC Capital, Brigade REIT, and at TIS Summit. I must thank Jose Jacob, Director of TIS Summit, and his team for working unrelentlessly behind the scenes to make this summit a reality. I must also take this opportunity to thank the various government organizations, the bureaucrats who helped us, and organizations like BCG and PwC who went out of their way to share their insights on the PropTech ecosystem, both in India and across the world. I must also take this opportunity to thank Mr. Jayashankar, Chairman and Managing Director of the Brigade Group, who believed very strongly in 2016, when the word PropTech was not coined, that this sector was going to be a reality. Thank you, sir, and thank you, Nirupa, for your patronage, for making PropTech a sector that has come to terms with the fact that it is here to exist and will do a lot of good for society at large. Thank you all for making this a truly enriching session. There is so much to be done, but what's interesting is that a lot has already been done, setting the backdrop. I'm sure that every participant in this forum will go back with ample thoughts and a greater resolve to combat climate change and work towards building a far greener and more efficient built world so that our generation will leave behind a greener legacy in the one and only world we call home today. Thank you one and all. Stay well and stay safe. Jai Hind.